Oh ya tengok kanan
Takut
kiri.
bot.
Sama. Oh,
My favorite guys to watch.
Belum mulai ternyata. Menari
Salah
dengan
pan kan mulai.
Guys, aku bukan Jetman.
Ada bom di bawah kaki lo.
30 seconds left.
Soli, I'm so sorry. Dadah. Rank, kok pada itu ya? Itu rank ya? Gua masukin deh itu apa? Komen rank. Salah anjing.
Adian 5 kan Dal?
Lulz. Dan gua sekarang masih imo 1.
Bisa digeret ya?
Hilok banyak.
Gimana tuh? Udah
Geret gak sih? Geret gak sih? Nggak jadi, blok long ternyata.
Last player standing.
Andre, halo Dam.
Kepencet.
What up?
Kepencet.
Kok itu
Makan
layarnya?
dong.
Sabar
Ya.
lagi itu.
Dapat tuh.
Dapet sih harusnya.
Dapat ya dot.
Oh, guys.
Sih.
Belum mulai guys, tonton Delta dulu.
Enggak.
Wow,
Oke, ya,
guys,
mantap.
come on guys.
Ngapain skop?
Udah kan? Rank.
Kepencet sayang.
Makanya kalau kepencet kayak aku aja nih, hold aja deh.
Go guys, I can LTB guys. Let's go.
Who's animals?
Let's go.
All of you.
Gua boleh kencing,
Fucker.
gua boleh maju kan.
Orang aktif sendiri anjing gil gaya bangsat.
Let's go. Let's
Sumpah,
go.
aktif
Capek
sendiri
banget,
anjing.
anjing.
Jadinya kayaknya nggak ada orang.
Stream siapa? Stream Delta. Di subscribe jangan lupa.
Bisa.
We don't have friend kita anjing.
Delta Amelia. Siang dan malam.
Apa itu gua liat tuh
Sumpah
jadi
iya banget anjing, aneh banget ya.
Bentar dong.
Dapat lagi.
Gua aja belum semok anjing.
Pengen beli
Jagain
bandel nggak ya?
bawah, sayang.
Weh, anjing eling.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Wah, kelihatan badan gua.
Mabet.
Ding
Halo,
ding.
ada-
Gua udah
ding,
berubah jadi
ding,
green screen anjing.
Ding ding ding.
Kuat, kuat.
All Hell Animals. Oh Andre, halo.
Mereka gampang rotet kan?
Namanya belum sih?
Gue main
Belum.
santai, sumpah gua udah gak kuat.
Mas dengerin dia ngobrol anjing.
Bikin aja cuy, gua ini nih. Here, smoke sini.
Edit bomnya edit.
Why we are never go see bro.
Belum mandi, Cok. Tadi gua mandi dah.
So, and then.
Ntar lagi I take a shower. Sepenuh hati. Yang paling kanan manis, Dre. Paling kanan. Cowok goblok.
Kecil yuk.
Oh, kecil.
Idiota.
Tunggu wall ya, tunggu wall. Sabar.
Nggak mau lu gas. Anjing gua nggak homo tai.
Yeah.
Gua ikut enggak?
Ntar. Gua
Kiri blok.
tungguinnya sampai dia.
Oh yang paling kiri.
Apanya?
Mau kecek, lu bisa semakin keceknya nggak?
Ah, standar bule anjing
Siap.
kiri mah.
Gua ikut ya.
Mana dia?
Yuk.
Mirip poster. Gak mirip anjing. Ini
Anjing goblok gua ketahan nonton.
Dari the band.
cakep sih.
Ada lagi?
Nah, nice des.
Gua bangsat.
Goblok.
Beli banget.
Dari mana?
Terus dulu ya. Jatuh
Geret.
geret. Low banget
Kiri kanan.
Geret kiri.
Salah
Kiri,
nangkep
kiri.
bos. Kiri. Mati ada chatnya nih.
Di CT dia udah.
Dua-duanya jatuh.
No flank no.
One enemy remaining.
Masa chat.
Lu jauh ya mau.
Peduli ku peduli siang dan malam.
Jatuh ya nggak sih? Kabel.
Itu goblok.
Wait.
Kenapa ditembak sih? Kenapa lu?
Lagi megang recon bangsat. Lu anjing.
Selama nih ngoceh mulu.
Decision making process that I don't completely agree with, so that had to change.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the matchup we're going to see today is going to feel a lot different than that online game that was a CD match, like you said. But also, I think something that's interesting about SMB is that all these players fall perfectly into their roles within the game, right? Turco's always going to lock in that stage.
What's
Russ
up,
is always going to be
bitches?
an initiator. Brave is always going to be a controller. Izzy's always going to be a duelist. And Poor's always going to be a sentinel. And an aggressive one at that.
Apa bangsat?
Yeah, we gotta talk about one of Kakuka's favorite players here, Turco. I know you're very happy that he made it here into Berlin.
He has to be my favorite. I mean, we talked about this during the EMEA finals, and I was like, okay, we have a team full of stars. We have Venezuela and Sentinels, for example.
What up, bro?
I feel like Turco is a little bit like Nuts, you know, like he's one of the clutches. He's always on the same level of hype. He's always going to be on 100%. And of course, he's playing the stage, but I feel like within this team, he's the one that plays his role the most.
Yeah, I mean, he has picked Sage 100% of his games in the last 6 days. This guy is a Sage main, right? But he is phenomenal at aiming.
Phenomenal.
He is an aimer through and through. When I watch him, I'm blown away at some of the
Seru
one
banget.
taps he hits
Ini
with
kalau
those
ngelawan
dragon
sih udah
missiles.
kayak TI
I
ya.
mean, you spoke a little bit about how much you love the structural way that Ascend, they can just whip it out
Master
when they need
Berlin.
to, right? Do you feel like that's something that SMB are lacking a little bit? Because they do still have this reputation that they're just insane Turkish aimers and they can be a little bit messy.
Like, I don't want to say they're lacking it, right? Because that's just their style, right? Some teams have that punch them in the face and see how they respond kind of thing. And if they start off early with that style, it's often very hard to combat that and claw your way back into the map strategically.
I feel like, especially at the beginning of every map, we're going to see the teams taking it slow because they know that some things might have changed. They don't want to be too eager to just go and make the first move because they know that something must have changed and they might lose it then.
I mean, is that thing that what they need to do, though? Do you feel like they need
to be passive?
Yeah, exactly.
SMB needs to be passive. I mean, what I don't like is that sometimes they renounce completely to any kind of information early in the round and then just explode on one side. That cannot happen.
Iya, harganya juga cakep, Jing.
Early 6 rounds.
Valorant.
Well. We saw the players arrive earlier, but it's time to get them on the Berlin stage. And of course, show you guys at home too, where our 15 teams will be competing over the next 2 weeks. This is where champions will be shaped and history
Sampai pagi nggak nih, Bang? Sampai pagi. Sampai tipes. Anjay.
A masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me,
Penat stage-nya
become
anjing.
eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa,
Berat main kalian
vita
lagi.
brevis.
Hati saya terkenal. Anjay. Gila ya, kayak TI aja. Mereka mempersiapkan ini luar biasa tadi. Berlin kayaknya masih Sentinel dah. Kalau yang Champions baru kayaknya ganti. Nggak miring, feeling gue Berlin udah nggak Sentinel. Gue pengennya VS yang menang anjing. Gue pengen banget lihat VS lawan Sentinel. Gila ya. Productionnya keren cok. Sering banget ya kan. Master Tree anjay. Pepper X. Anjay Aaron. Gambit. Ascent. Sentinels. Chicken bacok. T1 kalah ini mah. Enggak, T1 the best. Enggak, T1 enggak mungkin kalah. T1 TI enggak mungkin kalah. TI the best. Ini belum ada online, belum ada ininya, belum ada yang boleh nonton, cok. Kalau ini udah boleh nonton mungkin bisa sebagus TI. Kalau TI kan udah udah offline terus. Ngelan gitu. Bisa ngerasain vibe-nya anjing. Kalau ini offline kagak ada nonton gitu mah. Lu nggak mau ke situ, Andre? Mau lah goblok. Siapa yang nggak mau anjing? Bos. Galak, bos. Ini stage ya, anjing keren bacok. Ini kelas. Berat emang bikin turunnya official Alex anjing. Iya, weh. Boh, lu lihat, cok. Kayak LoL. Iya, LoL juga bagus. Anjay. Lu masuk ke situ udah ngeri anjing. Badannya udah geter, bos. Baru masuk jalannya udah geter tangan lu. Bendera Polandia anjing. Itu bendera Indo dibalik tai. Itu dikasih koricat lagi dah.
We spoke about this earlier, the impact of Izzy and Cine, but they are finally here in the flesh, Kakuka, just meters away from us.
I just can't. I mean, I've seen this, we've rehearsed this, but every single time I get the goosebumps. This is crazy. We had seen the head-to-head, it's time for the face-to-face.
But look at this nerd chills right now, man.
Sean.
This editing is insane. The stage is gorgeous. Oh my god, if I were these players, I would be so nervous right now.
Are you a bit jealous, Sean? You want to be up there?
I'm incredibly jealous. This is so cool.
Yeah, we'd love to see you up there as well. But also, I gotta say, this is a huge moment, Sean, for Turkey. They have 6 players standing on the international stage.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing is I don't think anyone outside of EMEA saw SMB getting here. You guys might have. I definitely did. I thought that the best player in Turkey was CNED and everyone else was miles away. I was wrong. These guys are incredible, and they have, like you said, 6 of them are on this stage right now.
I'm actually kind of sad, that this. I mean, I'm happy that this is such a strong start for whole Masters. Okay.
Adrenalinnya sih.
Okay. Marshall, okay. Give me a break.
You guys can't hear this, but we're feeling some energy on this stage right now.
Kayak final futsal tau nggak lu? Final futsal ya begini. Final futsal yang antar sekolahnya.
I'm excited to see how these
udah the best anjing.
We're gonna talk about maps real
Vibes-nya
quick
seru
because,
banget. Gimana final begini
already. They played against each other at EMEA playoffs. But Sean, would you like to see those 3 maps come up again?
I mean, I would like to, Yinsu. I don't think we are. That was the only time Ascent has played Split in the last
udah pakai ini ya? Udah pakai stand monitor apa enggak? Apa pakai masih pakai ini? Masih pakai bracket.
And that is scary if I'm on SMB because the last 2 months, these are the stats for Ascent. 6-1 Vine, 7-2 Haven, 5-2 Icebox, 3-0 Breeze. Where are they weak? Nowhere.
Orang waktu itu cuma masih teriak-teriakan kok.
I mean, you need to know what button to push to actually.
Final futsal kelas meeting aja gua geter cek goblok.
It's not easy. That's why they're here. But I feel like I have to agree is nothing like.
Gua terakhir ngerasain feel yang kayak the best itu final futsal anjing.
I doubt that we're gonna see Breeze, but
you know Berlin lebih gede dari yang ada Javik ya? Iya harusnya iya.
I'm down for it.
They've had time, and I think because they know each other so well, they have to do changes, right? Yeah. You can't just do the same thing over and over again. And with that in mind, it's time to reveal the map vetoes, and we've got something special for you guys. Here is our brand new map select. Yeah, that's right, baby. We got floating map in the middle of the stage.
Okay, ini udah mulai kayak Dota anjing, keren banget.
We're probably not expecting to see anything crazy out of the fans. We're not going to want to take away things they're comfortable on. But having seen what they've done in the EMEA playoffs, It's very unlikely
Dota
we
anjing
let
timbul
we
gitu.
see Ascend let that split through. But who knows? They've had a couple of weeks to try and get that map pool back into order.
Oh,
But I
shit,
also will say that,
boys.
Sean, when you asked about the weaknesses, here we go.
Oh yeah, Ascend
there you go.
banning split right off the bat. This is exactly what we expected. Everything is
ini
going
pick
according
dimerahin
to
nih.
plan. I have no idea how the picks are going to happen, but split being taken out by Ascend is a power play.
Oh, and now we have Breeze banned by. So no surprises, no surprises here. Oh, I love this map select. Thank you very much, NA, for coming to EU to actually get the real production.
SMB pick.
Yeah, everything makes sense so far, but this is the first pick, and it is a bind lock straight in there.
Follow tour
Sean, what
official
do you make
baru
of this?
berapa
Yeah,
tahun
that's
aja udah
Ascend's
keren banget.
pick.
Ini baru
And
tahun
that is
pertama
one of my
anjing.
favorite maps to watch them on.
Gila,
And we
keren
won't even
anjing.
get to see
Keren
CNET
banget,
on
Cok.
Jet. I know it's tragic. We're
Kayak
gonna get to see
Dota,
it on
anjing.
Sage most
Apa?
likely.
Udah kayak
'cause
Dota
that's
lah,
what he
udah
locks
kayak
in there.
TI. Kalau
But
misalnya
he is on
dia
the
ini
point.
udah 3 tahun 4 tahun masih kayak
He
TI ya.
is insane on the map. They
Dua
like
tahun,
to
3
run
tahun
the
aja.
controller with Brimstone. They're the best in the
Produksinya
world
pasti
on
kayak
the
TI aja.
Very strong,
Gede-gedean.
especially on the defender
Ini nggak seru
side.
nggak ada
I feel like
penontonnya
they've
aja.
only played,
It's so
against
cool,
Nah, ini
man.
gara-gara
only lost
yang
against
yang
them.
handle
They
juga
were strong,
riot
they developed
anjing.
control, and it worked
Oh,
for them.
tackle
On the other
ngebug
side,
ya,
SMB
untuk
is not
defen-defen
going to
aja.
do it.
I'm on stream ya guys, don't talk about anything.
That scares me a lot because of map
Siapa
control
mau
and because I
mau
love
watch
a good
party,
Brimstone
bos?
combined.
Oh,
No, I'm on stream,
Lalu
don't talk about
Devon
anything.
Coming up second, Kakuka. I know you really wanted to see this.
Yang
Pas
merah
pasti,
ban atau
pas
pick
I
dah?
feel like
Kayaknya
it's Ascend and
ban
I
ya.
love
ban ya?
it.
Oh, di ban. Gua kira pick.
Goblok Andre.
Sumpah keren banget.
Gua kira dia
anjing.
pick anjing.
We're not fooling
Gua nggak
Of course,
expect
ban
nggak-
first, then you fucking pick. You retard.
I don't know. I think just langsung map yang dimainin itu gitu loh.
Yeah, 7-4 in the last
Bro,
couple
it's
months
so
on
cool,
Ascent. I mean, this is
Keren banget
their
anjing
home
itunya,
field.
ganti-ganti
They can
gitu.
hit the
Stage-nya
ace, they can
sih gede
hit
banget,
the
anjing, lu
run
lihat gak
fakes
tadi?
really well
Iya.
on the map.
Gede
And
banget.
Jangan lu kasih tahu Andre.
Ascend is gonna
Kasih
be
tahu lah
picking
goblok, ntar orang
defense
keceplosan.
actually to start on. I think
Tolol.
that's a really
Anjing
good
itu
choice.
pakai
You
bahasa
can
aja
see them
SM
activated on that defensive
SMB
side.
defense-nya keren anjing ganti-ganti
And,
cok.
map
Jepang
3, we're
tuh.
going to go to Icebox if we go to map 3. Sean, what do you make of this one? Are you a fan of Icebox? Are those two teams?
Look, I really think that both these teams are phenomenal on Icebox, right?
Misalkan
It's the
viewer.
map that
Gua kira itu
allows your Jet and your Duelist in
Muter
general
asli,
to
muter
shine.
keren
The
banget
rest of the roles kind of fall into place. There's always going to be that Viper, that Sova, you know, but we're going to get to see the CNET Izzy map 3 potentially Jet on Icebox. Oh my god, it will be insane.
Ben
And
Breeze.
SMB is going to start on defense there.
I mean,
Main
I'm
ban
kind of surprised
Ascend.
because I thought that they were
Sama apa
actually
sih itu tuh,
going to go for
Icebox
the
ya?
attack. They're an aggressive
Cebok.
team, and especially in Icebox, I feel like there's nothing
Ban
wrong with starting attack. I mean,
Nah, kayak
preferably you want to.
2-1
but
ini
we'll see
kayaknya.
if we get to the third map.
Yeah, I mean, we're not
2-1
seeing the
Aceh win.
exact same group
Feeling
of
gue
maps
SMB yang
as
menang dah.
expected, but we are seeing some of
Kenapa?
them, a couple of them.
Feeling gue SMB yang menang.
But let's talk about
Aceh.
Bind first, because that is going to be map 1. This is Ascend's pick, which is pretty much expected,
Dulu masih
Sean,
pengen Evan
given
di
how
Valorant.
dominant they are here.
Kalau gue
Yeah,
jadi lu langsung
exactly.
daftar ke
And
Morph
I
jadi
think
GL.
the first time these two teams met, Pora gave them a lot of trouble on that A side. You can see the map on the floor. That is insane. That's so cool. So
tahu siapa yang masuk.
Pora will set up his Killjoy utility all over this A side. And the reason why this is so
Sekali
weird
mandi,
is because they also
Ntar
have
abis match
Sage,
pertama gue
right?
mandi
They
kayaknya.
have a Killjoy and a
Gue juga
Sage.
olahraga.
And
Satu
then
map dah,
Izzy
satu
likes
map.
playing Killjoy.
Olahraga.
Not really that great
Yalah.
of bind agents
Ajarin
as
dah,
a
mandi
trio,
langsung
so
dah.
they had to make some changes, and that's why Izzy plays Raze usually
mandi
on
cok dari
bind.
kemarin,
It's a
cok.
very uncomfortable map for SMB.
Yeah, I feel that that's the word, uncomfortable. And actually, earlier on
Si
the
Beb tuh
pre-show,
udah
I was like,
ketawa-ketawa
there's some
tuh.
things that I
Ganteng
don't
lu,
like,
bos,
especially
ah,
Power, but he
anjing.
pushes too much.
Gaya-gaya.
Tai lu juga di stage.
Dia di
Lu
sana,
ke
Andre, lu kan,
lu ke
Andre.
situ juga, lu pasti gaya bangsat.
Gue gak mungkin gaya so ganteng.
I feel like it suits the style.
Lu
of
kayak
SMB,
apa?
Lu jelek,
but I just
bego.
feel like it's
Ya
not enough
Allah,
game
gue gak perlu
for
gaya
us.
juga.
I
Semua
mean,
Fir
I
tahu
feel
gue
like
ganteng,
and I
tolol.
want to see Cena perform on the stage. I think it has to be a good start for him.
When I watch SMB
No, kayak
go
gini
on
aja
bind,
cool
I
gitu,
love
santai.
great
Paling
start
ganteng
on
dah lu.
right outside Hookah.
Tuh,
He controlled
ngocok-ngocok
Hookah
tangan.
circle a lot.
Darens
That's
dulu
what
ya kan, ya
allowed
kan, Dre?
Pora to lock down the A
Apa?
side with the turret stop
Darens
triple,
dulu,
the
lihat
turrets
tadi
for-
Darens.
for U-Haul, as well as crazy alarm bot placements that allowed like reactions from his team. So they have so many little
Buset.
tricks up their sleeve.
I mean,
Tebar-tebar
this is the
ganteng nih orangnya.
problem, right? We saw with some of the EM.
Iya, malu nonton, iya. Nggak usah senyum, anjing.
Run Astra had a bigger success rate, and the teams that didn't run Astra just struggled. Do you feel
Idi.
like this is the difference maker? Do SMB have to run the Astra?
Oh, liatin terus tuh kamera, uploadin lo. Tiba-tiba 320 aja nangis lu anjing.
320 apaan?
Tiba-tiba waktu main skornya 320. Ente gaming.
Oh, goblok.
Maybe if you make it, or if you
Repat,
really work to
anjing.
make it work, but on paper, it's gonna look like it suits SMB. I still don't think it was enough. I have to say though that when they lost this map against Ascend, they just came back from getting their visas ready. I remember this moment when we were in
Kelihatan
final.
banget bedanya ya anjing. Gue ngeliat layar gue di monitor sama di HP. Beda banget warnanya bangsat.
What about you, Sean? Because you know in NA, Astra is still very much a viable pick, but in EMEA, not many teams are running her.
I actually kind of disagree with
Sinat
it.
nih.
I think Astra is
Geter
an
deh.
insane.
Ini, lu yang jago tuh. Nyantai mukanya.
Astra, you can use those gravity wells to take control of shower. You can use the gravity well to instantly take that long B area. And I agree, after patch 3.0 with those delays to the gravity well, I believe it's 1.4
Itu tadi sponsor apa Turkish Islands?
She's got that little bit of a nerf, and we've seen a decline in her.
Dia ada
but
sponsor
she's
Turkish
still
Islands
mega
itu ya.
viable, and I love it.
Kanannya.
I think, and I am going to bet that there's going to be some
Gue
changes
enak liat di layar
coming from
HP gue anjing lebih
SMB
jelas.
because they knew two things. They knew two things. They knew
Layar
that they
monitor
wanted
gue
to
warnanya
battle
jelek
Maybe we'll
anjing.
see it later in the competition,
Apa
but
Zoe
against
kan?
Ascend,
Iya.
knowing how they play and knowing that you have not tested
Don't like that.
what you have
Itu
prepared,
member
you
Ascend
know
ada
that
yang main
this is
reso
such a strong
10, 24,
start, everybody's
7,
going to be
68
watching.
anjir.
So if you have that ace,
Biasanya
you're not
pas
gonna use it now. So
kan
they
bagian
save that,
custom
but
kagak
they
full.
know that Ascend
Sama
is
star
going to
kagak
be
full.
bind against them. So 100% bet.
Itu river masing
Sebenarnya nggak peduli sih sebenarnya sih.
Iya betul.
I do actually want
Yang penting sajikan gue tembakan maut.
going into Iceland.
Halo Vania.
Everybody was kind of hyped
What up,
about
what up?
Fnatic's bind because they were
Ini,
one of the
nih,
best
pemain
bind
Ascend yang
teams in the world. And I
1024
think
nih.
outside
Si
of
Bonkol
Sentinels, they
kayaknya
weren't
ini.
even really that challenged,
Bonkol.
or they didn't even lose on
Keren sih
bind
namanya.
until they met Sentinels.
Mereka
But
nggak
the
pakai ini
problem
anjing
that,
apa earphone gitu ya?
Boaster Mini said was that
Oh,
because
masih pakai
everybody
bracket.
liked their bind, they knew what they
Hah,
did.
nggak pakai-
they
nggak
had
pakai
to make
earphone?
changes. And
Iya
if
dia
you
pakai
nggak sih?
itunya
look
langsung.
at the way
Enggak itu
that
dia pakai
Ascend
itunya
have
langsung,
played
lihat dah.
bind, they've
Itu
had the
noise
same
cancel.
comp for
Noise cancelling
14
doang.
games in a
Tuh.
row. So do
Nggak
you
pakai,
feel
anjing.
like they also need to make
Lah
changes
iya.
here?
I don't know. I mean, they win 61% of their attack rounds, 74% of their
Pamer,
defensive
support
rounds.
like.
I am a little worried about
Wah,
what you
anjing,
said
si
because
Pursia
there's
keren banget,
so
Bang.
much footage on them and
Yeah.
Starks
Getar
are
nggak sih di
like
atas stage?
great
Nggak tahu dah. Kalau gue kayak
control
kencing
of that
kencing
guy, right?
berdiri
He'll
gue.
send in the guiding light, he'll send in the tiger.
Rrrr,
Trying to
gitu-gitu.
clear out showers. Sometimes he's
Anjing,
by
keren
himself,
banget, Cok,
sometimes it's a
kursinya.
4-person
Nasional
shower
lain.
hit.
Ini nggak ada nonton loh, gimana nonton ya? Anjing gue terakhir ngerasain vibe kayak gini aja cuman
Which one it is,
final
but
futsal
when you
anjing.
have the footage, you can figure it out. So
Lawan
I'm
STI,
worried
lo tau
for
STI nggak, Vi?
in that regard.
I mean, we saw this double
Mana
sih,
all
Raffi?
over the place.
Sekolah tunas Indonesia, bego di Bintaro. Yang deket sekolah Jepang.
Teams actually
Ah,
learn how
kenapa?
to do it. So
Terakhir
everybody making
gue ngerasain
changes. I
kayak
feel like
feel kayak
SMB
gini
has to
di
be
itu
one
doang
of them,
anjing.
as I was
Waktu
saying.
futsal
Main bola.
acaranya dia, iya.
I've always done when he was in Heretics. Now
Lawan
he's,
SMA Negeri
on
4. Gue
SMB.
inget, bukan
And
Negeri
I feel
4,
like
Negeri
Killjoy
12 ya.
and Sentinels like Killjoy Cypher in this map.
12
It's
bukannya
kinda
di
bold.
ini.
It's just two last year, you know.
Nggak, jadi kan banyak pesertanya kan.
Yeah,
Finalnya
the
lah ketemu dia.
season's moved on.
Ketemu
yeah,
4
the
atau
season,
12 gue
and I
lupa.
feel like if you really, I mean, if you're going to play like power plays, just
Terus
make sure
observer
they
jangan bego.
shoot
Kayak
and
gini
gather
mah udah
that
observer udah nggak mungkin
information.
bego anjing. Ini
Power
observer
play is something
18
that
lah kayaknya dah.
you use different roles, so you can gather
Ini
and
observernya
have control
internasional
of the
anjing.
map without
Jangan
Nggak mungkin
jangan
tahu.
bandingin sama yang kemarin. Kemarin
Yeah,
mah
that's why
stupid.
I actually think this is
Ini
difficult
observernya
for
observer
Izzy
NA, Cok.
because he is forced into the
Bagus,
scenario where they have a Killjoy and a Sage, and there's not a lot of things that you can
Semoga
do
bukan
on
observer
the
PGL.
attack side,
Futsal.
right? Especially if you
Iya,
have Jet in
terakhir
there
futsal
too.
gue kayak
So
gini.
he almost has to be raised. So that way he has the boom bot. So he has the paint
Ngerasain
ball,
vibe
and
gini
they
tau gak lu?
can
Lu
access hoop,
masang
they can access
sepatu gitu
shower
kan, kaos
as much as
kaki,
they
udah mau
still
tanding
can,
final
and
gitu
they
kan.
won't be able to
Wah,
do that with a Jet.
But I also
best
gotta
feeling
say, you know,
ever.
CNED, not going to see him on the jet right off the bat. A lot of fans are going to be disappointed. But if Ascend were to make changes, is that the kind of change you want to see?
Kayak bisa
Or do
futsal
you
aja lu,
want to
Ndre.
see maybe
Adam.
Starkso or Zeke do something different?
No, I would want to see
Orang
CNET
kayak
on
lu
the
mah,
Jet.
udah. Tidur aja di rumah.
I have these
Tahu-tahu
memories
Sinet
in
pakai
my head
res,
of him
anjing.
just peeking shower on FPX, and FPX is so like
Futsal juga di bench, mata lu di bench anjing. Gua pemain inti tai. Lu gila kali. Bol-bol kali. Orang-orang sejago gua di bench. Pelatih gue udah gila. Pelatih gue juga tahu gue dia waras.
I do not want to see changes.
Gue pasti
because I
main
feel
main
like
pertama
maybe
gue
you can
Andre
move
kamu.
to, let's say a Soba, okay? That is something that you can play also with this composition. I feel like CNET needs to have
Menangnya
the
drama
freedom
lagi
to
kan,
not use
penalti
his
gitu.
abilities for
Wah.
the team, but more for himself. So if we put him on Soba,
Camat
he's
lu
always
Andre.
gonna
Camat
have to
apaan
switch
anjing?
his
Camat
positioning
bukannya
for the favor of the team. So I feel
Ih,
like,
ini tai.
I mean, he's a Jet player. He needs the freedom.
Yeah.
Yang ngurus-ngurus
There's no
dokumen bangsa.
scenario where we don't want to see him on the jet, you know, every day of the week. But now we know the map picks. I
Lu
wanna
tau nggak,
get
Dre,
your
kalau caster nggak boleh
prediction
restream?
for the whole series, you know.
Emang
We
iya?
got
Nggak
Bind,
tahu
we got Ascent, and we've got Ice.
Bayangin apa
Box.
kartir di situ.
I'll give you a minute
Camat
to think.
cadangan
I
mati.
mean, I
Mata
back
lu cadangan
Ascent for
mati.
the whole tournament, so it's gonna be
Gua nggak pernah diganti, tai. Lu kalau nggak percaya, lu ke Facebook STI lu tanya tuh pertandingan bangsat. Lu tanya tuh sama adminnya, siapa main roster anjing.
I feel like it's gonna go to third map no matter what. I wanted to go to third map. I feel
Orang
like
lu udah kayak Xavi Hernandez dah gue main futsal dah. Gila lu.
But Kakuka, who do you think? Who are you?
Asis gue sih, host belakang gue sih the best.
Massive place, and I'm gonna give you a reason, and it's going to be a good one. I feel like Ascent perform better on the pressure. I mean, of course, the pressure is here, we're seeing it, but I feel like if they go into that lower, they're gonna perform better for the rest of the competition.
Orang kayak lu mau ngambilin bola yang keluar dari lapangan, goblok. Pertandingan futsal kagak ada anjing yang bolanya keluar. Kan ada jaringnya bangsat. Asis buat lawan ya, gila lu. Udah kayak Xavi Hernandez dibilangin.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side of this,
Golin sih, golin ke gawang sendiri.
Gue nggak, golin tuh nggak penting, yang penting asis buat temen gue mah.
that lower bracket is
The
scary.
best. Lu pegang siapa, Andre? Gue pegang Secret.
I don't see it happening. I think Ascend as such a dominant buying team. They have the perfect comp in this meta, and even if the anti-strats come out from SMB, I think
Lama banget dah ngomong, main apa?
Mereka lagi unlock skin, bego. Lagi upgrade Radiant Knight.
Oh iya, gue liat meja, gue minta nyokap bokap gue beliin meja dulu.
Meja TK kali ya.
Kayak dia paling jago kan, Dre, pas
Meja
pas iya. Bener.
Meja TK kali.
Udah lu berasa paling jago nggak lu? Tau nggak lu final gitu kan? Lu masuk udah kayak berasa Liga Champion, tau nggak lu? Padahal yang nonton cuma dari kedua belah pihak sekolah dan admin aja, admin panitia aja.
Tapi kalau ada cewek yang lu suka ya lu gas.
Wah, itu sih the best feeling, you know. Itu the best
Tapi dulu
feeling.
gitu sih. Halo.
Anda langsung super tryhard ya, Nek?
Wah, gila itu gua nggak ada capeknya gua main.
Nggak, lari lu udah kayak siapa? Udah kayak ada flash anjing.
Futsal mana aja jarang lari anjing, orang sempit lapangannya. Ini kalau kayak gini tiba-tiba break ke tengah court gimana ya? Duh, turun-turun gitu.
Kagak mungkin lah ngentot.
Ya siapa tahu goblok.
Dia punya banyak cadangan anjing.
Half dikencengin, half dikencengin.
Punya banyak ini dia cadangan.
Wasitnya kan goblok.
Lu tau gak sih yang Woxy dulu yang monitornya rusak langsung diganti?
Bulan lalu sih gue turnamen futsal cewek juga gitu. Lu turnamen futsal di mana anjing nih corona begini? Lawan siapa lu jing? Lawan Madun. Pernah kepleset nggak lu? Kepleset apaan? Kepleset di lapangan futsal pernah lah. Makanya sebelum main tuh sepatu lu cuci lu pakai Coca-Cola anjing alasnya.
Biar lengket.
Yoi, itu tips bro. Beli Coca-Cola, gesekin ke kaki anjing. Pura-pura cedera nggak? Gue pernah pura-pura cedera juga pernah anjing. Lawan gue di kartu merah. Gara-gara awalnya gue yang iseng duluan, gue tarik-tarikin bajunya. Kalau misalnya dia dekat gue tarik. Dia kesel kayak dah. Gue bawa bola kan, gue geser dikit, ditonjok gue anjing. Kayak tangannya main gitu ke belakang, ditabok gitu gue suka. Wah shit, langsung gitu, pura-pura jatuh gue. Tapi sakit anjing, berdarah ngentot bibir gue. Langsung kayak gue pura-pura jatuh ya diem. Wasitnya ngeliat langsung prit kartu merah. Dia duluan shit, langsung gitu anjing. Gue pura-pura nggak denger aja. Pura-pura budek gue. Kalau futsal kan lu kartu merah bisa langsung ganti kan. Pemain berempat gitu dulu berapa menit lupa gue. Di core siapa aja Andre? Ada Taker, Raffi, Cahya, Jo.
How would you respond?
Jo udah nggak ada.
Jo lagi ambil makan. Seru nggak sih ya? Hologram agentnya muncul di saat.
Emang hologram ya kagak kan?
Nggak tahu dah.
Ini kalau stage kayak ini ke distract kasih tak?
Apa?
Ke distract kasih sama lighting-lightingnya lu?
Nggak tahu lah.
Lu.
Oh enggak.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for your insight. I'm very excited about what's
Ini
going to happen
lightingnya.
next because we are
Kalau alay
heading
anjing kalau
into
di
the
stage.
Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Keren,
The
tai.
first agent
Ya
select
keren,
of
cuma buat playernya
Masters
kayak
Berlin. Kakuka is
Kan mereka
expecting
fokus ke
some
layar ya,
surprises,
anjing.
you know. I
Coba
definitely
tahu.
would like to
Kalau
see
mengganggu
some
mah turnamen warnet juga ganggu tuh depan-depanan sama musuhnya.
Itu mah ajak lu.
Bisa lihat-lihatan anjing. Iya kan?
Bisa bacot online, bacot
Iya.
offline anjing.
Itu lebih mengganggu. Kalau ini mah jauh anjing. Fokus crosshair aja udah.
We probably won't see it, but these two teams, you know, with a coaching staff behind them as well, they've given us some surprises in the past. They're definitely two teams that are willing to push the boundaries a little bit here and there, especially in a scenario where they're going up against each other. I'm sure that Agent Select is pretty much gonna be with
Ini
you
Sinet
guys
liatin kamera mulu
soon
nih.
on the way. But also,
Sinet proses
he's a little,
This is the start, guys.
smirk.
This is just
Ya,
the beginning.
I do want to say though, Kakuka, being on the same stage
Kayak
as
pemain
the
Fnatic dia nih
players,
orang.
like, I
Siapa
don't
ya?
know how you feel, but I feel really, really pumped about this, hearing them cheer and scream and kind of already hype each other up.
Ada scream versi nggak olahraga anjing.
Of course, they have all the white noise, and they're not
Doma,
going to
iya,
be able
Doma
to
ya.
see the
Nggak
hear
tahu
the
gua.
other team, but we're going to be able to hear everything. So things are going to go crazy here.
Yeah, and speaking of the white noise, so we played the show match with the white noise, and yeah, you can't
Incredibly
hear
Udah mulai tuh,
anything
goyang-goyang
outside
badan.
your headphones. But
Getar-getar
another
lucu.
cool aspect about this stage is there's lighting on the
Pepper X bisa show off
outsides of
nggak ya
the desk.
kira-kira,
And
Andre?
something I
Soalnya
had a
saya
question
kan online
was,
mulu.
you know, you can blind the other team and
Lawan
see the
VS sih
light hit
susah
their
sih.
face.
Harusnya tapi
Actually, the
ya
players
dapat lah.
cannot see the other players on the other
Dapat
side
skor
because of those
7-6,
lights in front of
dapat
their
8,
desk.
dapat harusnya.
It's such an insane little feature.
VS too strong.
500
It's so-
IQ.
Pepper X versus VS
Katanya menang
kira-kira gimana?
Pepper X anjing.
Kenapa?
Katanya menang Pepper X anjing.
Kan udah disiram keyboard sama si Benkai.
Tapi Benkai badet juga dah anjing di
Iya, yang
interview.
press conference ya.
Tiba-tiba ngomong Chinese anjing.
I cannot speak English. I'm just kidding, I can speak English.
It's Mitch and Tom.
Ya udah mau mulai nih.
Thank you very much,
Nah,
Sue.
udah mulai
Yeah,
nih,
we're
udah mulai
gonna
tuh,
drop in
udah
just for a
di
moment and
in-game
talk
tadi.
a little bit about what we can expect from this exciting series. But before I touch on that, Tom, how cool was that map
Kalau
select?
kalah di grup stage 1 kali bakal ada LB. Ada LB.
For 3 days, and I still can't believe it.
Well, it's a big problem for us because our screens are here and we spend half our time going, wow.
Ini orang
isn't
kenapa
that
pakai daster,
really
anjing?
cool? I love all of this stuff, and you just have people in your ear going like, you should see what's on the screen behind you. It's like, oh, okay. I guess I can face this way and ignore all of the cool lights and pretty things. We've seen about 8
Mau ya dia beli baju begitu ngintip bolong-bolong. Bangsat.
Especially, I love the when the
Gue dikasih juga, gue nggak pakai anjing.
the floor and it turns.
Halo Andre, halo.
It absolutely
Kevin
is. Listen, you're
Angkoso.
going to be back with us in a moment, but first we've got to throw back down and figure out what
Per grup ada 3 orang yang lolos. 2 setahu gua. 2 apa 3 sih, Tak?
2
doang kan? Lu oper lagi anjing, kapan mainnya
to make sure that we give Mitch and Tom a little bit of screen time before I press the start game button. Sorry
Cosplay
guys.
gembel itu
But I'm
dibayar.
ready now to press it. I believe Agent Select is ready. The Prime Gaming Agent Select, so we can go and see what these guys are going to be picking. Actually, Tom, I think you should stand like that all the time. The back of your head is a little bit better than the front. Now, you guys
Ini
can see
persenannya
at
maksudnya apa?
home these
Berapa kali dia
agents you're
nge-pick?
seeing right now in
Oh,
black and white
agentnya.
are actually
Yeah.
the most picked
Di map ini,
agents
di
for
map
the
ini.
individual players on this
on this
map.
map.
So there
Anjing,
you go.
100% juga di Asen.
on
Bain ini nih,
the
coba man.
Brimstone
Bain
of all
anjing.
time. So this isn't
It's
Ya kali pakai Brimstone di Bain tak ngentot 85%.
Astra pick for Brave. It's
Lu ngerti nggak, Dre? Dia ngomong
Gak ada yang tahu dulu masih season 1
Oh iya
banyak.
dulu sih banyak.
Belum tahu aja di masa saya dipakai Brimstone ngentot.
But you know, this was kind of expected. I really,
Line-up
really want
Joy
to see
Molly.
it as well.
Iya,
But
siapa
so
tahu ada yang
far,
pakai
Sean,
Brimstone di Asian
they're
ntar
going
di
with something
masternya.
Yeah, both teams going tried
Oh,
and true
Sinet,
here.
kenapa
Sinet going with
Sage?
the Sage Bone
Kan emang
Cold.
sakit dia di Bain.
Habis nobar ini nggak nobar horor ya, Andre? Nobar kita, nobar horor.
Lu kira dia main di Bristak kan?
Bukas English dong, Andre.
Anjing
I
3
cannot,
starter.
I cannot speak
Oh,
London.
shit. Enggak.
Okay,
Oh,
no
Sky.
raise, Sean. No raise, but easy.
Dude, he's not playing Sage.
Oh my god, drop the mic
Easy
right
jet,
now.
Danny.
I expect the changes for this.
Wow.
Spora, not playing Sentinel and playing Viper. Thank you. Jesus,
Masih
hear
pada pakai
my
Viper ya
prayer.
sana ya?
This
OP anjing
is
Viper tolong.
incredible. What the
Iya,
agents
emang.
are
Masalah.
in now.
Lu
I'm
taruh
so
oleh
grateful
orang
for
kena
it.
damage
Definitely,
anjing.
but I
Ya Sinet
cannot
nggak jet.
wait to see what's
Gua
Anjas,
and
nggak
dubstep.
perlu
Dubstep
lihat Sinet
sekarang.
jet anjing. Gue perlu lihat Sinet main AWP.
Iya, nggak salah. Sinet pakai jet ya udahlah, jago lah. AWP-nya terlalu jago ya, Dek.
I mean, we got 4 players all going with different agents, but
Oh,
we
shit.
don't even get
We start,
time
boys.
to sit
Bone
and dwell
cold.
on that. We're jumping into map number 1, kicking off Masters 3 strong with Ascend versus Supermassive Blaze, a rematch of the Challengers game, and we start it the same way here on Bind. Supermassive Blaze with a very
Si Sinet
different
masih pakai
composition
Rosaya
this time
Sinat
around.
gitu.
Yeah, the desk don't get much
Ada,
time to talk.
kayak
We
ada kan
don't
dia
either,
sama
because
2-0
I
lagi deh.
imagine- But it's going to be a relatively quick pistol round, but the changes they've made, the first one I want to point out is Turco on Sky. I don't think he's
Langsung
ever
salah
played Sky
ini.
before, so this is something that they were prepping, they were planning. They knew they were up against Ascend, they knew this is their best map. They have prepared very well for this matchup and come out with something completely different.
They're going to
Big
come in
risk.
They're coming in flooding the map with information. Russ and Turco playing those Sky and Sofa comms can be dangerous. Already on the site here, Ascend are going to be grabbing the plants. This is a strategy we've seen plenty over in EMEA at least. Coming out of that, putting the wall down and grabbing that post-plant position. Cold trying to be sneaky up in the corner, but looks like it's going to be a very delayed retake from Supermassive Blaze. Bogle just jumped on top of the wall. He's a madman.
Yeah, losing that early player could be a little bit more of a problem.
Oh, Story!
What's happened? He's got a little bit lost in the mix, and somehow this has come back into a 3v2 scenario. The time ticking. They're just diffusing.
Dari nyabu langsung 3K gila. Dari nyabu langsung 3K.
Iya anjing.
Retard. Gave them a few warning shots before.
Dari nembak angin 3K nggak?
Are coming in all day long. Wow. Starzo getting her hearts jumping a little bit, but coming out with the pistol now. Ascend have that 1-0 advantage. We're starting this.
Starzo yang gaya-gaya bukan? Pengen gue hina-hina dia.
Nggak tahu. Yang gaya-gaya si Ziggs tau gue yang pakai kacamata kan?
Nggak tahu. Tadi si Boncolt kayaknya.
And Supermassive Blaze, who again have chosen to start on the defense, really weren't able to get the ball running last time around.
No, and they're playing up against a team who have an incredible attack on this map. Like Ascend
ya kenal nih tak
the
ternyata
best of the best when it comes to buying, at least within their region. This is aggressive though. They're almost just going to be
ini Starso getar-getar nih gue liat-liat anjing.
This round, the B side completely open, and obviously Mitch are trying to make this one.
Where's the CNET cam? Halo, gue mau liat Corsair-nya.
They love farming up these rounds. Every single player is going to be bringing value to the table. In fact, Seeker is going to be
nice. Let's go.
And it might not be
bos, keep it up. Gue udah ult ini. Mau kemana?
Anjing sini kill 4 nggak tiba-tiba. Dari mana anjing?
Kofrek.
Anjing Black Bar. Ini Black Bar apa stretch ya? Gak tau.
1024 di jam 8 anjing deh soalnya. Jelek banget.
Realistically, keeping it as clean as possible now gives them everything they need.
Jelek banget.
That's the thing. Seekers is
wah, Generation X anjing lu lihat noh, boleh.
You can spot out any maybe weak pieces to yourself and then it can be a
Smackdown golnya anjing. Baru ya?
Oh, udah 1-5-2-0 aja.
Iya, udah. Sana dak, gue pakai tak. Sana dak.
Cek dulu bos.
Si anjing TP kayak nggak ada.
Bingung.
Iya.
Aduh.
Ya Allah, bonus menang nggak?
Belum sih dak. Tapi dia bisa resist di sini sih.
Have a much better chance of closing it out with the spike plants.
I can rest.
Uncontested.
It's weird. It looked like SMB almost.
Kalau kesini Gip anjing. Siapa Gip?
By those extra rotations and pulled things back at least a little bit more with the fact that they went through the TP, managed to still have 2 players on site. The res, though, has changed things a little bit. The perfect scenario for CNED is he gets kills, he gets a res, and now they have themselves a man advantage.
Exactly, that post-plant res coming through puts Ascend way in the lead. The man advantage, the weapons retrieved. This was a bonus round, one that Supermassive Blaze wanted to get away with in relatively flawless fashion. They bunuh. Weapon Izzy running for the hills towards the A side. Guaranteed third for Ascend.
Yeah, big round.
Suara lu masuk. Woi, Starso.
Gue
panggil lu EXO aja dah, biar gampang.
Oh iya, itu yang gaya tadi Ndre, Starso anjing.
Iya kan? Belaga, yang bergaya di awal. Geter kan lu?
Lah, dia 6-0, lu jangan gitu Ndre.
Iya benar.
They might do better than anyone. It's just going into the site as a unit.
Oke, gua pakai 1520. Oke.
As said, the res definitely helped.
No problem.
Starzo's flash coming out of hookah really just bought them all that space. The whole point of having those vandals on range is that they could take those fights and be able to really get themselves the advantage. And instead, they end up getting destroyed. This is probably the best tech pause I've seen.
Yeah, there's almost a part of me that goes, have they added in a tech pause?
Game lu ngalangin Sinet, Dre, anjir minggir. Bangsat lu ya, Ganan juga gue daripada Sinet. Perkara facecam ya.
Tuh Sinetnya sepatunya fans.
Facecam taruh di bawah killfeed aja, Dre. Back mau lu pada. Killfeednya di mana sih?
Kanan bawah.
And I feel like even we haven't seen everything yet. And it's so nice, little floating spark up there. The waves down below, but hopefully the players will be ready to kick back off and just.
Gua taruh mana ya? Gua taruh kanan atas kali ya, kanan atas.
This is going to be a real tough thing for Supermassive Blaze to swallow. Because remember, they're making these changes, drastic changes. Like you said,
Goblok kok ini gua taruh
playing
anjing,
an
salah
agent he has
goblok.
never played in an official before. You do that when you know, hey, everything we did last time sucked. It didn't work. And they didn't even
Taruh
think
sini
they
kali ya.
could remedy it in time, so they start to try and
Permintaan Virus tolong dituruti. Babi lu. Kanan atas aja. Lu pada mau nyapa? Bangsat. Udah taruh sini coba, kita tes dulu, tes dulu.
Ascend's attack at all.
No, I think as well that a lot of the other choices that we've seen are players almost going back to a comfort pick, like Izzy switching
Gimana
back
cara
over
mereka
to a
bikinnya ya,
Jet.
keren
Well, we
banget
know that
anjing.
he has played Raze on this map a couple of times. Obviously on the attack side, Raze has always been quite an integral part.
Kalau gua taruh kanan situ ngalangin juga.
So we're gonna have to see how they adapt to that.
Coba ya, tungguin mereka mulai. Gua biar bisa kira-kira taruh mana.
Brave has been more than competent on, and then obviously the switch from Sky to Sova for Russ is again, Sova is an agent which he has played almost religiously in this team at least, although going back even further, he was also on a Jet. So we've seen this team adapt a lot in the past. Like coming into this roster, we almost just went Russ and Izzy? How's that going to work? But it was like someone taking a back seat, and they're more than willing to switch up their roles. It's early days in this map, but the problem is there are not many, if any, teams that beat Ascend on this map. So I think although they've changed a lot, although they've come up with a few cool new ideas, they've switched to agents which I think are incredibly strong on this map, I still put it firmly in Ascend's favor.
The one thing that I'll give them is that when it comes to those anti-eco rounds,
Gimana kalau facecam gua kecilin, gua taruh di tengah crosshair.
This is where you're playing much more conservative. Because, for example, if a lot of your rounds are going to be based around pushing up through Bath, you're not going to do that when they have Spectres in their hands. They can force those close range duels, take the number advantages, and then find the trades after. So I think the way they played it was certainly a good structure for an anti-eco. The only problem is now they have to show us what they've got right away, pretty much off the bat. This coming up in this round is going to be an eco out of the most likely, but after that, they don't really get any room to breathe because Ascend will have built up so much economy. We saw that Prime Gaming flawless in just the second round. They got away with the third with pretty much all their players alive thanks to that res. Their economy is stacked.
I actually base my look off SMBs.
Itu layar apa sih?
MBS, sorry.
MBS, yeah.
Mereka pakai apa?
Alienware.
Alienware. Cuma ditutupin nih.
Iya, soalnya bukan sponsor resmi mereka. Cuma sponsornya Riot.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be jealous of everyone, it seems. Like, that's the thing. Everybody goes in for hair and makeup every morning. I have to hear that. And I just get makeup.
Yeah, I've never seen a man get makeup on the back of his head, but with the stunt you pulled earlier, it's a good job they did, huh?
To color it in. I was saying that they need to get, like, you know, one of those sort of like circular paint brushes that just goes up walls.
Oh yeah.
It will just take them a lot less time.
Paint it on.
Instead, it's just like little taps on the top of my head. We're there for at least 4 hours before every shot. I was actually here since 2 a.m.
Gitu konsepnya jadi cross.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm dedicated to my craft.
That's impressive. Yeah, they just looked at me and said, "Nah, don't bother. It's beyond salvage at this point."
Put a little bit on the eyes. Everyone will look at that.
Yeah,
shining. Let's give him a really bright jumper so that nobody notices.
People look elsewhere. Exactly. Exactly. Man, there's so much to talk about in this series, though. Thankfully, obviously we're starting on Bind as we've seen.
Tim luar yang ada player ceweknya ada nggak, Dre?
I'm wondering whether that's going to
put
Supermassive Blaze down in the dumps. So you come into the tech pause and it's not like
itu yang digosok-gosok di tangan buat nyerap keringet apa buat angetin setahu gua. Cuma kalau angetin jadi nggak keringetan anjing.
Yeah, obviously for anybody wondering, they're currently discussing strategy. Like that's what this is. They're trying to work it out by.
It's taking way too long to get that one synced up, guys. Come on.
Imagine if you're on the other team and you're just looking at that like, really?
Yeah, we're
sat here to think about what we need to do. These guys are just trying to do a wave.
We beat you last time, and you're doing this? Come on.
They beat them in the series, but this time around, obviously, they're not going to get split out as a second map. That ban right off the bat was certainly a good decision when it came to Ascend. So now they're going to get Ascent up as a second map. One of my least favorite things to do, cast Ascend on Ascent, because it gets very confusing.
Yeah, and the thing is, obviously, we're talking about the top competition when it comes to EMEA, but their results haven't been particularly good. Like they've been playing against Gambit, who are a phenomenal team, took them to overtime, solid result, but at the same time you're now looking at a different beast completely. We talk about Turkish Ascent as being, I would say, the best in the world. Like I would say the amount of teams that are good on that map from that.
Kayak gini mereka bawa superlightnya berapa biji ya? Mereka bawa superlightnya berapa biji? Kalau rusak,
2 pasti 2 rata-rata bawa cadangan aja.
Biasa 2. Yang maksimal 2, Dre. Minimal 1 maksimal 2.
So
Bawa 2 mouse, 1 headset,
You kind of
1
have to look at it and go
2
that
keyboard
I would
gitu.
give this map heavily to Ascend,
Enggak lah, 2
the
mouse
next
lah.
map
Keyboard
heavily
sih
to
gua nggak tahu
SMB.
sih kemarin sih.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're ready to get back into it. The Turkish throwdown starting off yet again, but unfortunately it won't be an action-packed
Kita coba
round,
fast
or
game
at
gue ya.
least on paper it should
Izzy has
be.
a rifle.
Gua tutupin Prime Gaming aja kali ya, Prime
Supermassive
Gaming.
Blaze not going to be delving deep into their pockets for this one. This round should be a moneymaker for Ascend, but when you look at Supermassive Blaze and you look at what they're investing, Izzy is really gambling on himself, getting a couple of kills and an ult orb so he can have that Blade Storm out in the next round. Let's see if he's going to get any value out of that.
It seems like they've also used Pora as a bit of a contingency plan, because one of the other things I wanted to bring up is the fact that I want to see the operator in hand for Izzy. It's a complete game changer. He's someone who can get far more aggressive when he has that weapon in hand. It does look like, though, they're going to use the remainder of the players who don't currently have the weaponry as a bit of a bait and switch. So they'll take the initial shot, they'll take the bullet for their teammate if anybody goes in that direction. However, well, they're not.
Yeah, they're looking to pressure over towards the A side for now. Ascend still leaving the door open, leaving themselves a couple of options in the early stages. A wall bang onto Pora, and that might even have been through a couple of Viper walls. That's not something you see all too often.
I'm still confused as to what he just did. Zeke's just going to go blast packing through and find himself another, and well, unfortunately the nice little bait and switch they had is instead going to turn out from a full retake from behind with 1 gun. Not looking good.
Yeah, they know full well that this is a flank play. You saw the markers go down. Bit of a risk for Killez.
Nyabun, bos.
Got the Spectre to play.
Lan first game tuh pasti sabun anjing.
They're gonna let Bone Cold do the legwork.
Sinet enggak tuh?
Making his way up behind.
Tahu, lu nggak lihat tadi Sinet wallbang anjing.
And here's
Wallbang.
Bone Cold.
Bone Cold.
A collateral to close that one out, and very little loss with
Gimana nih Supermassive Balls anjing?
Online semua ya, via.
Tahu,
Kemarin jago banget ya tak.
One of the questions that a lot of people had is
Tapi itu Turkol dia kasih Turko ngentot jago banget.
What the fuck?
I think that was something that people were wondering. Well, he's 8-1.
Iya, makanya aku wallbang ya,
and
aku
currently
bilang.
with over 400 ACS. So
Makanya kaget tadi Cok, mati di mana itu Sinet itu anjing.
Yeah, it looks like he's feeling relatively comfortable.
AWP solo.
he's not even on his favorite agent either.
Look at the cash, man.
Sinet
Look at the
AWP-nya
credits
Prism.
stacked up. Now Izzy
Iya, gua ada
coming in
kok.
with the operator
Iya,
dropped
gua
down
AWP
over, he's
butong
one away
anjing.
from Bladestorm as well. This could be a
AWP
strong
gua.
round for him, but there's no opponents to
Grand
take down.
finalis.
Bone Cold is faking out
Ascend
Hookah,
apa
making
SMB?
some presence,
Yang
but
grand
it's the A
finalis.
side that Ascend are looking
SMB.
towards.
SMB.
They
SMB
saw
kemarin.
that early flank
SMB
that
on
came
itu
through
kan
from
si
Supermassive
Gambit.
Blaze in the previous round when they pushed down through Hookah. Now they're hoping that beat pressure is going to get the same reaction out of the A players so they can punish them. But because of how advanced Izzy is, how far pushed down he is, that's not going to happen. And so Supermassive Blaze will just sit down, stay calm.
Yeah, it's surprising though that I think the
Terus
flash
gunanya
was
Astra
baited
Star
to
di
the
shower
coming
itu buat
three
apa
shot on the
anjing?
B side, even though
Tahu,
there is
nggak
currently
diambil
nobody
anjing,
there.
baru
The
diambil.
rotation will come in at least
Panik,
a
panik, panik.
little bit later, but Zeke
Kinap.
is already making his move.
Keren banget
Make their way
lompatannya.
onto the side here, Zeke trying to backstab as they go for the plant. Position still being watched. Still being stared at. He can't really
I think
move
SMG
just yet,
SMB
but
gonna
as he
lose.
swings into Pora,
Iya,
that's
mapnya
the opening
katanya
kill
penjago
for
ban
them.
kan
Spike
Acan kan.
down, Ascend with full control. The only thing that can potentially help Supermassive Blaze out, we got Izzy rotating in, operator in hand, and of course the Seekers to reveal a couple of these players.
Brave the furthest forward. He's going to try and use a little bit of utility to try and hold them back, but the time has been ticking and they really haven't got much control whatsoever. The peek in is almost just a V, as they also have Zeke alongside, and I wonder if they're just going to have to back out of this
Dia
one.
bener
The
temennya
clock too far gone, a solid
Iya, dia
flash
bener
at
temen.
least to catch up another, but Zeke is just going ham. Izzy has to try and run away
Yeah.
to save the operator, and he should at least get one.
Lah!
Gila.
He even gets him.
Tapi itu insan, tapi itu insan paling kenceng banget anjing.
Ya kan LAN, Gens.
Supermassive Blaze's buy-in. Hey,
Itu
I
LAN,
don't really blame
anjing.
them. Bringing the op into the next
Bring
round.
lu
I think with the
satu.
way they're playing so far,
Bukan
they do
5,
not
1,
need it,
Cok.
and they'll be up against a weak buy from Supermassive Blaze. Bladestorm is on line for Izzy.
Itu lu
but
laptopnya
other than
satu
that,
pingnya
I
anjing.
don't expect to
Enak
see
banget.
much committed.
No, and at the moment it's
Cepet banget ya?
pretty bleak for Supermassive Blaze. Like, this started off, as said, as the map that we firmly favor. I think that's going to be the case for the first two within this series. In fact, I expect to be going to a third unless Ascend really do have something up their sleeve. But it's more the mana, like a single opening kill, an after plant, and then it really didn't look like that round was going to slip away at any point.
We had a deep flash put down towards the start of this round. Be long, getting them information, garnering them something to work with. Blade Storm's being spotted. I'm surprised that they're still moving in. Izzy takes his moment to strike, and Zeke will be dropped. Looking to support his teammates on long. They may well have stopped the Sand from going for any sort of B aggression at this point. And there's a rifle there to be retrieved inside of Hookah. Actually, I better hold on to that thought because Ascend are still moving up through A, and Izzy is still picking them off.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the peek in though. More than prepared, and he misses.
What the fuck?
It slipped away. It was looking so good. He just wanted to take players. Somehow this round keeps swinging back and forth, and they've got an aggressive position of Pora. He's so good with this Sheriff. Never missed that initial shot. Might just be able to get around the corner. He's not even going to be spammed either. So he gets to escape.
They're trying to hunt him down, got up in front of that Sage wall, just guaranteeing now that their back is clear, but they have to work on getting this Viper out of position. They don't know exactly where he is, and in fact, he's willing to commit the ultimate and let it just die down, holding the positions to stop them from planting. And with 20 seconds left, they need to make a move. Killez now low, one hit from this Sheriff, and Pora's going to be able to take the first, possibly even the second. 13 seconds as the final shot rings out. Supermassive Blades are on the board.
Supermassive Blaze.
A beautiful round from them.
Supermassive boss.
The Blade Storm initially, but it's also
Supermassive
just 4
bot.
with the Sheriff. He currently has 4
so
kills,
big.
3 of them
with
the Sheriff.
Supermassive, man.
Kenapa crosshairnya kayak gini semua sekarang anjing?
I was 100% confident he was at least going to get one. This man
Lihat
with the
dah,
pistol is
sekeluarga
just
tai.
unbelievable.
Orang Turki crosshairnya gini
Ends
semua,
up
cok. What
missing
the
the
fuck?
first player. But I also like the
bapak
fact that he
Sinet.
just uses the ultimate just to run away.
Following his father.
Padahal yang paling
Their
bagus
father.
Sinet.
It's not
Iya,
something
makanya.
that
Following
you
their
normally see a player
godfather,
do because
Sinet.
well, he basically just wasted an ult just to
Godchild.
escape. But it's working in that scenario to stay alive.
It's the percentage play, and it's so smart. That's one of the things you definitely won't see in your
Pulling
rank,
them
right?
in.
Try to take the fight.
Nggak bisa, nggak bisa.
Poison or blocking
Yeah,
out towards
that's
Flames. Ascend really want to put some pressure towards Supermassive Blaze's A defense, and you can see the utility that's being put out on the other side. You've had Astra Stars used up, a drone making its way in towards Bath. They are very worried about this crunch in towards A, but Ascend are slowing it down yet again, conscious that there could be a flank underway. And look at where CNET is. The man is in their spawn watching for flanks. The timing not quite working out for him. Izzy is comfortable enough and not over-aggressing, but the control that he's garnered allows for the rotate. The 4-man stack on this A side as they push through, and Zeke is up with the showstopper to take down the first. The trades come in.
Anjing 4A masih kalah anjing.
At least you would imagine.
I don't know how he gets anything done from this
Slash,
scenario. He's
no.
someone on the fadeaway, and well, that's exactly what he does. This actually starts the rotation, but I think they're expecting Izzy to be coming in from behind. Multiple players already retaking that control. If he can kill off Viper, maybe he can at least remove that utility and hits the pixel shot to turn it into a 2v2.
Absolutely massive post plant, no longer to be played with, but unfortunately Turco falls. He really needed a pick in that situation. Now, all that's left to do is to save yet again for Izzy. That operator too valuable to throw away on a 1v2 with such limited
lagi
time.
Bos.
And we will see another round.
Dulu zaman AWP goceng nggak ada yang beli AWP ya anjing.
It looks like they're even trying to hunt him down, but not going the right way.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a change on this A site. Like that is now every single time. Like that round, they basically had a full stack because of Izzy's position. They pushed him all the way up. He had the control, watching for any sort of rotation. They put every other player at least either in a rotational spot or on the site itself. And they still lose pretty much every single duel. Like I think Pora is the only person to get a kill in this execution. That's really surprising, considering Ascend basically walked straight into the trap.
And there's so many factors for Ascend there that made that execute into a 4-man stack look so good. The wall that they put down to allow a player to peek on top of the box as they swing around. The Viper wall that they had alongside that, as well as the smoke in heaven, means Izzy couldn't really get the aggressive
Ya kaki gak. Lu gak mau nembak bumbot anjing.
Ini pakai patch yang kapan sih? Yang baru atau ini?
Nggak tahu deh. Kayaknya lama dah. HP baru, nggak tahu.
Yang gue baru sih.
Nah, kalau baru
Yeah, well, you've got a couple of players with
baru cuma kill J doang anjing yang spine efek.
Iya. Nggak, kalau baru ngapain nembak bumbot anjing kalau gitu.
Gak refleks lah.
Emang kenapa bumbot?
Bumbot kan damage-nya di 80 max damage-nya.
Tapi kan tetep aja kena.
Nggak damage sih.
they've not been over
Nggak apa-apa.
aggressive. They've not tried to
Jet
play
bos,
off a
masih
lot
bisa
of those
dash.
opening picks that they've been finding. They're just ready for their opponents to try and get a little bit more aggressive and try and catch them with their pants down.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. You saw that flash play picking up the poison orb, but okay, they have the wall. The wall is going up to allow them to back out. Stars are going to tank a little bit of this snake bite. As he makes his way in towards long, we're going to get a full X out of this. Smoke's coming down.
Orang mati nih.
Taking good molly, good slow. Mora's in trouble. He tries to get
slow
out
di
of the corner,
molly
but there's
aja.
nowhere to run. Seekers confirm they're all here. Good
Alah.
flash, but the
Dua-duanya, Cok.
he keeps on connecting on 2 HP.
Itu tarikannya pas banget kan.
Survived, and the 2v2 commences. Ascend still looking to get that plant in play.
Yeah, I'm surprised more didn't come from the Hunter's Fury. Like, they did a little bit of damage, but
HP.
the fact is one of the players was actually stuck. Brave, though, has come through, and it's onto this man once again. CNED to try and clutch it up, but it'll be Rust to take it
cepet
away.
banget
A
anjing
big
nembaknya.
round from Supermassive Blaze. Again, an investment of multiple ultimates, but at least they got a second round on the board.
Well, that's it. They're grinding these rounds out. It's feeling very reminiscent of the previous game. Just a consistent string of rounds for Ascend, with Supermassive Blaze every now and then picking up their one, but they're in close fashion. They're in these 2v2s where combined, I think Ascend had like 75 HP, and they only barely get it across the line. I think CNED being up on top for 1 second extra, and that's a round lost. These are not the way, this is not the way that you want to be winning rounds.
Yeah, well, the Rebel clutches. That's not what you really want to be seeing. So I am a little bit worried still for the side of Supermassive Blaze, because again they're going to come in with some weaponry. Again, we're going to see multiple ultimates.
Kan emang belum dapat ya, belum.
Oh iya benar juga. Oh iya beda patch benar. Dan juga lu
Atau nggak semua pada pakai Vanda dibanding Phantom anjing. Blink, TP lu.
Enak soalnya anjing Vandalnya.
Oh, that was through the smoke. Zeke up on top, takes down Turco. Rust is trying to recover, but he can only get the first. This is looking very shaky for Supermassive Blaze, and another response from Ascend. The res comes in, a 5v3 that they have to fight their way back into. Seekers revealing their positions, all the information to play with, all the
anjing
manpower
utility
for
si Chaos
Ascend, even
anjing.
the weaponry sitting in their favor with Brave sat down. The Spectre, nice kill by Izzy.
Seorang dari dulu aneh-aneh dah.
This was looking almost like
CS. Ya begitu.
Definite set. Like, going
Karena kenyamanan orang beda-beda
the
guys.
fact that they've caught
Ada
out
yang nyaman
the
dikasih
rifle,
makan, ada yang nyaman dikasih titit.
try and make it to the side. Pora, okay. He's gonna pick off one already, but they haven't cleared
Oh,
Zeke from the
Pora
angle. The paint show
Gila,
will
emang
hold the
Turkish
back a little
M,
bit
bos.
longer. Pora hitting every shot.
Tapi EU rata-rata Vanda naganya yang merah anjing, bukan yang
And it
biru.
just seems like whenever there's an opportunity for
Mainkan merah
to
anjing,
finally
sumpah.
get themselves a couple of rounds in a row,
Pala semua Paula anjing, bukan Paula anjing.
Really curious coming into this
Paura
round now for Super.
R.
Iya makanya gue nyampe sengaja ngomong pakai L goblok Paula.
Start
Oh.
out with that available
Tolol.
weapon. To be
Sorry,
honest,
sorry.
Oke Andre, kalau lu nyaman
what I
dikasih
would
apa?
look at as being a difference
Kasih duit.
maker in helping them secure these sites, because they have not been able to hold on to control.
Buta gak?
You saw how good. Oh, he was flashed as well. That's disgusting. You
Gila, enak
saw
banget,
just how
anjing.
good their retake was there. They managed to pick this team apart.
Shit,
A team that
Penland.
was in a 5 versus 3.
Nggak ada Red Bull
with
clutch-nya,
the
Red Bull
spike planted,
clutch.
and they only got out with 1 player
Red Bull
alive. That
clutch,
is
yeah.
huge for Supermassive Blaze. The problem is, they need to do that earlier.
yeah, and they need to do it when it's not going to obliterate their own economy as well. When they're in a spot now where one of their players has a pistol, another still has the SMG from the previous round, and on the other side, full buy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely not the ideal scenario. I'm surprised we still don't see Viper's Pit committed. They're actually looking to fight Hookah instead. And we've seen this again and again from Pora and Turco. So far, though, whenever they've gone for it, there's been no one around. And it's the same thing this time. Ascend avoiding all those early flashes, avoiding the early utility, and just playing such a slow game.
Okay, you finally get it
Yo,
put down.
yeah,
It's going to be onto the B site. Now, I will say that in a lot of the rounds, I think we've seen the vulnerabilities when it comes to A. A lot of the closer rounds have ended up on this B site. Izzy not going to be able to connect. I would have expected him to hit that. There's been a few of those this game where it's like, I expect him to get those kills.
Yeah, good position to counter the A execute we'd seen before, and the wall was down, but it is in fact a beat play. Oh, the fire is down on the site. The wall bang is good. Pora fighting from inside his Viper's Pit. He wants to stop them from getting onto the site. He's good for 2, but that's all he can do. The shutdown of CNED makes this a little bit more doable, though, with Zeke and Killes trying to get it done.
Yeah, they've lock down the spawn, and especially when it's Izzy trying to come through it. Like, you telling me he's gonna run through the Viper's pit with an op? Like that's a horrible spot to be in. I feel like Russ has to do everything, and he's gonna just take so much damage. He runs into the snake bite. Now, sure, he doesn't actually have 1 HP, but he almost has to try and find the player within this ultimate. And Russ, as said, he needs to do it alone, and that is the ult down.
That's going to be Zeke, stuck in the corner. The reveal won't quite catch him, but the fight, it gives away his position. He has to run down the clock. The operator swinging in to take him down. Zeke is trying to avoid it, jumping up and down, and he actually works.
Anjing, what the fuck?
Comes in from Zeke the time.
Iya, supaya nggak kena damage anjing.
He's an absolute rat. That's the most disgusting thing.
Boleh juga nih orang.
Udah kayak orang kesana kok, tolong.
Keren juga nih Z9X.
Red Bull clutch coming through again.
Z9X goblok.
And I have to say, Zeke has been at the heart.
Aku pakai Vanal Naga, anjing enak banget
The
ya.
man is on fire today. He's one of those players
Itu
that we
pintar
saw
anjing
come in,
sumpah dah.
for people who don't know,
Iya.
as a swap team. Like, it was like, okay, you get to have Zeke, we'll take your in-game leader. We'll take Cold Mentor away to G2. And this man, we'll see how G2 do in this tournament. I think that'll be the true test of both.
Jetnya kena save mulu, ya pasti dia main bete anjing, retake mulu.
So much better than they ever did.
Hampir TP bangsat. Hampir TP dia anjing.
Oh, TP lucu anjing.
The shot's not going to land. Zeke falls.
Kurang nih,
Showstopper
Showstopper
finds
ini kurang
nothing, and now
maju.
Ascend quickly turn tail towards the B side. They realize
Harus
they've
belajar
seen
sama
a couple
Reforsi dia.
players too many.
Wah,
So the
anjing
B
lihat
side
tuh.
will be the
Lihat
weakness, but it
yang
looks
rotate
like
beberapa.
Full
Super
rotate
plays
anjing.
might get there first.
Udah gamble nih deh.
If they can
Udah
delay
ke
them
base
even a
keluarga.
little bit, it could make things
Pakai
so
Kak,
difficult. And I
anjing.
think again, Ascend are going to realize, okay, this all in play is just not going to be worth it. They already have the idea that someone's rotating. I would say they've
Kucing-kucingan nih game ngehe.
Like Bone Cold,
Anjing
is
rotate
still walking
berempat.
today, and
Tadi
there's no
bertiga.
one here. They have all left. They've taken a big risk on the gamble rotation, and it's not gone great.
It's the pack mentality, right? When you've got these weapons, these pistols around an operator, you want to just move together as a unit. And Ascend have read that perfectly. Bone Cold, the working IGL, starts to feel it out and see, hey, you know what? These guys, they fully rotated. They've left the site. Let's try. This is our best chance to get the round. But they still have a lot to play against. You have an operator. You have a Vandal on the other side. And Supermassive plays even go in and pop that Blade Storm. Is he giving the op to Turco? He can't get out, and he gets caught up. A wall, a gap in the wall that they could never have seen coming. Porus left alone. That was a chance, an opportunity for
Secara nggak sengaja
Supermassive
memenangkan
plays
round
again. Ascend step it up to claim a 9th.
That's so heartbreaking. The worst thing about that is as well, I can almost guarantee this, CNED did not mean to leave that gap in the wall.
Probably not.
Absolutely not. There's no way. But this is the difference between a lot of teams and Ascend. They make a mistake by not placing the wall that blocks everything off, and then they use it to win them the round.
Yeah,
like, who else does that?
They adapt, and that's one of the things I can tell you.
Jelek banget ya resonya ya.
I've seen, I'm thinking back
Ke atas gitu anjing. Udah kayak dulu gue main di laptop anjing, udah laptop black bar lagi.
Okay, I kind of messed this up.
Ya, salah
How can we make this work to our advantage? And Ascend are one of the best teams in the world at making that happen. This time, the aggression in through Hookah is finally going to come through, and he's going to claim the first.
Onliner.
Turco with a huge whiff, and that could cost them massively. Hunter's Fury connecting quite a few pulses, but they've lost the sight. And again, it's going to have to be a retake with a man disadvantage.
Setnya sini serem juga ya. Emang aimnya yang serem anjing. Lu kasih apa juga sakit dia.
Starzo's just got walking across. He's been caught. It gave them something.
Yeah.
The rest of the players are a little bit far behind. Brave almost going in solo, and it still puts them with a disadvantage on this retake. Poor, he's been one of the shining lights for this squad so far. A second kill.
1v1. Ayo Rus, Rusman. Berguna sedikit lo.
Normally so good in these clutches, but not this
Si Paura udah ngelakuin semua.
Gue jadi power langsung guys, kayak kita bubar aja udah.
But his team didn't.
Udah nggak usah main lagi dah. Lu pada nggak guna ngehe.
Tim kontrol gitu ya. Emane Queen kalau kata orang-orang ini aja. Orang Turki. Itu Power dulu main CS kan, Power.
Unlock their true potential, but so far it's leaving a lot to be desired.
Yeah, luckily for us though, Mitch.
Itu kalau dia bunuh Rasi lagi sih the best aja.
Like a legend of the scene.
Kenapa shock gitu?
Waiting around to give us a little bit
This team doesn't work at all.
If that's available to us,
Work bego, butuhnya mereka ke Berlin. Cuman sampai Berlin jadi tai.
Balla over on the IBS. He's ready to give us some beautiful rundowns.
Jangan-jangan Wei bubar karena itu, Andre. Enggak, Wei bubar gara-gara berantem.
Guys, I got this is ridiculous. I don't know how we're starting here. This is probably the scariest start to a tournament for, anybody who's looking to actually make a run here, because Ascend looks dominant and all their players are firing on all cylinders for this first half. Let's take a look at the pistol. We're going to hop into Telestration on the mini-map, because they have 3 different Viper walls. You can see I labeled this Ascend's Viper walls. 3 different Viper walls. The first one is actually uncommon.
Udah belum lah. Ini lagi analis-analis lucu kayaknya nih.
Cubby and through out of bathroom as well, and that forces players to actually try to play in front down the line. But the other ones, the common ones, you go across lamps, that's actually a circle. We got the one that goes across lamps, and then the other one that they use like that. So let's go ahead and roll the clip and talk about basically how they control this. CNED grabs the orb in bathroom all the way back here in the beginning of the round. That's important. Starkshow's going to plant the spike all the way back there as well, and they get the wall out, the sage wall perfectly across, and Zeke's watching the flank, Keyless as well. Really, they have they all stay behind this Viper wall, behind the entire thing, so they have to push through at some time. And then eventually, you see Russ is trying to push through in the middle of that site, and there's the.
Emang kita udah terbiasa disiksa tau nggak lo? Jadi nggak usah ada break-breakan langsung guys.
They don't know where the spike is, and that's when this happens from Starkso all the way back.
Dia deg-degan nggak ya nge-wave kayak gitu
anjing? You guys saw this, and you were already like, hold on a second. He just went through that smoke and then popped a couple with his classic. That is ridiculous, and we'll see how that actually conditions them when we go back to the map in the second round. Let's go ahead and get to the second clip. Because it's a different type of situation here. They're playing actually over towards the B site, and this is the third round. They've set this wall again, and I want you to see how the opposing team is playing this. Freehand, you can go ahead and roll the clip. Let me get my Viper wall up again. Keyless has to play up front bathroom. He's trying to control that over. Meanwhile, they're going to go ahead and pressure Izzy, who gets 1 kill onto both gold, and he falls all the way back into that teleporter. He has to rotate so far away. Forces the 3 versus 2, and they jump out trade perfectly. Starkso on the site, he gets 1 kill. CNED gets another. He gets the orb, and he already has his ult. This is unbelievable from CNED. We'll continue to watch this because this is ridiculous. The eco frags that he got the round before, and then the rounds that they continue on with different Viper walls.
SMB kalah pistol dong, biar bisa mandi.
And the round is basically locked up. We'll continue to see this on Bind because this is seriously a very important theme that we'll see with Ascend's Bind and also Sentinel. So in this second half, we'll see if SMB can contend, but I don't think so, boys.
I like that. You see that at the end? And also Sentinels, by the way. Just see, he had to put that in. He had to, yeah. Some NA team, it doesn't matter. We're here to see the real champions.
Enough
We're going to go back.
Enough. We don't need any more Bala. We need
Gua nggak ngeliat utilnya serapih kayak waktu Fnatic gitu dah.
We want to get back into what matters.
Ini lebih ke chaos gitu ya?
Iya, kayak B aja nih.
Emang 10 tim, emang 10 orang nih, aduh sakit semua nih.
Gue pengen liat VS gitu.
On their attack. Now they swap over to the defense. Let's keep in mind as well, Supermassive Blaze opted to start in that defense. They made a lot of changes to their composition. And like we said, they ain't really seen a lot from it so far.
Maybe it's pretty good on the attack, you know. This is given the benefit of the doubt. Got to be a little bit hopeful in these sort of scenarios. A lot of aggression again. This is something that we're going to see an awful lot when it comes to this side of Bayern. Zeke looking almost to battle initially, but is held back. And of course, they've got their own screen, which just gives them the ability to not only flash through, but go for these cheeky peeks and then fall back again.
The pistol round is always paced pretty quickly from what we've seen so far. Supermassive Blaze, though, slowed down by some early peaks by utility like that nade coming down on long, but they will still ultimately look to finish on the B side. There is a 3-man stack here and a nasty close position by Starzo. He's going to flash out and confirm there's still some players there. He's playing contact on his teammate. Oh, never mind. He's getting pushed on. Aura's already in. He's taking down 2. Backside goes his way as well. This was a pistol round that Supermassive Blaze desperately needed if they're to have any shot of taking this round and making the massive comeback. And now they're in a 4v2 that they surely can't lose.
Obviously a Turco out. I don't think it's going to matter too much. Though only 1 man standing, and CNED will fall. It almost seems like one of those IGL situations where Poro's just gone,
Bangsat.
Just goes straight through and just kills everyone. A sick pistol from him. I will say the pop flash coming out from
Viper
Turco was just on point. Like there was no chance for Starzo to get absolutely anything done. And
Ayo lo sense banget anjing nih orang.
The problem I have is, other than that, I don't think Turco's look particularly comfortable on this age. He's normally someone, Mitch, who puts
Aura eSport.
insane numbers, especially on his side.
SMB getar di stage. Gak getar ya, itu emang lagi. First match aja first match. Power of S everybody.
I hope that's right.
Calm down, so come out.
It must be.
When it comes to Ascend right now, they've got 10 rounds. They're not going to be too worried. This should be an easy farm up for the Supermassive Blaze.
Ya ada butain temannya sendiri anjing.
Enggak, dia nggak butain.
Butain Zik dia itu.
Traded out nicely right afterwards, and well, Supermassive Blaze
Butain
don't
Zin
want
NX.
to lose any more bodies in this.
Yeah, they definitely don't want
Kiles, lu dikasih skin full, masih pakai kapak Wiro Sableng anjing. Nggak heran lu bottom goblok.
I think the only way that they make some serious mistakes is just by not checking their corners, which
Oh shit, gak kecek. Oh shit, cek kornet. Aduh. Kenapa sih?
Cek.
Iya anjing, gara-gara di flash bangsat.
I like the little Starzo getting a taste of his own medicine, really, right? We saw in round 3 the same thing
Kasih skin full pakai kapak Wiro Sableng anjing.
When he flashed out and they managed to make it work with the weaker weapons, and
Akun
now
kemarin
he's
masih
really
bisa nggak ya?
starting to feel like
Akun Trilem aja.
really starting to get a taste of what it's like to play against.
Asun aja pakai kapak itu kagak masalah. Mana Asun belum main, gue belum lihat.
Masih make dia.
Nggak tahu, entar kalau ini tadi dia pakai yang lain.
I think I've enjoyed watching.
Ini kalau ada yang pakai Kingdom, gue jitak palanya anjing.
Kingdom.
Ada yang pakai Kingdom melee, gue jitak palanya.
Kita pakai itu ruin melee nggak lu masalahin.
Masih mending dipakai begituan daripada pakai
kapak itu.
Daripada pakai Kingdom, ada yang pakai Kingdom ya. Kayaknya Dapper pakai begituan dah. Dapper kan nggak punya skin anjing. Pakai polos hitam anjing.
I don't know if you ever get to see that head-to-head. At the mercy of the tournament format for that one. Now we're at 10-4. Supermassive Blaze.
Kagak ada yang pakai balisong nih, takut salfok. Emang balisong udah keluar ya di patch ini? Enggak tahu.
Udah lah.
Belum deh. Enggak tahu sih ya.
Harusnya udah gak sih?
Iya, bisa.
Udah 2 patch soalnya.
Spam terus tuh smoke.
Ascend maintaining their man advantage. Killaz is going to give up a lot of control. And as that wolf goes in, the tiger is returned on the other side. Brave desperately wants to get this done up close.
Ya Allah, bolak-balik anjing.
Ini main apaan sih?
Gelut doang sumpah, gelut doang anjing.
4 versus 2 in fact emerges. CNET on 8 HP yet again. Man is not
Dilepas
having a good time when it comes to being tagged up. But it looks like they are making quick
Kenapa dilepas ya oleh
this low buy round.
Iya.
Not overfacing.
Dolan 4 sih.
I think even an extra kill here for Supermassive Blaze would
Ya.
be good. If they win it, wow.
Ya fuck.
Dia ngapain anjing?
They come, here they come.
Dia ngepes sama sendiri juga.
Turko lu ngantuk dah kayaknya dah. Udah mandi sih belum sih lu? Udah ngantuk belum mandi nih, belum makan juga deh kayaknya dia. Halo, left taker.
Dikasih vandal aja.
They 100% don't know that he has an SMG. There is no way they
Dia
know he has
tadi.
an SMG because they've just given him a rifle upgrade.
Tuh,
Nggak
gue
diambil.
ketawa.
Oh diambil, gue kira nggak
So he's just
diambil.
gonna get an upgrade.
Tuh, gue ketawa aja sumpah.
Dia pengen ketawa itu.
Hey buddy, you want to save? Don't save a
Here you go,
Spectre.
have a better
Take
go.
our Vandal. It's 11-4. We don't give a damn. That's a send for you. They're already bringing their personality.
way they
They're
do.
letting them know.
Makan di Vandal katanya anjing.
Disgusting things I've ever
Dasar lu miskin gitu.
Oh my.
Mitch's dream, just Reaver Vandals coming through the telephone. Like, please give me one.
Kalau di Indo udah nggak respect deh.
I don't know. I do know a man to ask though.
Don't
Terserah
stop.
dah Indo mau
Don't
ngomong
stop.
apa
It's
anjing.
11-4 right now. Ascend bounce right back, but Supermassive Blaze did keep their economy relatively in check. One player can't buy, but it's Izzy. And of course, you already heard. He doesn't want any people in his way. He called it out right at the start. Blade Storm's online.
Sinet.
Already though, an early lockdown of the hookah position leaves this as a bit of an awkward attack spot. Now they've taken a lot of control in towards long, but again we're going to see this early three-man stack into the B side. The remaining players just waiting patiently, still having the screen as an opportunity to back off. And CNED, well, he's going hunting. He's facing into Brave, the only player you'll ever see with a Phantom on their side, but he gets the close range battle.
Yeah, you can see he was expecting them to be slightly further
Baru
down.
satu orang
And
aja yang
the
pakai
torso
Phantom.
as they came around. It's going to be a bit of an awkward position for Starzo. The flash lands, but none of the bullets do. And Ascend, you might not think it, but they're on a full buy here. Supermassive Blaze just completely running over them and finding that B site with these two players left, Zeke and Killez. And they will be looking to save, find some exits along the way.
Yeah, I'm still looking at the HP as well. They are being healed up, but there was about 4 players around 20 to 50 HP. So it was a little bit closer for SM, but yeah, big fight back for Supermassive Blaze, winning those openers, expecting the aggression of their opponents. And I don't think the credits are going to be in the greatest of spots for Ascend in the next round. So we are going to witness them try and save some of that extra weaponry. One of them being a judge though, so, well, I guess if he's going to play Hooker in the next round, it's not too much.
Definitely. Yeah, Zeke is going to be more than comfortable working with that. He might even try to make a quick play to the B side after the spike shrinks back up, but I don't think he's going to get close enough to gain anything. There you go, he's going to be... Oh no, they don't even... Yeah, he knew it was too far away. It's all good. 11-5. Look, Supermassive Blaze definitely not back on the board yet, but there could come a time where Ascend will regret throwing those vandals through the teleporter.
Yeah, for sure. I won't say it was necessarily the difference maker in this round, but a nigh on flawless round coming through from Supermassive Blaze. So they're going to be in a very good spot financially for this one. They can get those few extra upgrades they need. Of course, Izzy not actually having a gun in the last spot, but if they can win this round, then yeah, they're going to be able to at least have a chance to fight this one back. Of course, there's always going to be a play being made. The res, it's going to be a line, but he might need to bring himself back. CNED, while dodging every single bullet, has found one through the smoke. Bear in mind, he's using a Vandal, so they know where he is.
Oh, and he's got a second as well. He lit Brave down to 40 health, stripping him of his armor, and CNED still looking to go forward. 15 health off him, no armor to play with, no shields whatsoever. But he does not give a damn. Now here comes the Viper Orb. It's going to be blocking off any sort of impact from Bone Cold. Starzo spraying it. Oh, Bone Cold, he's walking into it, and that gives him away. Pora's going to just hunt him down right afterwards, tickles him up, but somehow doesn't take him down. And Bone Cold wins that fight. Low on HP, healed right back up. Supermassive Blaze are finding it hard to get any ground. Eventually, CNED will fall, but there is so much left to do.
I've been gobsmacked by pretty much every single kill.
Nonton juga rada-rada nggak menarik kan. Abis ini match siapa sih?
4 through smoke, and then the other is just a battle that I would have bet a lot on Pora winning that one. Instead, they're going to try to go for the rotation, and although there's currently nobody in the area other than Zeke, who's a little bit further behind, it's still going to be a real issue for them. The rotation already coming in. I think the teleporter actually ended up as a bit more of a burden than anything else, but they might not expect 2 players, and I don't think it's going to matter. Zeke will close it out using the shotgun to his advantage, but are 1 round away from taking their map.
Suruh nonton Langit 9 daripada nontonnya SMB, goblok.
I can't say it's a surprising scenario. It really isn't. Last time we saw these teams play,
dapat kayak gitu aja.
Makanya, dapat lagi nih.
Ya kalau itu kan dengan apa lihat tracer ya.
Ascend took the first match.
Jelek banget nih orang, gua kesel banget dah. Kenapa sih layar harus begitu anjing?
They don't have split up next. Supermassive Blaze won't have as easy of a time necessarily when they move to map number 2. At the same time, you heard from Kukuka earlier, there are a couple of weaknesses there for Ascend when it comes to Ascent. And I think in particular, looking at their games versus Illuminar, G2, these are teams that, playstyle-wise, I can definitely see Supermassive Blaze replicating.
Yeah, I think as well that Supermassive Blaze are going to be fine going into that map. I would say it's their best map, so realistically they're going to be incredibly confident. Bone Cold, they're just fighting on the edge of these smokes, fighting around the smokes, and there's going to be a peek hit. He's just hitting every single shot. Ultimate online, he can now deny any extra space if they try to go for this quicker push. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Bye.
The spam will get
NM, next match.
This map is done. Russ needs to clutch out a 1 versus 4.
Nice orbital strike, pushes them out of position, they spam them up. Nothing you can do about that one. Russ wants to be sure he can reload, pops the recon into the smoke, but here's the flash, no peek after. Starzo's gonna wait and walk on through the smoke. Get himself around the edge. Oh, Russ was ready for it, but it didn't matter. 13-5, and even more dominant showing out of Ascend this time. And that was with some top goal, Tom.
SMB kena mental.
This is one of those things where they've literally like switched up the entirety of their comp to try and beat them. They knew this matchup was coming for quite a while. They tried to fix their bind against an incredibly strong bind team, and they got beaten worse.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign.
What was that move from Bone Cold? I gotta learn that one. He was definitely having a good time though, coming in towards the end of this map. And I have to say, Ascend, they show up the way that we hoped they would, the way that we expected them to. Now the question is, looking at map 2, can they do the same? Will we see the same team there? But when it came to aim, when it came to these duels, they had absolutely no problem. They breezed through.
Yeah, no, this was an incredible performance from basically, well, at least in my eyes, the two players you desperately want to perform at this tournament. CNED and Zeke, we know that they're the sort of like stars of this show. CNED, everybody had those questions, like, this man, he's not played on LAN before. Will it be a different story? There may be a bit of a shyer character to some of the other players within there, like Starzo dancing his way through. Well, the man finished 22-11, and a lot of the fights he were taking were almost like ego fights. Like, I'm better than you. I'm going to peek into these angles, and I think that's something we actually need to see from them going into Ascent, because that's exactly what we're going to see from Supermassive Blaze. They will fight you in mid. They will push every single position on the map. They don't care. They will fight you on it.
And talking about Supermassive Blaze on this map, a lot of the time when you get slapped like this in a map to start out the series, you're going to have teams who are starting to really get themselves down. You know, it does not feel nice to lose in this fashion, but the reality is they know when it comes to bind, Ascend are one of the best, and Supermassive Blaze don't quite match up. They saw it last time in EMEA Challengers. They've seen it here now. And the question is, moving into the next map, do we think that that's going to be a problem for them? No, most likely not. This is their comfort pick up next, and we've seen them bounce back last time where they got slapped, and then Split was a completely different story.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if we now see them go and do exactly the same thing on the next one. Honestly, I think they're an incredible Ascent team. I think the bind has been one of their vulnerabilities so far. And yeah, that's the way the series is going to go. I think it's going to be a 2-1. Which direction it's going to go in, that's up to the desk, you know. That's not my job. Like, I don't have to give you predictions.
Exactly.
So realistically, I'll just wait and enjoy that third map because, well, Ascent's going to be coming up next.
Yeah, exactly. Up next is going to be Ascend. We're expecting it to be a bounce back from Supermassive Blaze, as we've seen many times before, but we still need to find out if that's going to be the case. We're going to go to a commercial. When we come back, the desk will be breaking down the next map. We'll see you back here real soon for map number 2.
Merah buat toilet, mata lu buat toilet anjing. Nonton Delta ya, nonton Delta. Itu masih main anjing, kagak nonton goblok. Asik pakai jersey Morp. Ini jersey kebanggaan tau gak lu?
Gak usah.
Hele.
Di.
30 seconds left.
City satu, City.
Last player standing.
Ente. Jebretot.
Kayak bantingnya kencang juga tuh, Dut.
Iya, gitulah.
To the gut too when you make a massive comp change like that, right? They got 13-6 online on Bind, so it's not like, you know, their old
Kaizen
Bind
sama
was
style
something
Chinese
to write
nggak,
home about.
Kaizen
Their Bind
Chinese
always had
style
resilience, so
nggak.
they had to try a new comp here, and it
Nggak tahu.
just did not work out. And
Kayaknya
losing
nggak.
that opening
Dari muka-mukanya sih
bonus,
nggak.
you'd think
Di
snowball
skor
really
tuh pada
quick at that
cabut
point.
ya,
It's
nggak
not
masih
only
ada
that,
orang.
it's that you lose the bonus and then when you get around it's actually an eco and it's well played, but I feel like they were playing that double
2,5
info
anjing.
duo with Sky and Soba, but still they were getting the info, they just didn't know what to do with it, and I feel like Ascend knew how to play against that comp, but SMB did not feel comfortable playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different comp, but almost the same result the last time these
Ya,
two
padahal
teams
bisa 5
played
Chinese tuh yang
against
dulu.
each other. It wasn't quite the
Alip gua nggak tahu
jet
Chinese apa
we've
enggak.
seen
Chinese kali.
Sean, but
Nggak
were
nanya
you
gua.
impressed with his performance?
Dear God, was I impressed? Yes, he
Westbrook,
tore it up to
Westbrook.
start this game. I loved the opening shower take on Pistol, the one that Bala broke down for us on the telestrator. That was sick. And then his shower control round with Bone Cold. That was incredible. So he walls. Bone Cold gets killed through his smoke, but he managed to drop a molly. CNET gets the orb, reses him, gets 2 kills through the smoke. The guy was all over the place. Like, he was playing both sides really, really well, using his walls to perfection.
Yeah.
And that's something that you don't normally think of when you think of a Sage. You don't think of this, or a Jet main, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is you don't think of a Sage doing perfect utility all across the map, but that's what CNET did here.
It's seen it. What can we expect? And on the other side, I saw a Turco. Well, did you guys see him? Because I missed him. I mean, I can see him on stage, but I'm really sad that he didn't pull up a great Sky, because I feel like Sky is such a strong agent, especially right now, and that he could have done a great job, but I just didn't see it happening. I do feel like they were doing a good job defending B, or at least trying to. We saw most of the times that they were going toward that A side, because I feel like it's easier when you play in the Brimstone, when you have the Viper, when you have the wall, creating the space for yourself and building the sides to what you desire, it's easier.
Yeah, we saw some pretty cool stuff from both sides, I would say. But Bala, he is standing by at the LED wall with some in-depth analysis.
You know we got more of this. Every single time we're going to take a look at some of these plays from Ascend, because it was pretty much dominant. I'm going to look at a different round here where they do actually spend that old school Fnatic style wall. If you look at the telestrator over there. And Izzy has actually pushed down long B, gotten some info, but it's really hard to do much when before this, if you remember the pistol round wall, it was playing like this, and that's why you see this Viper playing inside a bathroom. But because they switched it up, the Sova's confused. He's like, hold on, do I have to play off of site? Do I have to play off of site, go back up into tower, or do I do something different? That's exactly the kind of confusion you get when you throw these different walls at it. Let's go ahead and roll the clip and see exactly what happens, because it's a burst execute, what the Brim gives you in that situation. This Brim right here, he gives you that burst ability that you have. 2 smokes on the site. Zeke dashes on the site as well into lamps, and that gives him a massive setup. Nobody was playing there because they had to back up off of the wall, and this is where that crossfire is. Zeke playing inside really, really close. Braves trying to figure out exactly where to go, and it's really hard to find anything, actually, in terms of, you know, what the play is. Starkso still has bathroom control all the way in this site. There's really no holes. The flanks are watched. The Seekers come out.
Bosen gue liat deh. Tanda alta dulu dah. Si goblok.
Tuh kata Gue sampai di donate Hidan, by Hidan. Masih tanggal 22. Masih lama, chill.
Putih udah ngantuk Joto.
Mereka ini ya, mainnya bener langsung push rame ya.
Yang pada cepet kemana, Andre? Raffi nggak tau, Takel sama si
Dia.
Cahyadi masih di sini. Lagi mandi ya Cahya.
Ya, main.
Anjing. Bisa satu nggak?
Got children. Halo Andre, halo bagus. What's up, bro?
Itu kiri lu. Itu ya. Dot.
Kidut idiot.
Udah Hidan tidur.
Udah ini it's time to win. Udah. Nomor zoom.
Andre, apa Jo? Bangsat.
Pandal.
Nah, ada mulai nih. Horor. Lu tiap hari horor. Goblok banget lu. Malam anjing. Nonton ini dulu. Master the best. Ini lagi nonton Master Deddy Kobujer, tau gak lu? Ada horor. Malam ntar horor. Biar jam 12, biar setannya keluar semua anjing malam Jumat.
So they aren't great on the map. I'm not gonna lie, it is not their best map in their pool. I believe they're 2 and 3 in the last 2 months. But still, you will have to deal with CNED on this jet roll, which is what Ball was just talking about.
Yeah, and as you can see, 100% pick rate from CNED here on Ascent. He has never played anything else, but I know Kukuka, you want to see some more from Pora too, and Pora had a great map last time. Despite the score.
Yeah, I also feel like Pora feels extremely comfortable playing Sentinel. It's either Killjoy or Cypher. I didn't see him comfortable with Viper. He did hit amazing shots, but I mean, until you tested an official, is it really there? So I'm really eager to see this. Okay, nothing out of the way. Still everything as we expected. I feel like this is going to go a lot through the Jet play.
Yeah, Bone Cold there with the Astra. What do you make of this, Sean?
That's very interesting because like the graphic showed, he plays a lot of Omen, and I love Astra. I love Astra as a controller.
Diserang live gua Adam. Kemana kek? Biar live, biar rame gitu.
Your smokes immediately.
Okay. Let's go. I mean, I feel like this is very interesting from them. This is also a change for them. Going a little bit back to basics with the Astra, but changing and being like, okay, well, how about we actually use the Sentinel here? I feel like Killjoy has been so important lately on Ascent. Just preventing all the early strats is something that you need to do against SMB. So I feel this is so right for them.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting for sure. But SMB, they have to win here if they want to avoid that elimination match in the lower bracket.
Oke, cam gua turunan dikit kali ya guys ya. Segini guys.
Certainly a tough challenge. Certainly is. I mean, bouncing back from that kind of defeat.
Gue di SMA cuma punya 4 teman anjir gara-gara bahasa. Lu share ke grup kelas lu, dosen WA, apa guru WA guru lu. Yang live ramen deh makanya. Apa-apa, siapa tahu kan mampir ke sini.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see an Astra, especially.
Nanti mental temen lu.
I like the way that you can use it almost like as an extra sentinel at times on the defensive side, and also give you the ability to go for slightly more aggressive plays, like having all of those grabs to pull players in, and have some combinations of utility. Although, unless they're going to be having some 6-shot dart lineups, there's not a massive amount they'll be able to do with that. So I'm excited to see the new composition, but it's the same as the last map. The reason they're changing things is because they needed to if they were going to stand a chance.
Well, here we go, Tom. We're kicking off the pistol. Supermassive Blaze picking up the pace on that mid push. They really want to get in there. CNED already going to use up that dash to get out of there. Bone Cold probably wants to do the same pretty soon. In fact, that's why the star goes down. He'll just pull it right on back. Doesn't want to waste it, of course.
Yeah, they've
managed to clear out some of the early control, but the fact is, essentially safe from a split onto the A side because of the early wall. So
nanti temen gue pada tahu gue retard lagi nanti. Malah nggak ada temen SMA sama sekali anjing. Kagak. Halo bang, halo. Ini Juan ya, goblok. Jun itu siapa? Juan bukan? Atau nama lu Jun dong? Lu share ke grup keluarga lu kalau nggak ada. Biar keluarga lu tahu lu retard.
Not quite feeling the same caution.
Do they expect? They don't expect it. They don't expect. They don't check. That could have been everything, but actually Zeke's only going to get one. It does give time though, and that's the main thing that's needed at the moment for Ascend. Already going to put down another grab. Well, the peak coming back in, and it's just not going well for Brave. It's Bone Cold to close things out in the pistol, and a few cheeky little set plays from Ascend to win the round.
Gue di rumah pendiam bacot.
Ascend, obviously they're starting on the defense here, and that is their choice. You want to see them clock up a couple of rounds. But building on the momentum of the previous map could be absolutely huge for them if they can manage to make that happen. You could start to really make Supermassive Blaze feel boxed in, like this was a mistake. This was not the map that they wanted to fight on. But
jelek banget anjing layarnya dia black bar gitu.
This is Supermassive Blaze's map, and a pistol loss won't really deter them. Although they are most likely going to lose this one as well, as they come in with some very weak pistols. And I love it, Zeke. Let's get more of that.
It's not quite the Odin, but I think we know it's coming. If he's doing that already with an Ares, it's not something that you will commonly not do with some of the other weaponry.
Ya Allah.
Well, that wasn't a fun fight, and they've lost the second player. This is already getting into pretty dangerous territory for Ascend.
Mabok anjing.
Not just in terms of losing the round, but economy as well. You really don't want to be losing this many players. They're looking over towards the A side here. Supermassive Blaze creeping in towards Heaven. They have only got the 2 players to work with. The weapons are very weak, but one more kill here, Tom, and that will be a huge blow to Ascend.
Oh, I think they might have overplayed it a little bit, trying to find themselves a duel, but the fact is crossing past this angle is going to be nigh on impossible, and they're trying to basically just find where on earth these remaining Ascend players are actually going to be. The fact is, though, with Russ
Niki, lu ini sama enable yang left rame ya.
Instead, though, it's going to be the Ares to close out.
Rame
It's not
kali.
perfect for Ascend. I think they would have wanted it a little bit cleaner, but 3 players is not bad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look,
Biar orang prefernya masing-masing.
You get a
Jadi mau
couple of
kemanapun
weapons, sure, you're
bebas.
probably going to have a player or 2 on pistols coming into this one. Looking at what they've got to work with as well, you know, the ideal scenario here would be that CNED was a little more involved in some of those fights, that he'd have that Blade Storm close to peeking over, but instead, they're going to have to take out that Sheriff on KillS. Spectres in play for Starzone, Bone Cold. They know that the likelihood is they lose this round, they just want to make sure they keep the money over. Problem is, as I said, CNED investing up, he's not going to be able to... he's not going to be able to get his Blade Storm by next round.
Yeah, either if he gets his Blade Storm, then he's won them the round. Like, that's basically it. Like, he would have to get enough kills, or maybe get 4 and die. That would be fine as well, but the chances are you're just going to be taking it over the line if that's the case. So it's unlikely to be happening, but we'll see how costly he can make this one and maybe give them an opportunity to try and grab it off the next round.
Couldn't quite get over the wall.
Makanya left lagi aja.
That could have been nice, spotting out a
Gua
second
left gue
player in mid.
khusus malam sampai subuh guys. Pagi
They
nggak
don't
live.
get a whole lot in terms of reward for that drone committed. For the 400 credits that it costs, it is a pretty chunky bit of utility to be investing into. Pora dropping down the turret. It's broken from further away, allowing Bone Cold to catch them by surprise, but even while being pulled, Pora is able to take down one. Now, dealing with the turret just in time as well with 29 HP left. That could have gotten scary. These fights are never going to be ideal for Ascend with the weaker weapons.
Gendut lurus.
I don't know if they'll expect Russ to feel. It's a little bit of a whiff, and Killers actually finds another one.
Menang lagi nggak bonus anjing.
This now becomes a really dangerous scenario for Supermassive Blaze. They're going to use the paranoia just to hold the remaining players back. Give them an opportunity to get a plant and stick it down. But the problem is, they're re-aggressing already. The push coming through. Killers gets his 3rd kill of the round. It's left all onto 1, and CNED will close it.
Menang
This was
bonus
a round
lagi
where they
nggak?
started with just 1 rifle, and they managed to win it.
I think we painted the picture, Tom. They shouldn't have been able to take that across the line. They had a pistol, 2 Spectres and Ares. I mean, realistically, this was a round that Ascend knew that they were going to lose, and yet still they come out on top. And really, it's this play from KillS grabbing the nano swarm frag onto Pora, then quickly delivering a second and even going in for 3 on the site. A gorgeous round, a hero round from him, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Well, yeah, but it was that initial damage. Like, although the gravity didn't do much in terms of the actual kill, it weakened enough that the turret almost kills off Pora, and then the extra utility is there to close him out as well. The problem now, though, is that Pora's on a pistol, and this man is incredibly good with this gun. CNED, he takes 2 to at least keep it even, but there's now some guns to be had.
That's the problem, the fact that you have a decision to make now, and they've made it. They're closing the door. They're saying, hey, you guys go take that gun. We don't care. We're going to look elsewhere to find those openings, and it's Starzo who's pushed all the way up behind the middle players. That means the Spike is now trapped.
No way.
I mean, getting out of here is impossible for Turco without taking a fight. He's already spotted up Starzo and taken him down. Okay, this now gets scary. Ascend have a man disadvantage. Zeke, as much as I love the Odin, it's not really what you want if you're retaking a side a lot of the time. Supermassive plays have all the control and a lot of the weaponry.
It's a weird scenario. The fact that Turco spins that and manages to find the kill. The problem being, though, is they've got to try and gamble out the space. Now, they know that there's a turret close, so if that ever turns off even for a second, they'll run towards the A side because they know that killers will have left. Instead, though, he now peeks in and spots, okay, there's somebody at least around the A area, so they're getting information off those turrets, and they may not necessarily expect Zeke to be this committed into B.
Well, they've definitely heard the drone over there on the B side, so Zeke will maintain his position. The problem is when that recon comes through, it kind of gives it away. There's someone on the site, 12 seconds left. They need the plant and they need it now. They're coming right into the Odin. They might not even know it's in play just yet. He's got basically a full mag to play with plenty of bullets to take them down, and they run into the spray. Absolutely no way. That is a round 1 for Ascend, 4-0. A bigger blow than they would have liked to have taken, losing 3 players to what was a Sheriff buy from Supermassive Plays, but they have continued the win streak, and that's exactly what they need, that momentum coming into their opponent's map pick.
Well, this has been the problem now for Supermassive Blaze. They've had a few rounds, even looking back to the last map, where I go, you could have and maybe should have won that. Like, you gave yourself the openers, you got yourself those extra weapons, and I think it's just been the patience of Ascend. They've not over-aggressed, they've not taken too many risks, and they've just sat back and gone, okay, we're going to wait for you to make your move and make a play, and it's never really come out. Maybe just a little bit too hesitant.
I love that we've got Bane in the replay.
Slow-mo.
Well, we're looking in towards this A site. Supermassive Blaze are as well. They're full committing to it. A late lurk by Pora coming in through middle as they claim the site and now look for the plant, but in comes CNED. Gonna make it at least a little bit costly. There's absolutely no way that this player steps up above. He's challenged CNED and he's received exactly what you expect. Another CNED just keeps on going. 3 kills with the off. Attack into another, and this is getting scary. Down below, trapped in. Russ needs to make something happen while Pora is making the short play, lurking out, trying to find space. But CNED picks up 4. A classic closeout fire wave anjing. On the board for the defenders. We talked about this
dikasih tahu lu.
Dominating, that we expected them to come through and
gitu cara main jet AWP bos katanya. Easy lu suruh belajar lu easy.
Now Ascend already have 5 rounds on the board. They're already doing as well as Blaze.
Kubat anjing.
That's one of those rounds.
Dia pakai AWP-nya begitu semua lagi.
To look at it and go, okay, yeah, he's CNED. He is CNED.
Skinnya kagak ada efeknya anjing.
How does he get this many opportunities? They brought back Izzy. He definitely knew he was there, and he still manages to go through and just do this much damage to the remaining players, all just trying to take him out. And well, if you're going to give CNED those jaws, he's going to win every single time. I think that's just a complete overface.
Yeah, oh, most definitely. The jump up, I didn't believe it was going to come through from Brave, but I guess he thought the birthday look was with him.
Palanya bosan di M, bos. Lihat, bos.
Anjing. Entot nyawa si jago banget, anjing.
Ah! Masih nggak mati lagi.
Selamat kan, anjing. What the fuck, jago banget anjing.
Iya anjing. Ini AWP udah kayak simple, bos. Lu tau gak simple? Ini, bos, simple Valorant.
Wherever they go, they see his face.
Mbak banget anjing.
He's always waiting for them.
CNED, go B.
Lagi di buyout, dari buyout pindah dia.
Go to escape this man. It just seems like it's not possible. And even if they do manage to take him out, there's been other players for Ascend so far in this map.
They think he's still in the corner. They shock darted it. They're going back to check their flank. And what are they going to find? They're going to find CNED. But in fact, they do find him. They take him down. This is a pretty good position to play from. Zeke jump spotting. I mean, he could even be taken down. The timing is right. 1 versus 1 on the site. Good damage. Turco delivers a third kill of the round.
Kalau kalah sih nggak lucu sih.
He's not going to have the res online.
Bisa kalah sih. Iya bisa banget malah. Cuma makanya nggak lucu anjing kalau dia kalah.
By the looks of it as well, Bone Cold is out of stars. So for utility, he's not really going to have anything. It just comes down to the straight up gunfight, which, well, you'd probably bank on.
Wah, gila.
He is going to get the Red Bull clutch through. This is what we missed
Di
when it
clutch
came down
nggak
to the
anjing.
last map. This man is a beast on Sage, and he's going to get his first round.
The man is a beast, Tom. I agree.
Tuh lihat pelajaran cara dimain goblok.
Comfort zone really coming through. Whenever he's on that agent, you know that he's going to be able to do damage, and it's not even down. So it's not so much down to like you look at those kills and go, well, you actually didn't use any utility to get them. But it's when you're a Sky, you're going to be the one flashing for your teammates. You're
Comeback nih Turko comeback. Udah marah dia.
You can take that quasi duelist and try to
Aku mau
really
lihat si
just get
Kiles
in
mana
their faces.
Kiles.
And it's that freedom and putting a player like Turco who
Udah bangun belum dia?
consistently succeeds in that manner that's got them their first round. Have they called a pause to do a chant?
Iya dong
Singing,
anjing.
we will rock you. I don't know if anybody at home can hear this.
Si anjing ngepost cuma buat nyanyi enter.
Okay. So it's not as bad. It is a Supermassive Blaze pause.
I love these guys.
Supermassive Blaze have said, look, we won a round. We got like a 4K to clutch it out, but that's not how we want to win. So let's talk strategy. Let's talk about what we can do. They're really looking to grind this one out and get the win. Ascend, on the other hand, are singing, we will rock you.
Yeah.
Little bit of a different approach there. You can see the comfort.
Di post buat nyanyi anjing.
Enggak, yang nyanyi Ascend tapi yang postnya SMB.
Oh.
That's the thing. Like we had them as like the Masters champions at least initially when it was just within.
Main mental ini bos.
And yeah, they proved that they could do something with that roster.
Mereka satu ini sama siapa sih?
Had a bit of a roster change, a switch up.
Apa? Tuh mereka sama siapa?
Now I think they're undisputed at the moment as the best
SMB
team within the region. Gambit giving them a bit of a
yeah.
run for their money, but Ascend have been so damn good.
Let's see what you got, Zeke. Let's see those spams coming through. Shock dart on the way, just in case someone had snuck on through. But this is going to be a slow round from Supermassive Blaze. Now we get to see that operator battle between Izzy and CNED. The impact from CNED has been unquestionable. Yep. But now Izzy wants to show that he's the best Turkish operator, wants to make a name for himself.
Well, yeah, they are two players within EMEA battling for that right. The problem is, thus far, Izzy hasn't really shown up. He was a little bit quiet in the first map. We know that that's something of a rarity.
Baru menang
A
satu
little bit
round
of a
anjing.
battle coming between the two of them.
Oh,
A good nano swarm.
selamat
I
gak?
think the heal might have actually kept him alive just long enough.
Great play by Pora. Yeah, from the start to the finish there. He even manages to finish off Bone Cold, not the player he was initially attempting to challenge.
Ya, easy.
Dia harus belajar gitu deh.
Locked down to try and get in towards the site, but they're being pushed on. Oh no!
Ya Allah.
Winning the duels as they go, but Killaz up on behind, able to come out of there with two. The lockdown will still come into effect, but it gives them a massive disadvantage as they come back in. Stars even has a res to play with. Now there's no one really readily available to pop a res on. He's already used his wall, so up in heaven, he can't get that player back online. The res is out of the round. This is where Supermassive Blaze need to turn up. He's actually res them.
Oh, actually both players. He's going to find himself a fourth. And it's left.
Easy lu jangan malu-maluin lu Easy.
It's been a little bit rough for him so far, but this time he will land the shot, the clutch.
Itu dia tarik nafas anjing, takut whiff anjing sumpah.
Iya.
But again, it's an incredibly close round.
And it's that big play by Killaz that really puts the spanner into the works. The fact that he manages to creep down middle, somewhere that definitely should have been covered much more actively. He's able to take those head peak fights, win out two, and almost get that lockdown destroyed as well. That could have been insanely unfortunate for Supermassive Blaze, but they clutch clutch it back in the last second.
Tapi nggak ada yang bisa ngarahin Derek sih, yang dia ascend dia ngeluarin kunai lompat langsung pala, tau nggak lu?
Gua nggak tahu aja.
Yang 1v3 apa 1v2? Yang dia mau di boxnya tadi, yang boxnya si net, tau nggak lu?
Gua nggak. Oh iya.
Yang dia kejepit terus dia ngeluarin kunai lompat kill satu langsung dash.
Kan,
Iya, wah itu gila banget anjing sumpah. Itu bunuh dua apa dia? Itu gila banget sumpah. Gua tercengang gitu anjing. Iya, Rejavik. Itu gila banget anjing. Nah, ada satu pull. Tahu gue, iya kan tuh gila banget anjing.
This is where
gila banget maksud.
Two players are still here. You know that they're stacked up, but it doesn't look like they're all too concerned, wanting to just punish them and take them down here and now. A late flank coming in from Killa as it's being watched, or it was being watched by Pora. The S indeed it still is. Conscious of that play, watching for the spawn as well. I mean, this is perfect. Supermassive play is not giving any opportunities really for
play to
come through over.
Supaya kagak mati ya ini. Cing, di gua bisa di spam gitu anjing.
On attack side ascent, yeah, I think you can accept that.
Dia kayak menjelasin gila ini dorong, jago banget. Ini masih ada wave-wave-nya nih Dewa nih, nggak tahu next match-nya. Kalau udah match hari kedua, hari ketiga gitu, boh. Lengket banget semua crosshair, bos. Jagoan Dereknya daripada Sinet aslinya, tapi Sinet OP-nya lebih unggul. Iyalah, kelihatan anjing, M-nya harus kelihatan Derek tai.
The likes of Gambit 13-1, they can definitely streak rounds together on this map.
Oh, most definitely. Now here's where they're going to try to get something done. This is the one round where you see Zeke playing very, very passive. He actually could have spammed that ult down from it being placed up on top of the box, but obviously he's conscious that they could put it behind it, and then that's not going to happen. So, they're going to have a big retake play from Ascent, but they also...
Dia nggak nonton Sinatra nih. Nggak nonton tutorial Cokdat nih. Si coklat CT padahal. Gak cek lagi.
Siap satu.
Ya, kilesnya mati. Gak bisa ulti anjing.
Yeah, Starzo's trapped, not a chance of getting out of there. Very solid round from Supermassive Blaze. Not to say, one thing that I found kind of odd was Russ used up his shock darts there right at the start. He was throwing them in when the spike was being planted, and obviously when you've got a lockdown on the other side, that's a big risk. It means you can't deal with them, but there is the counter to that. They then decided to play that super aggressive style. They wanted to get up in their face. They weren't waiting on the B site for them to come in and being like, oh, let's hope we can deal with it. No, they ran at them and seized all the space back. 5-4, and we had a tactical pause come out of Supermassive Blaze, and since then, they've been looking pretty hot.
Since then, they haven't exactly been rocked, you could say, by what we've heard from the other side during that tactical pause. So maybe they'll get one of their own soon and take it a little bit more seriously. But for now, again, we're back to the pistols. Ultimate's in play, unlikely to have too much of an effect. Okay, Zeke actually just pops his Hunter's Fury straight away, looking to try and find them something into this round. Gets absolutely nothing for it. I'm very surprised by that usage, but hey, they've got an opener anyway.
Destroying that alarm bot there, gave him away. They knew exactly where Turco was, tucked up in the corner. Great opening, but CNET's going to be punished. The return back, all they need to do is keep the range. And with the operator in hand, is able to dispatch these players on Ascend. Bone Cold and Zeke. Sheriff's in hand, hoping for a couple of headshots, but no landed just yet. This is going to be a tough fight in the corner. Surely they check it. Recon going to reveal it. Okay, well, look.
Ente, Z9X. Lu udah punya jersey ini belum Z9X, ha? Dikasih belum lu?
Yeah, I'm still surprised though about the Hunter's Fury at the very beginning. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I guess they spotted a couple of players at the top of mid, but I just don't really see the value of such an impactful ult just being utilized like that. It might be because when you're that Odin player, you don't necessarily want to be switching in rounds where you actually have the Odin available, but they don't have it here, so it's just a little bit peculiar. We've also got the Bladestorm and the Res currently online for Supermassive Blaze, so 5-round streaks on either side. I wonder if we're finally going to get a combo breaker.
Nanti lu diserang serang siapa anjing nggak takut.
To take this one across the line, the operator of CNET on the other side of the map, Supermassive Blaze have managed to dodge it.
Di TikTok aja rame kagak ada yang nyerang tuh. Pada kemana?
There's nano swarms,
menghilang.
There's absolutely everything they could hope for, and those stars actually give the cover to avoid being spawned. 2 players for
Ada apa dengan ZNX? Nggak ada apa-apa anjing. Kan masuk gue cuma nanya punya jersey nggak?
They're trying to open space for Izzy to get frags with the op. The Hunter's Fury wasn't supposed to kill, just to reposition, but both shots miss. Izzy then pops the ultimate, moves towards the site, but he's pushed back right into the hands of Starzo, waiting for him. The kills are going their way though. Supermassive Blaze here to fight and here to win with 50 seconds on the clock. They still need to deal with Starzo, and he is bringing this back into the realm of possibility. Delay. So poor, and he just about gets taken down.
Kena bokong lagi nih.
As well as already watching this flank. It was everything for Zeke to get that kill, but they had him sandwiched in, and now the only one remaining.
FVP gue dia terus dia siapa? Si ZNX apa si Mojo?
But it's now down to 3, and Turco will put him in his place. SMB take the lead after. I still can't believe they're 5-0 down. 6 in a row. Just took them a little bit of time to get off the mark, and now they're looking unbelievable.
Now you see exactly what we were talking about towards the start of this series. When we said that Ascend, winning the pistol, getting that 3rd round on the board and so on was so important.
ZNX.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Bone Cold got 2 kills in the pistol.
Gak tau dah.
Got 2
kills
on the pistol. I can't remember.
I think he
back
did.
That far.
I don't think he's had a single kill since the pistol round.
Wow. Considering the form that he was on towards the end of Bind, that is a disappointing statistic to hear. And credit to Supermassive Blaze for just shutting him down so consistently. That tag comes in, but it could have been a little bit awkward if it was a second earlier. Izzy on that operator's definitely
jadi 5-0 jadi 65 nih.
these rounds now up against the pistols yet again. Like, this is a forced buy from Ascend, obviously because it's the last round of the half, but they still couldn't get anything much out.
Paula Verhoeven
to fight for 6-6.
Let's see if Bone Cold can change things a little bit. He's watching for the wall boost, but never mind. His head's been taken off anyway. Again, they have a couple of players around to try and just lock it down, but Starzo would have to go absolutely ham. He does have his res available to him to bring a teammate back, but if anything, he goes for that now. Teammate dead again.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be dead before he even got to the body. That's the thing. And I think he's just been spotted. Yes, he has. There's the tag on the wall. You see, they're saying he's close right, and Brave is going to take it down. In comes the Ares, but not good for those kind of
Kita kalau stage yang mati dibunuh juga sama temennya anjing.
Anjing gede nggak?
What the fuck, CNET memang gede nggak?
They know he's going for the lockdown. They're going to push him down
right away.
Monyet lama amat mandi. Nggak tahu, lu mau cepet lu mandi dah tuh.
Apa? Gua, halo?
Iya.
Tahu anjing, salah gua lah mandi lama blok. Netizen ya, Andre?
Iya, netizen.
He's taking down the first, swapping over the weapon, gonna go to destroy it, and he gets it done as well. The other players backed off. This could actually be huge. One player even got detained. Down goes the turret. He taps the defuse. It's all a ruse, trying to bait them into the open, and eventually he does. Unfortunately,
nice try.
That's his end. Very nice try. In fact, the Spectre in a 1v4. Hey, he almost got that
Yaudah
done.
maaf Cah. Musim teman Cah ya, Cah juga kena anjing katain aja dia.
Apa? Siapa?
Nice attempt.
Ada Mir.
Pretty good half as well. I think it is just Bone Cold. He's having a rough one. Definitely not looking as comfortable as we normally see him. Someone who frags within his role.
Ini ada analisis lagi nih, lama banget nih.
Well, I have to say, looking at this comeback from Supermassive Blaze, 5-0 down, and they don't lose a single round. I'm at a loss for words. Luckily, I don't need to have any more words, because we've got our boy Bala again with a big breakdown. Let's throw it over.
I'm really interested in that question that Tom's asking right now, because SMB has struck back in the second map, and it is kind of due to, I think, a little bit of a mishap on
Lu bisa nggak sih analisis
some good play from SMB.
kelar match saya, kelar match.
That I think turned the tides in this map so far. We can go ahead over to the illustration screen, because let's roll the clip and you'll see basically you've got one. Let's zoom in right here on this lockdown. It is very, very common for, you know, your Killjoy to play the lockdown there, and sometimes you have the sight lines with the Sova to actually be able to Hunter's Fury it or Shock Dart it or a bunch of different things. Very common, but you have instantly the dash from Izzy. They got on a sight. Now this is where things go wrong, I think. If you look at the B site and you look at how they're playing this retake, you actually have, look at this player up here. You have the Sage up on top of the wall, and he has a really fantastic angle because nobody on the side of Market can see him. Look at the light of science. You can't see him over
Nih,
that wall.
break benar satu yang Mateo. Break bentar
Gue
belum.
pakai akun
They're
kecil.
gonna pop through and fight as the Sage gets contact and
Kita bari. Kalau lu unrank ajak Radia sekalian, si Radia mau ikut.
all players down.
Ya
One
udah boleh.
player left
Le.
stuck behind the
Hah?
extra wall, but that's the
Nobar
last
gak?
that they have to check.
Ini
And
lagi
at
nobar.
that point, it is completely
Enggak ada yang
over.
mau nobar
So
malu
if
tuh.
SMB can
Acap
continue
tuh.
to do something like that,
Ini
that's
lagi
kind of
nobar.
what Ascend
Kali
ended up
tolol.
they ended up kind of losing
Yeah,
their
Surabaya
footing
block.
in that map and in that first half, because from then they continued to lose rounds over and over and over. And you saw the last round too, Killjoy ult versus Killjoy ult. Similar things that you're not really expecting to happen frequently. There was a couple of things where CNED was starting
Dre,
to
lu
get a
kalau
couple
mau
frags,
rame,
Zab, he was starting to get a little hot,
balikin
but
Gonex sama
after that,
Sator.
it really started to go downhill for Ascend.
Gak akan
We'll
gua
have to see if
leak
they can actually
goblok.
bring it back themselves with the attack
Lu
side
tahu,
they have
Dre?
online. I think they can
Apa?
do just that, Mitch.
Tahu lu.
Tahu lah goblok.
Thank you so much.
Pertanyaan
Paula.
macam apa sih
I'm
lu?
loving this. The breakdowns on the big screen. We got Balla doing it. We'll have some other people on there later, but let's not spoil any of the fun.
Is it Sue?
It might be. You never
I've
know.
heard she's got the biggest brain in EU at least.
Well,
That's what some people say.
That is true. You know, Mini and Boaster told me that one. 7-5. We're coming into half number 2. The defense of Supermassive
Nonton
Blaze
di
about
Twitch
to
atau
be
di
put
mana,
to the
Dre?
test, but based
Di Twitch.
on the
Ayo,
last
ayo
7
apa Dal?
rounds, they might not have any problems.
Aduh gila banyak banget yang streaming ya.
Iya, emang lagi banyak streaming semua. Mau main ini.
Semuanya ini.
Apa namanya?
Asteris, Bani, Wilson, Niki.
Lu aslinya Gonex ya enggak? Paledit. Abis ini, ya abis ini Asen kelar kita main Brawlhalla.
Lah, nggak nobar lu, bro.
Ntar nobar lagi, main dulu lah. Nobar masih
Tadi nih gitu lawan F4Q.
Pusilo, iya Pusilo.
Kan lihat sih F4Q gimana.
Ah, ini match yang Asen Supermassive ini nggak seru anjing. Kurang seru anjing ini.
Yang Korea ini F4Q.
Ting nanti.
Tapi grupnya
Brawlhalla
grup A sih gila loh.
Grup A sih siapa aja?
Grup A Raka. Ini Ascent Supermassive Blaze, Vision Striker, Pepper Rex gila nggak? Itu top, itu Vision Striker gila. Ascent sama Supermassive Blaze gila. Satu grup gak bangsat.
Kurang seru anjing match ini. Gua nggak udah ikut Brawlhalla boleh kali. Gua mau push rank. Sorry ya, gua mau duo. Push rank.
Kenapa nggak seru, Dre?
Gak tau, B aja mainnya ngerti nggak lo?
B aja ya, jago kita orang ya.
Nggak kelihatan yang gila-gilanya. Kalau dulu zaman yang Rejavi kan kelihatan yang kayak banyak start baru gitu-gitu. Yang hal-hal yang baru-baru lah. Kalau ini kayak ya udah gitu aja.
Teruan lihat AE lawan Boom ya.
Goblok.
I think he actually headshot someone through someone else and almost gets himself an extra kill in that round. So he did his best, but realistically, this round, Mitch, not expecting much.
Gue Q snap Andre, Q aja. Asal lu gak sejago famous mah.
Ya kayak EU biasanya. Ini EU nomor 1 anjing Asen.
They're now looking pretty hot coming into 7-7.
Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't jinx that.
Iya, EU-nya kayak biasa nomor 1. Lu lihat aja, Asen sejago itu tapi kayak kurang menarik gitu. Kalau lihat Fnatic main kayak asik banget anjing.
Tolol kali, Dre.
Apa?
Tolol.
Apanya?
Ini stratnya.
Nah kalau ini kayak B aja tau nggak, taruh di situ gitu-gitu.
Biasa aja ya. Gampang ditiru ya ini.
Iya, kurang wah gitu. M-nya juga masih ada nyabun-nyabun kalau udah mungkin hari kedua hari ketiga kali ya. Orang udah kebiasa.
Masih nyabun nih.
Tadi lu ngeliat map 1 bind nyabun anjing.
Nyabun semua.
Iya.
Iya.
Nonton aja. Nah, ini baru seru nih rumah sakit nih.
Getar ya bijinya ya.
Iya, si Starso. Depan muka di kiri kanan 2 kali nggak kena anjing. Muif. Tapi bajunya dapat 3 kill sih.
Pakai apa klasik?
Klasik. Depan muka musuh nggak ngeliat, ngadep belakang. Jaraknya semeter kali anjing. Diklik kanan 2 kali Mif.
Lagi gitar layar.
Seru nonton Brand ngebantai AE.
Ada bacot report dah. Buat TO nih.
Yeah, man. I mean, the Astra on this map kind of surprised me because he was always playing the Omen, right? You were always looking for those. I mean, just the paranoia alone has so much impact, but it also is very similar to what he'd be doing with the Brim.
Nah dulu yang juga di Reykjavik LAN juga blok, tapi lebih seru aja. Kayak flick yang menarik itu terkelihatan gitu.
I don't know if it's worth the trade-off.
Yeah, I feel like as well, a lot of the sort of top Astras that we see with the world at the moment are ones that are able to play incredibly well around their own utility and find a lot of impact and frags from it. So the fact that, yeah, Joy is meant to be more of that supportive, I think you feel like it flies when you're playing Astra so much.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Now look at this, opening kill has come through with Pora falling. Pora, another player, has been so pivotal. CNED wasn't sure if there was a little gap there. Now, gonna be looking for some picks, operator in hand, but Brave is falling down on shore. With him out, the side is completely theirs. Asan will be able to get a nice and easy point and hold on to a 5 versus 3. And yeah, I'm with you, Tom. This looks like a textbook save from Supermassive Plays. Looking at this scenario, they are starting to hit that W key a little bit.
Yeah, they legitimately have nothing to get them back into the round. Drone already utilized. Sure, they could try and scan a player or two and maybe find them through the wall, but other than that, you're just going to be throwing weaponry into the wind. And on the other side of things, like, yeah, sure, a fair bit of the utility's already been deployed as well, but I don't think you're going to break this after plant. And for Supermassive Blaze, you just want to keep the economy strong. Make sure you can come back into the next round. Maybe get on operator for Izzy. He's someone on this map in particular is incredibly good at taking map control away from opponents on the defense. So I want to see that come into play at some point.
I like that. You know, there we go. It's a small thing, but I just heard the players. I'm not sure if the guys at home, if y'all on Twitch, YouTube, or wherever you might be watching. I'm not sure if you will have heard it. The guys in Ascend, they hit a big woo! You know, they're getting hyped. They're really pulling it. And I just saw Pora then like kind of look up and go, woo! He just returned it a little bit. Keep the energy up. And a nice round for Ascend to get them back on the horse.
I think that's the
solusi jelek banget nih si Starkso ini.
There's a lot of mutual respect between them, especially.
You saw it in the press conference yesterday. I mean, like Riv was saying earlier that they just every time someone was asked, like, "Yo, you guys, you got a rivalry like G2 Sentinels. What does it feel like?" And they're like, "I don't know, man. I think it's just social media. We got a lot of love for each other." Oh. What?
Okay, there you go. Burncold's back on the board. He's found himself a kill straight through the wall. Now, do they expect the re-aggression of Russ? In fact, they're almost going to try and completely ignore it, and Burncold finds another one. It's all fallen apart. This B-main aggression, something they attempted in the pistol, and it failed then as well, Mitch.
Menurut ada 4-3 enggak.
Try and hold on to this site.
Asan menang.
The utility that's currently available, he can't
Confirm.
even afford to like shoulder peek this, because he'll get sucked in.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Brave. I mean, a 1v5 versus Ascend, not something you're likely to see come through. So it looks like we're seeing yet another save, at least be postured for. He'll take a few exits if he can get them, but for the most part, it's going to be a fairly drawn-out round with not a lot happening. The door's even closed, so he can't even catch an angle. And so playing for the exits is the right call. The problem is getting into position for an exit. If he was to actually try and get behind B main, CNED is staring at that with an operator, and they even have spawn flank covered by Starzo. There's literally nowhere that he can surprise them from.
Yeah, and his teammate already died from that operator facing into mid, so like, if he was to push that, he'd have to be a little bit of a maniac, and I don't think, out of all the players on this team, I almost feel like Brave is like the calm within the storm, which is quite interesting considering he is the youngest as well. Yeah. Like the player who literally turned 18 today, I believe. I think that was said on the desk earlier. So happy birthday, Brave. I hope that your gift is you get to keep your gun this round.
Well, let's see if it is. Let's see if Ascend are feeling generous. Maybe that's what was happening on the previous map. They were thrown through with Vandals saying like, hey, you know what? Give it to Brave. It's his birthday. Little present for him. Well, the spike's gonna blow up. I
wonder if they'll attempt that B push again at any point, because they've now attempted it in the pistol and in this round, and in both times they've walked into every single member of Ascend, and it's gone incredibly bad. So I would almost say that this is one of those pushes that maybe you have a bit of a peak coming out from Izzy with the dash available, but other than that, I feel like it's just not worth it anymore. Like Ascend seem to love to lock that position down very early on in the round.
Yeah, oh, they definitely do. But look at this, at the start of this round, Ascend
Sini kayak kagawin AWP ber-effect na kaya.
So are Supermassive Blaze. With 3 players here and a one-way smoke coming through, they're going to try to not just... Oh, they've been spotted. Oh, they have 4 players here, 3 have been seen, and that's going to be Ascend.
Lari semua.
Yeah, at this point, I've almost started to wonder if they have some sort of pact. Where it's like, we go B and then we go A, and then we go B and then we go A. We're going to fight each other there, but this is a lot of control already being taken. Locking down mid, we know that the only man holding on is going to be Poro. Now, we mentioned it before, he is incredibly good with his pistol. He's found an angle, but Zeke is more than aware. We've seen From the Shadows actually used to TP into the back of the site, but it doesn't matter. The site's gone.
God, Brave just domed. The first was nice, the second unreasonable. The lockdown comes into effect. Plant can be secured towards the back of the site, and this is where Supermassive Blaze normally would be considering a save. That's been heard. Starzone knows full well that there are players barreling around middle. That was not an easy fight to take, not expecting him to be running past like that. Turco, I think saving is definitely on the cards, although I notice he's the closest player, and now up on top of the... Oh, if that hit, I would have banned him. We'd have to hit the button right away. That was a disgusting attempt. We'll get him in the end. 10-8, Ascend. Going up to double digits in the ones time. As they now look to bring it across the line. This is Supermassive Blaze.
So good, boss, so good.
7 in a row. And again, struggling to get off the starting block in these early rounds.
Initiate.
Those are those sort of kills that maybe you get like once every few weeks, and Zeke's been doing it all the way through the day. I almost feel like Supermassive Blaze has got to feel a little bit by the fact that they've now had back-to-back maps where both Zeke and CNED are in top 4. I haven't seen, at least to this consistency, both of these players do so well within the match, and at the moment they're looking unstoppable, especially considering Zeke has actually switched over to the Sova. It's just his aim that has been ridiculous.
Now we're going to end up with another timeout called, and it's no surprise that it's Supermassive Blaze calling for that timeout, considering how things have been going so far. They definitely need to take a breather. Yes, they bounced back into the previous map.
Oh.
Well,
I don't think that was a pause. They've gone straight into the round.
All good.
We'll just see what happens in this one. Already looking a little bit better for Supermassive Blaze. Maybe they didn't need the pause after all.
Yeah, they didn't need the tactics. It looks like they're looking pretty clean to 4 versus 2. CNED and Zeke trying to pull it back. Operator on CNED hopes to find a victim. Gonna bait them out with the shot. He's seeing nothing right now.
Bilang lagi dikasih doang itu kemarin si SMB.
You know, obviously when you're on the attack for Ascend right
mereka di mana 13-0 apa? 13-1. Itu di mana split ya?
A hefty bank. But Supermassive Blaze really need to win this in a relatively clean fashion, and they have so far. And then they, okay, that's a trade. That's good. Got that kill so quickly onto Zeke. My God, another CNED clutch needed, and although he's reliable when it comes to the EMEA region for making those clutch plays, he's up against Supermassive Blaze here. These are his countrymen. They know what he's up to.
Yeah, they tried to bait a few steps here and there to try and pull a couple of rotations, but it was nothing that was fallen for by their opponents. And again, I feel like Brave has got away with that peak a few times now. Just going into the own smoke, I feel like that's something that needs to be spammed from Ascend if they're ever going to make a play in towards that A site. The fact is, though, it has been the B site that looks a little bit more vulnerable at the moment for Supermassive Blaze. Like, A has looked pretty decent. I think Brave has done a good job. I think it was the only time they actually won it was either it was a full retake or Brave was just somewhere off of the site. So if they've had him in lockdown, it's worked, and now we do actually get the tactical
timeout. Oh, and CNED's aced. I'm kidding. It is a timeout from Supermassive Blaze.
Because we have a special screen which shows the map. Yeah. And last time I was kind of looking at it going, people are moving.
People are running around and
Whereas
disappearing.
this time, no one is moving.
So
So if they're bamboozled again, then someone is completely
Easy,
tricked.
bros.
Same situation though. This tactical timeout for Supermassive Blaze comes at such an important time. They are 10 to 9. They are one behind, trying to get back on that same comeback that they had in the previous half. They allowed 5 rounds to their opponents in a row that time, and then swung back into it. This is their defense though. We expect so much more from it, but the tactic that they so love to deploy, the B main pushes, the A main pushes, the grouping up and using the pack mentality has been countered every step of the way by Ascend. So they need to go back to the drawing board, and this is where their coach gets to input quite a bit.
Yeah, he's been given the chance to do it. Zeke will get Mitch very excited. He bought himself an Odin on the attacker side, and actually for now was spacing it to mid. I imagine he was just lining up a little bit of utility, trying to force some players out of position with the drone. And again, we're going to see the wall actually this time being put down. I like this a little bit better. As I said, the aggression into this side of the map has been a failure so far for Supermassive Blaze.
Get the big guns out. Let's go, Zeke. Here's the recon. That's going to reveal the player down in the alley and give Zeke an opportunity. In fact, Turco manages to just sneak his way down and avoid getting tagged on up. That could have been a disaster otherwise. Now, this is definitely going to be a split into the B side, at least for now. But the spike is being left all the way towards their spawn. They are allowing Killez to hold on to control there with his turret and then rotate late. But it looks like, yeah, they are going to commit.
I almost wondered if they were going to try and fake things out a little bit. Like
They
put
sort of
down
have with the time.
same utility. The problem, though, is Supermassive Blaze haven't fallen for it. They've still got 3 players within this site. Now, the Cosmic Divide will at least give them a chance to section out some of these players, but they need to try and catch some of the remainder before they can take the site.
Boathouse blocked, and now it's time to rush into the site, taking the fights as they go, but down goes the Odin. Zeke dealt with. Izzy pops out with the Blade Storm for some close-range fights. We call that one a Sean Gares. He's whiffed it completely as we go into the 3v3 with very little time. Ascend can't really get that spike planted. How are they going to be able to close in the distance? They need the kill so quickly. Bone Cold, good for it, but time is gone. The round already Supermassive Blazes. You would have imagined
Bangkit si Bone Cold.
They got you. They got you.
I'm seeing 4 seconds left. I'm like, oh, it's done. It's dusted. But they just about managed to pull it off. 11 to 9, and that's one of those rounds where Supermassive Blaze have got to be kicking themselves, man. They did everything right. They delayed it, and it's the player who was doing nothing the whole way along. Bone Cold must have went 12 rounds in a row without a kill, and he turns up right when he needs to.
Well, yeah, and also Killers started that on the other side of the map and then ended up getting the final frag for the result. I love that you were completely
I was sold 100%. I'm like, there must be someone somewhere, guys, right? No?
No. They were all within that B site at the end, and they all got taken out.
And the time was gone as well. Like, literally, if that player stayed Boathouse, they won off time. That's one of those things, man. Try to play with your teammates, and it's the wrong decision. That's why I always bait. It doesn't work.
I'm not going to disagree with what you just said. But an early couple of trades. A 4 versus 4 weaponry is in the bin for Supermassive Blaze. They've got themselves a Marshall, a couple of SMGs, but they have managed to find themselves an opener. Now, their A-site hold has definitely been the better of the 2. The problem is they don't really have much space around it. They do, however, have the Killjoy ult.
That they do. That's going to buy them a lot of time. Delaying it down, that mid-peak. Great shot by Izzy, a Marshall in hand. Only 1 shot if he hits the heady, and that he most certainly does. Starzo has spotted a player dropping down, the Marshall poking and prodding at him. Hopefully the slow will be enough to keep him back. As Starzo closes the distance, Pora thinks he's gone undetected.
He has?
Did he? Okay, there we go. He'll eventually be taken down. That could have been incredibly awkward. Backside, look how low Russ is. With a res coming in, they do not want to lose Russ down below. Oh, that bullet! It went right by his face. They know he's there. They've taken him out, and now the res, luckily, has put them into a 2v3. But a tough one, as again, time could have been the enemy. The spike will be planted.
Got their own lockdown, try and deny them the initial push, but they're just going for it. They're going to try and run through, and Starzo is there. He saved them in this round. The plays into mid, catching out Pora, and it's going to be 12 to 9, and this is where things really are troublesome for Supermassive Blaze. They invested a decent amount into the last round, but I do wonder if that's going to be a position where they now have nothing to play with it, financially, it sucks again.
And I heard Sean talk about on the desk how there's two forms of Ascend. On the one hand, you can see them have that CNED go kill. He goes out, he finds space, and then they play off of it. And then you have that second form, the tight, consistent gameplay. And that is what we're seeing here. A glance at the scoreboard will tell you, with the exception of Bone Cold, everyone's between 17 and 19 kills. This is not a simple situation of, oh, let's deal with this guy, and then we're good for the round. No, everyone is showing up. We've seen Bone Cold in that last second clutch to grab them 3 kills on the site and win it when even I thought the round was done. This has been an incredible performance from Ascend on a map that Supermassive Blaze are known for being dominant on. Let's take that away and even say Turkey are known for being dominant on. And now the 5-man Turkish squad need 3 rounds in a row to even get an overtime.
Yeah, I think we're in a spot now as well where we can look at how they've been playing this attack side and almost just look at it in a comparison to the way that SMB like to play. They like to get up in your face. They like to take these aggressive duels, and Ascend have just slowed things down. Late defaults, late pushes into the site. We even saw they should have lost a round on time moments ago, and in the round before, a round after even, they planted with 10 seconds left.
Turco is feeling it right now, wants to get aggressive. The turret hasn't spotted him up close. That's a nasty angle, and one that almost definitely won't be expected. These players are worried about the guy in main, but now they've spotted him. The dash used up by CNET, burned up in the early stages. They've got the kill, and they're going to continue hunting him down. At least for a moment they were. Man advantage. They called a tactical timeout just before this Ascend, letting Supermassive Blaze sit in it, and now they'll run the clock down and do much of the same.
Yeah, is he actually on a bulldog? It's not something I ever would think of with that man, at least. Like the Marshal in the previous round, able to do quite a bit. We'll see if he can have the same success. Again, though, it's looking fairly all in from Ascend.
Yeah.
All waiting outside.
It's the right call.
3 players on this site. If they can trade effectively, sure, it's going to go great, but they need to shut this man down early, and that's exactly what they do.
Great kill on to Izzy, now tucked in the corner. It's even expected. They were pre-firing and spraying away. Pora, the last man alive, and they'll bring Zeke right back into the round. Bought back by the res. This is an almost unwinnable clutch. In fact, Pora's got the worst weapon of them all. We saw a weapon here or there, some Spectres, but this man only has the Sheriff. Sure. He can do a lot with it, but in a 1v4, the pack mentality of Ascend, there's so much to deal with here, and yeah, the turret is going to be problem number 1. 13-9, 2-0. Ascend have walked away with the win on Supermassive Blaze's map pick. They have won the first match of Masters 3.
That is an incredibly good sign if you're an Ascend fan.
What's this? All right. We've got a bull on stage, and you know what? I describe him as exactly that. The whole team, aggressive, feeling it on the back of Bone Cold's IG yelling. We saw him. He was stone cold on the first map, taking a bit of a hit. This when the Astra the same style of play. This team is now playing themselves that revenge story up against SMB.
I love it as well, because I was wondering coming into this tournament,
well played, bro.
Will we have anybody along the lines of anybody put there, maybe a Paddy Man, is there anyone out there who's going to do it? And I was like, maybe Starzo. But that's the whole team. They're all getting involved, having a great time. And honestly, that was impressive, because this is a map that they, even against weaker opposition, have not looked particularly good. Now coming in against what I would have said coming into this tournament as the best Ascent team from EMEA, and they made them look mortal.
They absolutely did. 2-0. You were saying coming into this map, it's 2-1. I don't know who's going to win, but it goes to a third map 100% of the time. And this is where Sue's going to be pretty thankful, because she said if we get to a map 3, even though it was quite probable. So she's still technically in the right on that one. What an incredible performance, though, from Ascend. This is exactly the form that we want to see them on coming into this tournament. He did. 2 in the pistol, 0 in the rest of the half. But you know what? It didn't matter. The rest of the team was showing up. Yeah, you had that star 2 or 3 rounds out of CNED, but for the most part, this was a tight-knit pack. And I love the last round where they took that pack mentality. They stuck together because they knew these guys are on on pistols, these guys are on weaker weapons. That's where they make aggressive plays. That's where they push. And if you play a default, you might just play right into that hand.
Mau berhak, iya, gue mau berhak dulu.
Just that momentum shift in the
Mau push rank.
I was almost sat there like, are we going to get the normal game now from SMB, where they just stomp through their opponents? It's not like any of their players, in my mind at least, were particularly missing. It was just a few crunch rounds, like the one where basically we should have seen Ascend lose to time, where things just went a little bit wrong. And from then onwards, Ascend looked like they were on top on the map. And, well, no surprises. A lot of love between these two teams. I can almost guarantee that, say for example, Ascend get through, they're going to be rooting for Superman.
Mana si Dalta bangsat.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. Apa sih tapi makan dulu kali ya. Kita kena save mulu, set Sinet serem juga ya. Emang dasarnya sakit aja anjing. GG sih, GG lah. Bentar. Kok salah display capture anjing. Capture. Duit gue kok 2.500. Beli skin sih bayar anjing. Kemarin Fikri pakai skinnya si ini bagus banget anjing. Mordek is. Dia dapat dari mana ya? Ember 900 anjing, gue beli kali Ember nih. Kalau nggak ngeridem, kalau nggak beli BP. Oh. Keren-keren tai. Bisa beli item nggak? Redeem dari mana, cok? Ini apaan anjing? Baru nunggu panda anjing. The fuck? Pengen beli ini anjing, siapa namanya? Enak tuh dipakainya. Ini Petra si Hombing. Redeem biasa ada di Twitter. Emang iya? Baru tahu gue gitu-gituan. Gue main-main doang sih. Mana sih si Delta? Mau main nggak? Bangsat nih orang. Bar. Hero awal bagusnya Brian, kalau nggak Petra. Iya Petra. Semua orang pakai Petra bisa ngebling anjing. Udah nunggu Delta gue makan dulu kali. Pelet dem combo YouTube. Keren anjing pakai kucing putih gitu kemarin. Battle Pass. Dapat apa nih? Mordex gue keren juga anjing kalau pakai beginian. Battle Pass season 4 115.000 anjing. Dicok mending gue beli skin Valorant bangsat. Ini apaan? Avatar. Gue cara ceknya gimana? Wah, keren juga. Mordex susah Andre, jangan. Gue suka banget pakai Mordex anjing. Agent gue Mordex bos. What do you mean jangan? Battle Pass tadi dapat apa aja sih? Hammer. Gimana cara nyampe layar lagi? Pengen gue klik. Sakit. Ih, terbacok. Skin si Queen ya. Anjing kalau tiap argumen berhala sih gue beli anjing. Karena bacok. Kelas enggak. Ini apaan anjing Diana? Mahal anjing. Mending main geng bis Ndre, lebih asik. Apaan tuh geng bis tai?
Online.
Pemanasan dulu kali kita. 1v1 anjing. Kita ngerank.
Online.
Big bat aja nih cok. Ini gue pengen beli dia nih, Petra si Hombing. Defense sih gede banget cok. Defense, speed, dexterity itu apa ya? Ini the best anjing. Gak punya apa-apa bangset.
Mordex.
Lu ikutin quest Dre, biar lu bisa belinya lebih cepet. Emang questnya apa anjing? Ntar abis ini gue cek questnya apa. Tuh, warnanya keren banget. Gue pengen beli itu warnanya. Cuman 3.800 ya, 3.000-an. Kalau gue beli habis duit gue cok. Gak ada nilainya di notif. Ntar gue cek. Siapa di sana?
Halo?
Ayo.
Ntar makan dulu. Gue lagi. Gue mau searching lu di YouTube anjing how to combo.
Belajar sama Fikri, jago banget anjing.
Lu kalah terus.
Boleh bola anjing. Kita main free for all ya berlima. Udah semua incer Fikri aja masih bisa juara anjing dia.
Sumpah.
Jago banget, gua gak bohong.
Yang kedua siapa? Agai juga dia itu.
Harganya mah gitu-gitu doang mainnya anjing. Yang jago tuh yang bisa main Fikri doang tai. Ya Do bisa main lah Do lah. Kalau kalau Haga mainnya kayak lu spam X.
Emang ya. Coba. Lebat gua.
Kira jago anjing musuh gua. Skin doang bagus. Lama-lama gua beli BP-nya nih.
Lu Mbak. Kesel banget gua kode Steam suka nggak mau keluar anjing, babi.
Apa?
Kode Steam suka nggak mau keluar harus di cancel terus.
Gua keluar terus dah. Aduh.
One untuk recall.
Easy.
Lu ngapain?
Gua lagi buy one anjing, lagi pemanasan.
Anjay.
Warna hitam itu bisa dapat kalau level legend lu 20 seriusan. Mainnya jangan pakai mouse cepat rusak. Kagak gua pakai keyboard, cok. Oh, bisa dapat kalau level 20. Punya gua Mordex level berapa ya?
Gua pengen vector.
Apa nih? Wah, dapat skin gua nih bot far.
Kok bisa mau dong?
Enggak tahu ngejalanin misi doang. Baru 16 anjing. Jauh ya? Apa sih questnya?
Lu kalau
apa?
makan mie diseruput apa enggak?
Diseruput tuh maksudnya di gitu.
Iya.
Ya tergantung kalau mie nyanyi. Enggak sih, jarang tapi jarang kayak gitu.
Iya, enak diseruput anjir, lebih nikmat, cok.
Kalau panjang capek, cok. Lu lagi makan ya? Gua makan dulu deh. Gua makan dulu juga deh.
Udah.
Gue belum makan bentar ya, guys ya. Gue liat skinnya keren-keren banget anjing. Kemarin Fikri pakai.
Tapi gua
pakai apa? Hah? Kenapa?
Tadi.
Gua apa?
Tapi tadi gue lu mau ngomong apa?
Apaan sih anjing?
Tadi mau ngomong apa, cok?
Ngomong apa?
Iya.
Tadi
skin mau ngomong apa?
Enggak, skinnya Fikri bagus.
Itu beli.
Enggak tahu. Berkucing anjing, bukan kucing sih, itu macan anjing, harimau.
Oh ya?
Iya, keren
Berapa
banget.
Sih itu skin begitu?
Enggak tahu, 140. 140 ini berapa? 140 tuh 53.000 satu skin. Ya kurang lebih segitulah.
Gua mie walaupun panjang juga gua seruputnya cepet banget nih. Enak banget kan.
Kita cek dulu nih, ada yang bagus nggak nih? Kalau yang bagus kita beli nih. Biar usangnya kodok nggak anjing. Goblok.
Lihat di store ya?
Iya.
Yang mana?
Mordex nggak ada yang bagus. Apa?
Yang
mana? Nggak ada, si Fikri nggak ada di ini. Di store nggak ada. Dia nggak tahu.
Kagak mau lihat mau ngelihat skin di mana?
Ya di skin lah. Lu ke store skins.
Skins mana? Skins doang nggak ada. Oh, ini ada.
Nyari juga belum, udah bilang nggak ada. Bangsat nih orang.
140. Berapa nih? 140 ini.
56.000, 54.000. Ntar gue makan dulu.
Shit. Kenapa gue pakai sendok ya?
Rek,
Ngambil makam.
nobar nggak?
Lagi rehat. Break dulu.
Lu nggak main? Dal?
Tadi main.
Brawlhalla itu.
Ya, ini mau main. Makan dulu.
Baru mau main lu pada.
Iya.
Nggak nonton dong?
Kan lagi break.
Udah mau mulai tapi.
Sumpah.
Iya. Udah intro.
Nonton.
Emang lu suka nonton, Dal?
Kalah. Lu lagi live?
Mau live ini gua.
Suara Kadalta kenceng amat. Emang suara dia gitu.
Nonton kan, Tre?
Godzilla. Enggak, gue lagi main pit.
Mana ada?
Wah, lu
Brawlhalla dulu, bos. Gue kira udah tadi Divan udah main. Udah nonton. Lu kenapa off dah anjing? Lu kenapa off?
Capek. Gua mau curhat tapi takut ada orangnya di sini.
Taruh ya.
Nggak apa-apa deh, kayaknya nggak ada. Tadi kan ada viewer gua bocil, Hida namanya. Itu baik ngomong banget, gua sampai pusing.
Parah.
Sampai mod-mod gua dipanggil-panggilin. Dia nge-tag famous, dia nge-tag Adiswan, dia mintain IG, dia minta temenan. Udah oke. Gue sampai lu tidur lu, nggak baik gini. Nggak nurut ya. Ayo, lagi makan dah. Makan apa, Dre?
Padang.
Enak banget. Tuh gue masih lapar lagi. Fuck.
Makan lagi.
Gue warm up dulu apa? Anjay.
Si paling warm up anjing.
Gue searching dulu deh di YouTube how to comboin Brawlhalla. How to comboin Brawlhalla, langsung ada nggak? Berarti banyak yang nge-search ini.
Udah ada kucing lucu banget dah, lu beli aja dah.
Wah, ngepedit.
Butterscotch. Ini kalau mati diangkat kucing, cok.
Hah?
Lo ingetin kalau lu mati kan diangkat sama kayak malaikat gitu kan?
Nggak tahu.
Kalau jatuh apa ada efek ya, lu kayak diangkat balik ke atas gitu.
Nggak tahu.
Ada efek ya, lu bisa beli.
Going over basic beginner combos for every single weapon. These are going to be combos that if you're playing this weapon, you need to learn to get better. Simple, true combos for every weapon. And we are going to start with hammer. First true combo starts with stomp, and you have to be at low health for this. It's stomp, sidelight. Next true combo is stomp, reverse down air. This works closer to when you're closer to your opponent. But if you were to be close like this and try to like it won't work. This is also a stomp down air, but with a dash jump involved. This is actually easier than it looks. When you want to do this right, you after the stomp, hold down, and then use your dash button, as you'll dash forward. But next time you do it, instead of dashing forward, use a jump.
Anjrit, susah juga.
Hotdog apaan?
Hold down and do it down there. So dash jump like that. And then follow up with a down air. Another true combo for hammer with low health is falling side air neutralite. To hit this right, you need to be really close to your opponent when you hit the side air. If it's far away, it does not work. For later health, when they're more damaged, stomp, jump, side air is your way to kill your opponent. Now we'll go into sword. A sword has a down light side air. In between that, you do have to jump. Also, down light down air.
Kok nggak dikasih tahu sih mencet apanya gitu?
Next true combo.
Tombol beda-beda.
Can work in two ways. You do not need to jump with this, but if you do jump, you do send a
Terlihat gampang ya guys. Homiap samida. Picopork ada update-nya tahu.
Ada game baru berarti.
Lu pakai jersey apaan?
Jersey way.
Wih, pride banget.
Yoi.
Emang di rumah pakai jersey gitu nggak panas ya?
Enggak lah. Ini jersey bahannya adem anjing. Bukan jersey gembel. Kalau jersey gembel juga nggak
pakai
pakai.
Jersey anjing. Kayak nggak enak aja kalau dipakai.
Lu di rumah bugil anjing susah.
Makanya.
Ayo. Keren banget in Mordix. Emang kalau
online,
kalau agent gue level 20 buat VAR gue bukan ada ya buat VAR ya. Gue beli dah buat VAR dah. Gue ada skinnya. Anjas. Ember gue beli. $900 aja. Mana? Kalau gue buat agent gue di mana sih? Kucing gini nih. Lu lihat live gue dah.
Apa?
Nih, kucing gini nih pakai si Fikri anjing.
Iya lu bagus anjir. Tuh bisa tuh dibeli tuh.
Ya gua nggak tahu ini gimana belinya anjing, beli 300 mahal cok. Nggak mau gua. Tapi di warna putih anjing punya Fikri. Ada meongnya.
Kayaknya ada event-eventnya gitu nggak sih?
Iya, tiap event beda gitu. Anjing ini keren banget cok. Kung Fu Panda. Tailung.
Tailung the fuck. Bener juga anjing.
Mana agent lu? Yang ini nih, ini Vector. Jelek anjing. Gak ada yang bagus. Ugly shit.
Udah belum?
Ayo.
Udah.
Ntar gue buat dulu Ntar.
online.
Sini masuk join. Di Brawlhalla harga hero kagak ada ngaruh stats.
Gue lurusin
Brian
keyboard dulu
udah
kali
paling
ya.
bener buset dah. Brian yang mana anjing?
Gue lurusin keyboard dulu. Yuk, udah lurus nih keyboard gue nah.
Buat VAR gue kok gak ada skin. Ntar. Tadi gue
Si Ale main Brawlhalla pakai stick anjing.
Emang banyak yang main pakai stick. Cukup jago tapi kayaknya.
Ayo.
Tadi gue pasti dapat skin dah. Kok nggak ada anjing bangsat. Gue pakai apa? Lu pakai apa? Hari-hari gitu kan gue pakai coba yang baru dah. Ember mana Ember?
Gue pengen beli Vector. Mana gue mana? Kok XX? Lihat dah.
Apaan?
Gue nggak bisa pakai keyboard. Bisa di pause nggak sih?
Color bukan skin. Apa?
Bisa di pause nggak?
Enggak. Bisa harusnya tadi ngebug doang kali. Coba.
Oh ya bisa.
Don't forget to dodge, oke?
Enggak, gue pasti lupa, Allah. Gue salah lihat. Gue salah lihat Agent, the fuck.
Udah lo tuh dia. Aduh, ngentiau.
Ya Allah, gue salah lagi anjing.
Mati yang low. Satu lagi deh, low lagi nih. Gue juga low sih, enggak ada yang di kuning. Mabet Ji. Tabul naga.
Itu yang 3 tuh, yang masih 3, Cok.
Iya, gue juga mau begitu.
Goblok. Gue belum warm up nih, masih nyabun.
Tuh udah low tuh dia. Nanti dia. Udah merah lagi anjing. Ini juga udah merah anjing. Ya Allah, kena lagi enggak gua. Bye Dal.
Astagfirullahaladzim, kita tinggal 1 loh. Allahu Akbar. Terus.
Lu jangan deket-deket ke gua, Cok. Lu pilih satu dah. Biar nggak tabrakan kita.
Nggak bisa kayak gitu.
Mati lu bangsa. Buang dia ke laut. Gua udah merah lagi anjing. Ya Allah. Fuck.
Ya, lu mati.
Iya. Bye.
Udah.
Gue pengen bentar masuk lagi, mau download berapa lama banget. Oke. Gue bingung lu kanan kiri nabrak mulu kita.
I cannot. Lo kita berapa? Aduh, turun lagi nggak tuh?
1.200.
Ninja 1.100. Kita selalu di sini, stuck di sini, you know.
Nggak berkembang.
Ya, Cok.
Tadi nyoba doang, kalmnya bos.
Targetnya 1.300 dong.
Anjay, tinggi banget, tinggi. Gue pindah HP aja deh.
Mana sih cara combo? Fuck.
Tempatnya kenapa selalu kayak gini sih?
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Fokus dah. Jangan injek.
Mampus lu.
Terus.
Mampus lu. Tenang dah, kendal.
Allah. Lagi, Dre.
Mati dia.
So jago gua pengen di mid air.
Harus mid air. Awas.
Anjing. Dre, lu masih 3, Dre.
Ya Allah, ada bom nggak? Anjing.
Astagfirullah.
Mampus, jatuh nggak dia? Dikit lagi mati deh.
Ya Allah.
Aduh, jatuh. Ya. Ini merah dulu tuh.
Kita masih putih. Goblok.
Alamin.
Udah jangan mati.
Maunya juga nggak mati, bos. Dia main gitu doang.
Jarang nge-dodge anjing, kesel banget gua.
Masih kuning lagi, fuck.
Ya Allah.
Jangan
Ya
kanan kiri.
Ya gua kan, ya Allah. Gua nggak bisa bedain. Gua pencet aja, spam aja ya udahlah. Ya bakar yo nggak cukup.
It's okay.
It's not okay.
Ganti agent dulu.
More deaths.
Ih bagus deh, gue pengen di sini anjing. Ganti aja nih. Wushang.
Enak kena comeback. Iya anjing. We are nakamas anjay.
Dre yang serius ah.
Gue serius lo mati kena lu mulu anjing.
Enggak, baru sekali enggak mulu.
Gue dari tadi nih, gue di kiri nih, terus ke kiri juga. Tuh. Kan di kanan lo ada musuh anjing. Jangan cross gitu maksud gue.
Udah tahu movement gue tuh cacat.
Cacat. Nafse.
Tuh. Udahlah.
Bukan gua anjing.
Udah sampai di sini saya.
Itu baru gua.
Banget.
Hari-hari gua yang kena.
Udah itu trek.
Gue juga maunya bunuh langsung, tau lu. Kena juga nggak gua. Bangsat nih bisu tong.
Gue suka lupa terus ngedodge.
Aduh, nggak mati lagi deh. Mampus. Hari-hari diloin temen. Nah.
Kenapa sih? Ya, gua bingung banget.
Bukan gua. Ah, shit. Masih bisa menang. Sabar.
Kemarin perasaan kita belum warm up sini sih.
Tuh gua bantuin tuh. 2-1.
Dia masih 2, Cok.
Sabar.
Dre, gue pengen itu, gue pengen X, Dre. Allahu Akbar. Astagfirullahaladzim. Dre, Allah.
Apaan sih?
Gue low banget. Gue takut kena lu, gue takut kenain lu anjing.
Goblok. Ya.
Udahlah, GG dah.
Tai.
Udah GG dah.
Ya. Makanya lu jangan kebanyakan pakai X, pakai C.
Ya tetep aja. Jadi
kalau C nggak bakal kena, kan deket. Kalau X lu kenanya random. Lu C dulu, baru ntar kalau jaraknya jauh baru X. Lu kalau lu spam X siapapun bisa kena, Cok.
Yaudah, gue pakai Balmon yuk.
Balmon kan X juga.
Gas.
Enggak, pakai Mordex lagi.
Mordex.
Beli Brian siapa lagi sih? Beli Brian lo mekanik. Ntar gue cek.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Gue gak suka yang gampang-gampang gitu. Buset dah, Koji jago. Ya Allah. Lu lihat. Best combo ever. Kan? Spam X aja. Mati lu bangsat. Thank you. Awas serangan jauh. Nice. Itu baru combo.
Oke.
Itu dia.
Ya ini gue udah pemanasan nih. Boleh pakai pakai.
Wah, lu lihat. Ya, thank you. Nice, bros.
Itu combo kan?
Iya.
Itu combo
mati kan? Gua kan. Hari-hari deloin temen.
Bisa di-dodge terus, Bro. Bangsat.
Thank you.
Mampus.
Udah lo tuh dia. Koji. Mampus lu. Anjing gak kena lagi deh, tai hoki banget. Tolongin. Gua mah orangnya nggak rusuh. Mati lu bangsat. Masih 3 ya?
Iya, dia juga. Enggak, gua udah mati.
Gila nggak combo gua. Aduh, gak kena.
Lawannya easy nih, makanya kita begini nih.
Jago, Cok, ini. Emang guanya aja jago. Kalau lu nggak ngehit temen tuh ente, Dal. Coba dari tadi lu begini, nggak ngehit temen. tuh, goper tuh lu.
Oh, kita udah stop. Udah 2 lawan 1 ya?
Iya, dari tinggal 1 lagi. Udah orang itu.
Wah.
Aduh, gak kena lagi anjing.
Mampus.
Gila. Passing terbaik.
Udah, Balmon man, gue udah Balmon man.
Passing. Brian
lo yang bener-bener aja, pakai yang bener-bener aja, Dre.
Sabar dong, chill aja, bos. Gue coba sabar Brian. Oh, yang ini, yang kapak sama ini. Nggak seru.
Nah, udahlah, push elo dulu. Ya halo, 1160 nggak tuh? Itu cuma plus berapa tadi?
24. Kalau mainnya kayak tadi lu CC doang gak banyak XX-nya tuh masih menang. Gua harus
Tadi ada, tadi gue XXX, tapi gue kayak lihat-lihat dulu nih mordek mana mordek gitu.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Gue masih jarang ngedodge nih anjing.
Mampus, temennya kena.
Oh iya, ini yang diambil gitu ya. Oh ya, gua tahu.
Mampus lu jauh-jauh tai. Jauh-jauh tai. Jauh-jauh tai. Mampus. Jauh-jauh tai. Aduh, gak kena lagi deh. Mampus lu tai. Mampus lu tai. Jago banget gua, gila. Ini mah mainan sehari
aja lah yang bener-bener dah.
Dari tadi juga bener, Dal. Mampus. Gila jago banget gua. Thank you. Lu lihat tuh dari temen gua. Aduh, ngentio. Gila. Belum ada matinya gua. Baru mati.
Aja ngejing soalnya.
Gua rata-ratain itu lu nggak lihat. Kayak gua kill udah 5 dah.
Gua belum kill nih. Ya Allah, Andre. Allahu Akbar.
Itu bukan gua bangsa, itu si boneka ini. Boneka Mickey Mouse aja.
Bukan dulu, gua pengen aja Andre, kenapa sih?
Hari-hari disalahin. Wah, jago banget gua anjing.
Duh, dia ngedodge-nya boleh-boleh sih anjing bangsat.
Awas.
Gua pengen pengen dirangkul sini dulu dah. Bangsat. Rangkul. Oh, mampus.
Aduh, anjing.
Austria dapat gua. Gak apa-apa.
Jago banget gua, gila.
Oh ya, penting push ilo.
Kill 6 loh, lihat.
Terus berapa kita? Terus 25. You tire reward unlock. Gue dapet skin.
Skin apa? Warna kali. 1180 anjing kita.
Ya, 1180 dari 1280 gua.
Emang
Iya?
iya?
Lebih gede dari lu. Iya.
Enggak anjing, lebay.
Iya, gua 1280 masih ingat pas pertama kali.
1200 berapa?
1280.
Gua buru udah gua carry udah buru diem.
Ya udah ayo.
Lihat kan, kalau lu nggak menggunakan X lu secara tidak terhormat tuh menang anjing.
Enggak, tadi awal belum pemanasan gila.
Anjay, pemanasan nggak?
Kenapa harus warm up dulu?
In your mom dream anjing.
Orang Indo.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Terima kasih Data.
The best.
Jatuh lu awas. Gua the best.
Anjing.
Gila.
What the fuck?
Dodge gue sih salah sih. Karena gue udah tahu ada combo itu aja. Dulu gue bisa tuh yang itu. Double kayak gitu. Jago banget kok. Gila. Nih boleh nih yuk Hattori-nya anjing.
Dre, Hattori udah merah, Dre.
Gue juga berusaha dari tadi. Mati lu bangsat.
Gue belum nge-X siapapun. Andre, astagfirullahaladzim.
Apaan sih? Orang lu di combo sama dia masih saling gua anjing. Jatuh kan dia. Thank you Dal.
Udah, gue mati.
Gue ditinggalin sendiri anjing.
Next game. Bisa comeback. Clutch. Dre, clutch Dre for me.
Cok. Kalau mereka tinggal satu sama sih nggak apa-apa. Nyawanya masih 3 anjing. Bangsa.
Salah. Satu lagi lah.
Ya, try bro.
Comeback lah, gila temen gue ini. Gue emang.
Fuck.
Oh shit, temen gue nih dikit lagi. Aduh, takut gue.
Fuck.
Andre. Nice. Dre.
Gila. Easy banget anjing.
Aduh, ya Allah.
Kayak easy banget. Cok.
Bingung.
Ganti aja. Makanya lu geraknya jangan kanan kiri doang, Cok. Lu pakai panah gak sih?
Jadi gimana? Enggak, gue pakai WSD.
Double, lu klik double misalnya AADD gitu-gitu. Ntar dia kayak maju mundur cepet gitu loh. Jadi kayak
AADD.
Misalnya lu mau A, jangan A doang, AADD gitu.
Iya. Aduh, bener nih ilonya 900 ayo.
Lu coba AADD. Kayak ngedes gitu kan? Enggak, maksud gua lu ngedot pencet apa? Ngedot pencet apa?
L.
Ya, lu coba pencet D sambil L gitu. Ntar dia kayak nge-sprint gitu, maju mundur jadi susah di hit.
3, 2,
siapa anjing cewek?
1, brawl.
Oh, kayak gitu tuh. Jago juga cewek. Yang cewek jago nih anjing.
Tampol, dia bisa Lara Croft.
Nice, thank you Dal.
Andre jangan di depan gua.
Cewek masih gua mau ngincer yang cewek ini anjing, dia masih 3 enggak? Jago banget, Cok. Bangsat. Masih hidup dia.
Ya Allah. Mati. Kalau mampus.
Bisunya goblok anjing. Lah jatuh dia. Di.
Ya satu dong.
dia.
Ayo. Oke, DC deh. Enggak.
Ah shit.
Ah lu udah nol.
Iya.
Lu mau ngapain?
Gantian dong, gantian. Lu yang clutch.
Kalian lu clutch. 2 lawan 2 ya masih retard. Kalau dia nge-clutch anjing bangsat.
Dodge.
Andre, pusing.
Entah dah.
Gimana sih biar bisa?
Padahal lo dia 1235 loh. Dia sih wajar jago.
Iyalah. Solo lagi. Kita minus berapa tadi?
Enggak lihat.
Minus banyak. Aku pakai apa dong?
Nih gue invite kalian dulu.
Kalian apa lagi?
Skandal.
Gimana caranya?
Ada notifnya di atas kanan.
Oh ya. Gila. Pakai klaim segala anjing.
Yoi bos.
Bangsat.
Kalau bisa kalian war dah.
Udah, gue pakai Mirage.
1200 jago ini ya. Vicky 1700 anjing.
Demi apa sih anjing?
Ini kan gue udah bilang nerd bangsat Vicky. Jago banget.
Kita 2000 Dre.
2000 enggak. Kayak 2000 darah mereka masih 3, kita udah 0 dah.
Aduh, gimana dong? Gimana caranya? Dre harus jago, Dre. Gimana ya? How? Kok bener-bener mau nonton YouTube anjing ntar tutorial.
Nonton lah.
Line up.
Aduh. Mampus kamu. Ini orang sih nggak berskill tai. Mampus, sorry teman.
Mampus.
Mati lah. Anak ngenteo.
Gua geprek anjing, mana sih? Gua geprek sih. Ah, gua geprek mampus. Hui.
Nice, thank you dog.
Oh. Lihat.
Ini cukup sumpah lawannya.
Gue masih 3, Dre. Keep it that way.
Aduh, kena. Aduh, harusnya mati. Tai hoki banget ya. Mati sekarang lu.
Gue masih 3, Cok. Wih, mantap.
Lu pakai kalau pakai itu CC. Gue beda tombol ya. CC bawah CC. Ntar dia kayak tadi orang tadi. Mampus lu bang. Mati lu bangsat.
Oh, gue udah dapet ritmenya anjay.
Gila.
Baru masih 3 gua, masih 3 tuh nyawa. Masih nyawa tuh masih 3. Macem nih orang nih.
Itu bisa lo komboin waktu lu yang pakai spirit tuh. Gua gak tau sih mukul lu apa. Habis lu gebuk 2 kali, ntar kan tadi tenang ke atas. Ntar langsung bisa tenang lagi.
Nggak ngertiin, Dre. How?
Tombol gua beda sama lu sih, gua bingung ngasih taunya.
Lu tuh ZXC ya?
Iya. Pakai panah
X-nya itu kan? X-nya yang itu kan
yang high ya.
C ngedodge kan, gua ngedodge CL.
Enggak, gua ngedodge-nya Z.
Oh.
Mordex.
Ya gua pengen beli skin Mordex aja. Ada efeknya sih keren banget yang punya Fikri aja.
Apa?
Itu yang tadi yang harimau itu.
Efek gimana?
Cakarannya ada efek ya. Ini kan tuh, itu. Ya, X gua ada efek kayak gitu lah. Mahal lebih.
Lu itu yang hijau 1 itu apa?
Apa?
Tadi itu ada hijau 1.
I don't know. Iya, ejam aku bas. Gila, gue urusin hiu dah.
Duh, gua gak fokus, sabar. Dal, chill, Dal.
Satu ya. Matiin juga ya.
Nah. Gue udah gak dapet nih ritmen. Gue udah gak dapet. Mampus lu.
Mati yang bangsat. Combo gue sih aneh bin ajaib anjing. Mampus.
Mantap. Kita ada kemajuan nih.
2-2.
Heavy attack. Eh, 216 nih.
Gue 213. Kok ilo gue nambahnya nggak harusnya lebih banyak sih, gue yang carry.
Enggak lah, dari awal gue yang lebih banyak. Gila kali lo. Kok lu nggak nobar lagi? Ini G2 udah 2-0.
Ntar aja. Lagi asyik. Kalau duo ilonya duo. Oh. Pakai aja
ya?
dikit lagi. Aja apaan lagi? Hand job.
Kalau duo, ilonya duo.
Katanya. Damage gue masuk semua anjing. Temen gue pakai si Ada ini jago banget anjing.
Ah, ini udah mulai?
Udah.
Ya Allah, dari tadi gue kayak
kalau udah ganti warna mirip mah pasti mulai. Kan lo. Aja itu basic. Bukan heavy kan? Anjing.
anjing dia bisa banget ngedosnya, gue kesel banget. Mampus.
Ya Allah.
Dre, warna merah Dre. Come on.
Aduh, gua kena lagi, fuck. Aduh, gak bisa. Buset, dari combo terus gua anjing. Mati lu tai. Mampus lu bangsat. Udah kayak ini duluan satu dah. Awas. Nice. Aduh, dah.
Ah, masa? Nggak mau. Nggak bisa. Ya Allah, Andre. Ke comeback.
Kacewek, gue kacewek. Minus 9 doang.
Gue tuh shit. Emang
dia nambah dikit banget dah. Level 20 kapan kelar ya gue anjing. J sambil maju-maju terus JS apa lagi? Iya itu yang gue bilang CC bawah C.
Queen time.
Ini kan, yang ini kan. Salah goblok.
Lu pakai apa anjing?
Queen aja. Buset, dulu babi nggak?
Lu Viking nih kita lawan anjing.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Goblok, hampir jatuh gua anjing.
Allah. Oh, gua miss lagi movementnya anjir.
Santai, gua bantai. Nggak mati anjing. Mati lo bangsat. Dia pushy banget dari orang. Tungguin aja anjing. Turun lu. Nah itu lu combine lagi dah.
Gimana combine?
Tuh kayak gitu tuh. Gua nggak tahu ngomongnya pencet apa anjing. Gue temennya nggak anjing. Sorry Dal. Mampus. Ih, kena nggak? Oke banget. Masih dua, kalem.
Anjing.
Kok lu mati?
Ya, gua bener. Dre, aduh, serem banget ini.
Kalem bos. Nice. Udah merah nih, udah mungkin kalah anjing. Bye. Aduh. Banyakin gaya anjing. Tai ini banteng anjing, banyakan gaya mondar mandir.
Aduh, pusing. How? Gua ganti lagi ya.
What do you mean how?
Tahu, pusing. Rambut gua lagi bagus banget.
Dih, autis.
Dih, kok gitu? Gua buat kemanggiar sekarang. 6-1 nggak tuh Jitu?
Kalah.
Enggak lah, Jitu 6.
Gua kira kalah anjing. Si ini juga si Fikri pakai ini jago banget anjing. Si Makiar ini.
Magyar?
Iya, jago bacok. No cap.
Gila. Lu sekagum itu kah?
Jago banget anjing. Lihat Anannya dia jago kan? 3 kali 4 Anan.
Lihat siapa?
Anan.
Gue emang pernah ya main sama dia ya?
Pernah belum?
Enggak anjir, enggak pernah.
Pernah.
Enggak pernah, Cok. Enggak inget gua.
Pernah Ji dulu yang menai.
Lupa gua. Ayo. Temis.
Berapa elo kita tadi?
1216 gua.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Ini ngebor gini. Ya, Cok.
Oh. Ada bos.
Yes.
Awas.
Yes.
Mati kamu bangsat. Bo.
Akhir nih, Cok. Shit.
Siapa tuh?
Siapa tuh?
Nah, gitu kan enak mainnya. Lu CC, jangan berikan X.
Siapa tadi yang
Udah 2 merah.
Allahu Akbar. Aduh. Downbed. Itu siapa?
Tahu. Tahu juga, Cok. Tunggu si ini dulu yang robot-robotnya. Dulu bisa ini.
Downbed. Gue satu lagi, Cok.
Nggak satu kawan. Jago banget gua nih kombo gua. Nice.
Mampus aja. Dre, lu merah banget, Dre. Jangan tinggalin gue sendiri, gue gak bisa ngelepas anjing. Aduh, lambat.
Chill bro, chill, calm. Ini tuh, learn to clutch. Akhirnya di 1200 kita menang.
Iya juga.
Goblok.
Ilo mereka kecil anjing, pantesan aja. Kita baru nih sampai 230 anjing. Gua mager. Berarti ini gua nggak boleh monoton, gua harus ganti-ganti terus biar on fire.
Siap, bos.
Udah tahu nih gua triknya. Ini pasti lawannya jago, Cok.
Jago nih harusnya nih.
Kita udah di 230.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god.
Mati lu biksu, anjing. Nice dah. Mampus. Masih 3 jam. Aduh, gak kena lagi anjing dia. Santai, masih bagus.
Di oren.
Darahnya kita masih bagus kalem, bos. Mampus lu ya, nggak jadi naik kan lu biksu. Nih gue mau bunuhin dulu nih anjing. Bye. Ya. Faktor kebaikan gaya anjing.
Jangan ngejing.
Nah kan?
Nah
kan? Bye. Mampus. Ya Allah, dal. Kalemnya bos, OV gue jelek banget gara-gara rame di rumah gue besok gue utah. Hah, hubungannya apa anjing?
Gua KO.
Rumah lu rame gara-gara besok lu utah.
Ini kita pertama kali nih pencapaian terbaru.
Iya,
sampai 200.
Lihat kan siapa yang carry.
Gak ada. Lihat gedean siapa
Damage done.
Lihat ilonya gedean siapa?
Ya Allah.
Ya Allah. Ini gue pakai ini lagi apa gimana ya? Usang dah. Gue nggak bisa nih monoton begitu.
Kenapa gue?
Burn out. Yang bener-beneran nih ya.
Ini bener anjing. Mana ada nggak bener blok?
Usang tuh gimana ya? Skillnya gue lupa.
Sama kayak lu pakai spear sama ini bego son tangan.
Gue nggak pakai gituan. Homi Samira. Ayo.
mulai gaming nih, warna-warna udah mulai gaming.
Orion. Ya nih udah 200 berapa? 240 cok. Target pokoknya malam ini 300 deh. Anjay.
Gila. Silo Hunter.
Waduh.
Buset, jauh juga nih orang.
Ih bagus dah itu warnanya.
Makanya gue bilang. Gue sih dikomboin mereka mulu anjing. Yo Allah, kena lagi ya. Pakai jago dah.
Anjing gila. Mereka masih 3 loh.
Merah lagi cok. Boh, gila bos.
Oh ini emang duo nih anjing bangsat.
Ini emang jago tai, kayak volleyball gitu.
Wah, ini mah ente gaming cok. Ente gaming ini.
Gue dikomboin anjing.
Ya Allah, sakit hati gua. Allah. Sakit hati gua ini.
Orionnya sih jago banget anjing.
Ah, lu udah mati?
Mati.
The fuck is this? What do you mean?
Blue team wins.
Oh, 280 ilonya.
Berapa dari 1200? Anjing tinggi banget. Jago sih emang. Gue berapa sih berapa gue ya?
Ya, turun lagi. Gue mah nggak mau ketemu yang jago dulu aduh.
Lah lu mau lu gede tapi nggak mau yang ketemu jago belum?
Sabar dulu, gue ingin grinding tipis-tipis. 11-1 nggak tuh? Bante. Orang Korea, annyeonghaseyo.
Pakai bot VAR kali ya.
Bisa belum ya gue beli vector. Bukan yang punya skin bagus gini tuh. Sas anjir.
Ini skinnya B aja nih.
Oh enggak, skinnya B aja. Yang tadi sih kelas banget sih. Berkelas berkualitas.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Kios amat bos. Gue capek dah digigit si harimau mulu anjing.
Ya.
Nggak fokus.
Lihat gua.
Merah banget.
Tuh harimau apaan anjing? Harimau dari mana tuh? Harimau Sumatera. Satu harimau tuh. Masih 3 tuh, Cuk.
Lu tinggal 1 anjing.
Oh iya juga, bener juga loh.
Kalem bos. Yah, jatuh dia. Halu anjing.
Orang-orang bisa combo begini lagi. Gue mati. You can do this. Gimana ya tangannya bisa cepet begitu?
Lihat. Jangan main, bos. Kalem aja, kalem. Lihat status.
Iya, jago.
Hoki goblok.
Nih, abis ini kalah lagi nih udah nih. Ketebak nih.
Ada dibunuh temen. Ya anjing. Nggak, Data udah bener-bener belajar. X udah nggak di spam. Biasanya cuma kanan X, kiri X. Heavy attack doang yang pakai.
Pakai apa ya? Ini ah.
Kalau kita berapa sih? Gua nggak liatin dah. Udah 1200 berapa?
1230.
Masih jauh level 10 anjing. Ini cupu ini. Groovy
Nggak, ini
Street
ada
Gang.
skin.
Anjay.
Ada skin dia.
Nggak ada anjing, polos. Warna doang merah.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Sama kayak kita lah. Kaum miskin.
Sodok-sodok loh sini loh.
Ya Allah. Tuh di kiri Dal. Aduh, ngentio.
Mampus. Enak juga deh.
Lu emang doyannya begitu-begitu tau gak lu? Nyodok-nyodok aja.
Iya. Gue blunder anjing.
Yo lo diterusin apa? Darah lo masih 3 cok. Mantap banget tuh anjing. Data Amelia, Allah. Ya Allah, ya Allah. Mampus kena temen lo kan?
Sini lagi. Mampus anjing.
Yang sisa 2 lu doang ya. Aduh, tai.
Kok udah 0?
Iya.
Begini gua nggak bisa nih.
Bisa lah. Boh. Dodge.
Gimana cara dodge-nya nih?
Ya biasa, dodge biasa. Kayak dodge lu di hit. Kalau dekat lu dodge. Ente. Dua-duanya merah dah, dua-duanya merah bisa. Sekali X mati itu.
Gue pengen ngambil anjing sana bangsat.
Sodok dal. Satu lagi dal. Bye bye. Lempar.
Lempar apa ya?
Senjatanya biar dia nggak bisa naik.
Ya, Andre. Aduh, Andre.
Jangan X terus. Lu deketin lu. Coba C baru.
Oh iya.
Kalau udah merah gitu jangan lu paksa X. Dia bisa gampang dodge. Nah kan. Awas. Nah, X. Awas. Yahoo. Woohoo. X. Aduh. Lu udah tahu mau kalau lu kayak gitu pasti udah pasti mau diterusin langsung X. Langsung Z, langsung dodge.
Maksudnya?
Kalau lihat dia nunggu di situ kan?
Iya.
Begitu dia dekat langsung lu dodge. Lu udah tahu pasti itu mau dia serang lagi. Sibu 225 cok kita cok. Tinggi juga.
Cepet lah.
Kayak jago nih. Jellycat.
Three, two, one, brawl.
Mampus. Mabeti. Awas. Ini musi banget dah. Mampus lu. Kena aja kan.
Ah, nggak bisa, apaan sih? Tolol banget, loncat-loncatnya tolol banget. Bego.
Kok marah anjing. Hari-hari kena temen aja. Mampus lu bangsat. Gak mati lagi. Mati lu bangsat. No, I'm not bad. Aduh, baru mati. Segala itu udah merah dah. Ada lurus yang itu dah. Bunuh temen lo. Kayak banget nih orang anjing main di tebing mulu. Jago bos. Gue tinggal satu ya.
Wah, iya juga loh. Jangan mati ya.
Udah gue sekaratin itu. Oh, udah gue sekaratin tuh. Jadi at least gue mati tinggal satu hit. Bye. Anjing gak kena lagi.
Dek, hold on. Please. Nice.
Bye.
Gua hampir mati tuh,
Jago banget, gua gila. Ilo gua harusnya kayak
Enggak.
Ilo gua kira 1800 anjing.
Jangan aneh.
Tolong dong.
Enggak.
Seru banget anjing. Apa ya?
Aduh, masa masih segini anjing, Pak. Capek banget.
Berapa poin lo?
240 terus.
Enggak, bukan ilonya. Apa namanya? Duitnya.
4.500.
Udah bisa beli dikit lagi?
Iya, 5.000. Ayolah. Ah, elah.
Apaan sih? Lu enggak dari tadi gue berjuang deh.
Jangan nge-troll. Enggak, lu selalu nyawa lu satu.
Tapi gue bantai enggak? Gue salah satu karena gue selalu fight. Gue karena selang lu. Coba lu nonton live gue. Gue digebukin lu mulu anjing.
Tapi jangan tinggalin gua.
Ya gimana orang mati gara-gara lu goblok.
Enggak ada mati gua ke gua.
Rentat. Tadi damage gue paling tinggi. Tapi gue bunuh mereka semua.
Enggak, tadi gue kill 4, lu kill 0.
Sekali doang dari 80 game.
Gak mau.
3, 2, 1.
Udah semangat. Serius ah.
Apaan sih? Gue juga dari tadi serius anjing.
Ngepet ini jago nih, jancok.
Kagak, noob. Udah merah dia. Mana ada troll anjing, dari tadi gua bunuh terus.
Tuh, lu nyawa lu 3 ya. Gue relain nyawa gue.
Gue relain gue nyawa gue emang lu mati aja bangsat. Aduh, anjing kamehameha cok. Goblok. Ya.
Andre.
Salah pencet. Bukan terus. Bye. Tuh damage gue sih gede banget anjing. Nice combo.
Bangsat.
Lu kenapa mati sih?
Nggak tahu gue kalau udah kayak gitu gue bingung.
2 lawan 1 tuh. Kalem. Gua lawan 2. Kalem aja bos, kalem. Tuan Putri duduk. Kalem. Mati udah. Ih, dia nggak mau main anjing.
Hah? Oh, dikira gue dia udah mati.
Belum, Cok.
Ya Allah, sorry dah. Gue dia udah mati, makanya gue upload tadi.
Ih, begaya anjing.
Dre, keep the dribble alive.
Gua kira jago. Gua betapa.
Anjay.
Aduh.
Mampus, Andre. Oh,
santai aja, bos. Gua calculated masih ada 1 darah lagi nih mah.
Kok bisa combo gitu sih, anjing.
Bye. Aduh. Makan lagi. Bercanda bos.
Dia merah, hey, dia merah, hey. Aduh, nice. Aduh, ya Allah.
Gua carry anjing. Paling kalkulator. Ih, jelas lu lihat deh. Lihat damage dana 170 banding 717.
Aduh, udahlah. Ilo gue lebih tinggi udah.
Masih bahas ilo lagi anjing.
Lagi dah. Udah. Balmond man. Back to Balmond man.
Kalem ya, bos. Kayak apa lagi ya? Kayak hiu kali ini.
Udah jam 12 ya? Jam 12 pas malah.
Udahan loh.
Aja.
Jamnya nggak jago nih kayak ini.
Kan aneh-aneh aja pakai mako.
Tenang ya, bos.
Mana ada 2 lagi. Gue nggak bisa lihat hero gue.
Awas jatuh.
Anjing.
Ini busang sih jago sih. Udah merah nggak gue?
Wah. Gila, dia bisa mid air.
Ini busang sih jago sih.
Dia bisa mid air, Cok. Mampus. Anjing, busang mantap juga.
Pulang ke tempat jahanam. Ya Allah. Nyebelin banget dah, mampus loh. Udah gitu maksud gua tuh kena lempar senjata gitu tuh. Nggak bisa naik lagi jadinya. Buset dah, apaan tuh?
Wah, Dre, kita di bantai gila anjing.
Ini sih dia boleh anjing. Jago bacok ini cok ini jago bacok. Lihat masih 3 nggak? No. Iya, main mid air gitu biar lu nggak bisa lompat naik lagi.
Ini aja ini belum 1.300 ini. Oh,
dia 1.300
ya.
Jing. Pantas jago bacok.
Aku masih bingung ini cara jago gimana. Oh,
malam nonton YouTube. Nonton YouTube sih, lari kenceng anjing.
Apa ya? Mirage. Gue udah putus asa nih. 1.240. Dari tadi kita 1.160. Ah, itulah balik modal. Balik modal kita main.
Goblok.
Ya sih, tapi tetap nggak worth.
Oh, tadi kita 1.000 berapa? Ini udah plus 50, Jing. Kan awalnya nggak pernah nyentuh 1.200.
Enggak pernah. Kemarin 1.230, turun lagi 1.100.
Iya, sekarang udah 1.250. Berkembang.
Yaudah.
Jangan mengeluh ya kan ilo terus gitu loh. Harus chill dikit. Dia AFK ya? Galak juga nih orang. Kan hari-hari gua doang yang dia boleh-boleh aja.
Iya deh, Kak.
Tuh kan. Nah kan. Kita dipur dia satu, udah dipur dia satu nyawa anjing.
Oh shit.
Hari-hari terbang doang kerjaannya anjing.
Ih, kenapa jago-jago udah nah?
Kok udahan anjing? Kita masih menang, cok. Kalem aja.
Mantep.
Tuh. Hari-hari dihit temen anjing. Abel.
Capek banget gua nggak bisa main ini anjing. Kenapa gua
Tuh dia jatuh tuh. Udah kepleset ya. Kena lagi ngentot. Gitu-gituin mulu anjing.
Itu gimana sih?
Nyawa dia masih 2, cok. Ah, mati.
Aduh, bisa comeback nih anjing.
Enggak. Buat dia hit yang kecil aja, nggak usah paksa X. Merah kan, cicilin terus. Os. Ayo dong. Itu spirit tuh beda kombonya, Dal.
Gimana?
Gimana jelasinnya anjing, gue juga bingung tombol beda. Gue level 16 lama banget anjing.
Level 18.
Hah? Mungkin cok level agent ya?
8.
Si jauh.
Tapi beda-beda anjir.
Cuma beda-beda kan tergantung berapa sering lu pakai ini agent. Gue 11, 2, 6, 16. Paling gede Wusang dong. Sisanya lama banget naiknya.
Hold me up somewhere. 5.400 anjing masih lama bangsat.
Halo bang, good luck bang. What the fuck? Siapa tuh?
Siapa?
Tahu tuh liat lobbynya dah.
Mana? Cara lihatnya gimana?
Coba lu enter.
GL bang, peler. Dia nge-spectate ya?
Kayaknya dah.
Iya deh. Peler.
Pick.
Magior. Dah, gue alas ah.
Oh iya. Deathstroke Closer Online. Jago nih kayaknya nih.
Yo, skinnya begitu.
Itu warna doang anjing. Gak punya skin.
Gue belum pernah lihat warna coklat.
Ya Allah, dilempar gak ada otak. Ih, jatuh dia anjing. Nah, thank you Dal. Hari-hari kuning gara-gara temen. Ah, gagalin aja combo gua. Oh, jago banget ya ini orang. Ini orang sih tai banget nunggu doang anjing. Temannya berantem. Sudah.
Ada 2 nih. Lu 1 ya?
Iya.
The fuck? How can you 1, hah? How?
Di hit.
How?
Nah, gua gagalin, tenang.
Ding.
Mati gua.
Nice try dah. Gue pengen AFK ya rasanya.
Bisa, sabar dikit dong. Dodge.
Capek ya Allah tolong beli aku.
Attack-nya dimakan terus.
Aduh, tolong beli aku kekuatan ya Allah.
Dulu geraknya jangan kayak gitu, harus pakai Z juga biar nyeperin.
Aduh, Aduh, gimana sih jet. Bingung deh.
Dia udah kasih 1-1. Maksudnya pakai dodge gitu loh, lu kalau dodge. Dimakan terus Delta-nya.
Pusing anjing.
Attack-nya damage-nya di terus anjing.
Kilo mereka sama.
Ente bang. Siapa sih peler?
Las dah gua lah, las dah.
Ya.
Adam ganteng juga, Dre. Adam tuh, si Adam.
Apa?
Si Adam kali tuh. Adam ganteng juga, Dre, katanya.
Sini gua carry deh. Ada 3 VT bro, mau nggak? Happy birthday Adam. Dia ulang tahun cok. Semoga nggak cepet mati lu.
Baik dosa dan gitu.
Emang ada 3v3 Rohala anjing baru tahu gua.
Tahu.
Shift juga bisa kok kalau mau lebih gampang kalau nggak L. Shift apaan?
Shift itu dodge.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Ayo serius nih, serius.
Gue belum nge-damage sama siapa nih. Nah, gue belum bikin dikit. Kasih.
Mabet. Mampus lu bangsa. Yo Allah dilempar-lempar gua anjing. Thank you Dal.
Astra.
Lagi fuck.
Sama. Baru satu.
Oh, Delta.
Gue udah kena mental main ini nih.
Udah gue bunuh perlahan dia. Aduh ngentot.
Astagfirullah. Capek gue.
Konfitu dong gua bangke.
Mereka kuning. Do it for me, keep the dream alive.
Satu tai.
Si Rayman merah, udah merah. Serem banget sih anjing kalau udah mau jatuh gitu. Aku bener-bener nggak bisa ngedus anjing. Aduh, serbat. Ihiu.
Aduh, fuck. Bye, bitch. Gila.
Udah. Enough for today.
Gue 800 gila. Mordex carry hard.
Gak hard, medium.
Oke. Emang orangnya tuh dia nggak suka mengakui gitu, tau gak lu?
Kan 1261.
Lumayan lah untung.
Iyalah, balik modal.
Nggak ngapa-ngapain kan 1261.
Enggak ada.
Dan lo?
Udah.
Ya udah.
Ting dapat 100 lah, 100 ilo.
Dan nobar VCT.
Gue nobar dari HP.
Nobar VCT. Ini gue mau nobar, sabar. Udah berapa sih dibantai ya?
Tadi yang dibantai, sekarang enggak.
F4Q dibantai tadi sama G2.
Apa?
F4Q dibantai sama G2.
Iya tadi, tapi lupa berapa.
Hey, 4 on the trot. Just wait and see. I think it's very hard after that first map to know what we have depth-wise. I don't know what these guys have in the tank. We've seen them, yes, regionally look quite good. I'd say, as said, the prince is to the throne, but there he goes. It's Nookie this time to try and maybe do a little bit of that bunny work here, but no one nearby, and you're left feeling a little silly.
Absolutely nothing. On the back of that showstopper. Look how deep F4Q are. They're all the way back in cave
here.
They're in
spawn, mate.
Esperanza got to be careful though, because Nookie's hung around.
Yeah.
He will find it, but down to 48 HP.
Twitch sih toxic banget anjing sih.
I think that's Esperanza. Maybe a reflex shot onto the floor, Lauren.
Maybe. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe just make sure the mouse swarmed up because Kellogg's is. I mean, Bunny, that's a scalp to be claimed, but there's still bits of danger to this. There's the light armor. This isn't so easy in the room that was taken earlier just off the back of the ult. Plays in so well.
Koldamenta siapa?
And F4Q are probably feeling a little weird about this one. It's starting to feel uncomfortable, but good work from again. Esperanza just slowly taking the space, moving forward, and actually adjusting, but there's going to be a player moving up. Avova's going to take this back. He's definitely heard these steps. Call can be made, but does he pull the trigger? He waits. No, he doesn't, and bounding past. It's Esperanza again, but it is just this squad just walking on through, just plowing through the map.
Kellogg's did manage to get himself a Phantom, but he'll heal himself up already. Numbers heavily in favor of F4Q. We'll even give him the opportunity to find a kill here.
Ini Bani sih udah kayak TikToker anjing.
Do any further damage?
Pakai judge gitu. Baninya F4Q ya, bukan Bani saya Bani Ramadi anjing.
Bangsat, gue langsung lihat streamingnya Bani kan bangsat.
Lah, gue ngatain bangsat namanya Bani anjing.
Gimana gue coba tahu Bani Indo doang.
Ini kayak Bani.
Langsung lihat.
F4Q remaining disciplined, and these are the sort of rounds that we talked about in the previous. Yes, we'll won, and
they're getting fired up, man.
We're
Give it right back.
Hearing a little animation in the arena now.
Mulai toxic gaming. Abis ini apa sih? Abis ini apa lan apa?
Something we would say about G2, right?
Don't know.
Absolutely, give it right on back. F4Q. Hey man, they've drawn the tag timeout from G2.
I want to pray
that's
first.
fine by me. I mean, this is where you gotta find an answer because once you go into the buy rounds, once you go into the meat of things, not the the pistols or the the forces or anything.
Nongkrong kali Andre sebelah Andre.
Sebelah mana? Ah, bacot diulang lagi anjing hari-hari. Itu mulu bahasannya anjing. Nongkrong kali Andre.
Mikir dulu lagi dia goblok.
Gue bingung ini nongkrong apaan.
Kok bisa langsung ke situ?
Gimana lagi nongkrong?
Seru Andre.
Lu aja.
Lu aja.
Mau?
Emangnya?
Lu aja nggak mau bangke. Anjir ada tatonya nggak 10.
Gue pengen sholat, tapi males.
Nggak boleh males, sholat dulu. Khusus.
Tahu nggak boleh males tahu cok. WDYM.
Terus kalau misalnya Tuhan malas jemput lu juga gimana?
Mampus kan tuh?
Mampus lu.
Can G2 go to now? How do they find that information? Is it too late to be trying to go for fact finding when you're starting to have 5 rounds against you? As said, yeah, you've got 2 under your belt, but they are pistol rounds, so they feel as though they almost.
Tebakan gue kok G2 yang menang ya?
Category there, but we go back
in. Feeling gue juga sama sih, cuman kayak seru aja lihat F4Q toxic.
Their options, looking at what they can maybe achieve and what they've brought into this round. More than serviceable purchase, maybe lacking bits and pieces of utility, but mostly serviceable.
Yeah, I feel like actually F4Q just happier to sit deeper and deeper. I think this is in anticipation of exactly what we're talking about, right? They're thinking eventually one of these rounds G2 are going to do what we expect them to do, which is go exploring, go walk in showers, go walking long, which is why we're seeing F4Q's default just become even more passive. Now the concern obviously comes back to these late hits and what utility is really available to secure that plant at least very late on. Zinkelog's and over here now walk out, and this is kind of offbeat.
Gue malam ntar mau latihan ini dah. Brawlhalla.
What the fuck? Gue pengen belajar combo, gue pengen jago banget.
Lu makanya jangan semua damage jangan ditekan mulu anjing.
Ya gimana?
Lu harus spam shift-nya. Jadi lu lihat situasi kalau kapan lu harus dodge. Kalau lu lagi di lantai biasa kan lu bisa ini.
Nggak ngerti.
Kalau lagi di bawah jalan gitu, lu pencet shift itu kan jadi ngedes gitu kan?
Ya udah ntar tuh gue ngedes saya terus.
Oke malam kita main.
Ntar tuh jadi gue ngedes mulu,
ngedes baru ngedes C, jangan dash X. Heavy attack mulu dipakai anjing.
Bingung.
Coba kalau lu nonton di YouTube pasti yang heavy attack dikit.
Kalau mau lihat di YouTube apa sih searchnya?
Caranya Brawlhalla Pro.
Ya, aku cari ya.
Lu lihat deh mereka main. Geraknya kayak cepet banget anjing lihat. Itu gara-gara mereka dash terus. Kalau lu nggak ngedash di hitnya cepet anjing.
Ya ada yang live nih Brawlhalla grinding.
Brawlhalla grinding gak? Jangan-jangan itu kita di dunia lain.
Kan orang-orang tangan cepet. What the fuck?
Makanya akan pakai panah Dal. Tangan kanan buat panah. Hitnya pakai tangan kiri. Pakai ZXC. Pakai WASD sih gue rasa nggak secepat itu. Susah aja ZXC. WASD.
Kenapa?
Karena tangan kanan lu JKL kan?
Iya.
Kayak susah aja. Kalau panah tuh lebih enak aja mainnya. Kayak lu main audition tau gak lu?
Iya. Gue awalnya panah terus gue ganti agama WASD.
with the flash.
Menyesalkan lu ganti agama.
Sheriff.
Nggak ada bedanya anjing.
Beda second as well. Luckily, Zumba in position for the trade, but
Legend Tireless Autumn.
Just coming back to that point, really, just look at F4Q's ability to stack up and just throw bodies towards the site. And now the problem is this round deficit. Every buy round that comes up, GT know they haven't got one after that, right? So that's when they don't want to take risks, or at least the tendency changes, where at least they don't feel comfortable taking these risks. Speaking of taking risks, Lauren,
Ops out.
There's an operator in play.
Gotta get your op out for the lads. I mean, you gotta try something, right?
That is how the saying goes.
Absolutely how the saying goes.
Ah, ini mah agentnya udah different level anjing. Oh shit. Wow. Tuh, ini mah pada precise anjing. Precise banget, cok. Precise, jadi tiap skill dapet.
Iya, makanya.
Sampai di mid area dapet.
Tugut kan?
Sampai dia berantem di mid air. Allahu Akbar.
G2 somehow flipped that back in their favor, Lauren.
Wah, kayak aku skip deh sampai level ini.
Latihan.
Maybe the knock-on effect. Let's kind of talk about it because they were just rabid after that. They saw that and they hunted it down. They pressured the site so quickly. This is the first time there's been maybe a chance for this to happen.
Crazy. But yeah, coming back to that again, you notice it's a Sage with the operator again. Kellogg's kind of playing a spot you'd expect a Jet to be in, right? There's no get out of jail free card, at least. Your only get out of jail free card is that wall, and it went down so late they're still able to identify exactly where it is and do so much damage to him. Bunny then finds first blood on short. At that point, it's just a matter of time, right? Where does Kellogg's go?
Okay, do they do it again? It is rinse and repeat, and Kellogg's is in danger. So much investment, but Bunny just quicker on the trigger, and it's all his. That shower control for Nuki is trying to work through on mid as well at the same time. There's the pop of the ult. Oh.
I love that. But he's trying to actually boost him out of danger.
An attempt was made.
Yes. 10 out of 10 for effort.
I love if he was safe completely. Just
he booped him into it, yeah.
See you later. Bait me again. Oh, perfection. However, we go back to looking at where that next layer is. The trade back in's actually impressive, and the aim for Athena just wasn't there that time. There's Nuki comfortable to claim it.
You were out of my league.
I just want to point something out. Avova now, to address Bunny, is playing with a judge inside lamps. So that's G2's adjustment there to try and at least, you know, I don't want to say stop the bleeding or at least quell Bunny. The showstopper. Again, in this scenario, Avova's probably just
gonna waktu itu main Brawlhalla sama si Billy dan kawan-kawan rame-rame main yang soccer. Rame anjing soccer.
Susah anjing.
Ya, tapi rame anjing.
Iya.
Gue teriak-teriak seru banget.
Run to the back of sight, fallen away.
Oh, what is that?
18 seconds.
What is that smoke? What is that smoke anjir?
In the end, Avova must be so quick with that to be fair to get it, but it is
susah emang konten-konten kreator.
Kenapa emang?
Mereka kan awalnya streamer doang, baru jadi tim, jadi kayak tim streamer gitu. Bisa lawan.
Siapa?
Ini F4Q ini.
Oh ya, Korea.
That is nothing short of a miracle after we've watched this half play out. I mean, as comfortable as it's gonna be.
You were out of my league.
In my book. Ultimates wise, Athena still with the lockdown. I haven't actually seen that employed at all in any of these, but we talked about, I guess, in terms of the play styles of both these teams, you know, leaning away from those set pieces, those sorts of ultimates become very reactionary, right? It's not necessarily we're going to pin everything on this lockdown clearing out. It's, yeah, potentially, you know, in a post plant, we might throw it down, might use it to at least clear some space a little deeper. I want to see it come online, though. That's the main thing. It's such a key component. Yes, even if it's uncharacteristic, I want to see it employed.
I'm with you. I'm in complete agreement. Now, timeout to close out first half. I mean, what a different look we've had here. And then this is so hard to pull context, right? Because then you look at results and go, well, what does this then mean after G2?
Is Ascent a terrible map for Q? Like,
even though statistically it wasn't terrible, it was perfectly fine. I think maybe even statistically, on if you're just purely reading off the paper, it was up there with this at some point.
I put it in the same bucket as Bind, honestly. You look at the performances versus Damwon and obviously then Vision Strikers.
Absolutely.
Context-wise, not a million miles apart.
I'd say they had a couple of closer games, a bit of a more competitive scoreline, but to what extent? This is a big adjustment, and it isn't just that first rung of Bunny doing damage. We now got everyone kind of finding it. I'd like to see 5K joining in on that. We've had everyone, Esperanza, a couple of big rounds as well, but here we go. 7-4, and we're underway. Bunny, he's been punished a couple of times. A great trade for Athena, but it's the double down on aggression. Mixwell's not relenting and actually going to get caught for it. They are all stacked up, and Esperanza will absolutely welcome it with open arms. We're down to 2, Avova and Kellogg's. One ult there to be maybe worked on, but are these recoverable reses?
I don't think so. I mean, look at the ground that has to be covered. You can see Zumba actually catch Avova off here. It's Kellogg's left, Sheriff in hand, lockdown invested now. Fantastic, yeah, but only really just going to make it a little more difficult for Kellogg's to fight back in. Again, feasibly, yeah, this is a 1v3 and it's not going to change.
Let me tell you the
Di
story.
sini apa lawan apa sih?
Right, there's a 1v3. Kellogg's only had a Sheriff, right? But
Lu nggak jadi sholat, Cok.
there's a chance. You can see he's got a couple of guns there. He's considering it. There he is. And when the round I'm talking about, obviously, he picked up
Jadi udah memodai
it ain't this round. He can barely make it past the turret right now. Life is truly not a dream as it stands, and everything. It's all being thrown in. Kitchen sinks on the way in a moment's time. Absolutely not a hope in hell. And F4Q have done wonders here. What a recovery after map 1. I absolutely love this. Just the first half here in the second map.
Yeah, I mean, crazy for F4Q to come out. Honestly, look like a completely different team. This is night and day in terms of composure, in terms of, we talk about the fundamentals coming into attack FPS. It just looks so good from F4Q. G2, unfortunately, in a couple of these rounds, yes, I'm liking it. Territory control, but time and time again, it's just not panning out. There's no kind of follow-up on that. There's no second layer to what they're trying to achieve. And even look at that last round. It's almost like desperation. It's like, guys, keep pushing. Like, trade that, please. Somebody trade it. And it's 3-4 seconds later after the initial kill. The round's lost at that point.
Night and day in my eyes as well. The aging composition, whatever it may be, it just looked like a different team coming through here. So I'm more than happy to see it. I'm just curious what Sean's got in store for us. As soon as he's ready, I'm sure we're going to find out. But yeah, I just, in my mind, I'm looking at the difference makers. Who was it? What created those moments between the two? And it's hard to categorize to an extent because it did feel like G2 finally got an answer, but it was so late in the day. And bear in mind, half of their score was with the pistol involved.
Let's go back to the composition for a second, because obviously on the previous map, we obviously did see Kellogg's doing his thing.
Kellogg's having a map.
Nuki actually being the one to step onto the stage, right? So here,
Dengar Dre, gue nggak mungkin memulai. Kau menggantung diriku.
Lu banget anjing.
Aku tak mau menunggu.
Makanya pada cabut kan dah.
Entah sampai kapan. Ya Allah. Gue digantung anjir. Fuck.
Ngomongnya digantung. Tapi dia gak pernah sadar kalau dia gak gantung. Stupid motherfucker.
Do we get that resurgence from G2? Do they wake up? Or the Korean boys keep getting loud? I don't know if you guys can hear it at home, but it was very quiet. It was a very one-sided sort of area in the last map. But now it's getting a little more
weird
even.
Though, isn't it?
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, strange.
Weird. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, thanks for that input. Real helpful you are. Right, we're going back into game. Enough of us. Let's get this second half underway. 8-4 is the current scoreline. It looks like there is a chance for a third map, which, if you are just tuning in, let me roll that around. Haven.
Yeah,
will be coming in.
That's interesting, but I do want to come back to the 8-4. Very different story here to 7-5. Obviously, how quickly G2 would be able to, I guess, respond back into this with a pistol.
Klasik yang baru sih bagus aja.
5K. Jump spot, going to find a lot of information actually.
Phantom yang baru enak namanya klasiknya.
Although I don't think Kellogg's was noted initially.
Lu beli nggak sih? Enggak ya?
Enggak.
Both actually jumps right.
Gue udah nyobain punya orang enak juga.
Has he been able to get there completely undetected? I think he has now. He's had to shoot, but 5K will find a Vova in response to that.
Sadarkah kau, ku adalah wanita. Ku tak mungkin memulai. Sadarkah kau, kau menggantung diriku. Aku tak mau menunggu. Hari ini ku akan menyatakan cinta.
Not quite made the raid boss with the frenzy.
Nyatakan
Spike is
cinta.
noted. And it looks like that clock is just now.
Apa gue nyatain duluan aja kali ya?
Iya. Boleh.
Iya. Ya
So,
boleh,
si
ya
berani,
boleh.
si berani.
Is that flash?
Hidupnya masih gengsi.
Doesn't need to pop it.
Diam lu. Gue berani gini-gini enggak kali.
Good work for F4Q.
Lu nggak tahu adrenalin gue. Iya.
Keep in mind 2 of G2's rounds here. Up to this point.
Paling pemberani dah. Nungguin nggak jadi.
Coming back, yes, G2 round 1 and 2 to potentially get back into this. F4Q if they take the pistol and round 2, it's double digits, and that's
Adrenalin
terrifying.
gede doang kalau udah balapan gitu-gitu.
Have to see.
Kalau perasaan lemah.
Seeing a couple of investments on the side of G2, but no real main weapon. It's Frenzy and a Shorty actually swapped out now. It's a Sheriff in the hands of Kellogg's, but see if they can get anything done at all.
I don't know, F4Q udah nih mah.
Stacked up
Map 3 apa ya?
Everything is possible.
2 members of F4Q
Everything
has
changed.
See here, going to try and play distance initially, but all the information gathered already. Actually, we'll do some damage, but we'll back away. Still with 3 bodies here. G2 walking into a comfortable stack here.
Ini orang nggak ketahuan di hole ya? Ketahuan nih.
See the patience from either side. Nuki getting that concept, but he can't quite deal with what he wanted. But at least does deny the follow-up if there was one. Nice idea. Again, Nuki just holding this down. He's just like, I'm just gonna stay here as long as I can and see if I can maybe keep them interested.
The thing is now with the Shorty being noted, it's like, yeah, okay, you can have lamps.
Yeah, leave
Enjoy.
him alone in there. Don't want that.
But 2 members for F4Q still
Coldamenta
dug into B site. 5K and Zumba.
Straight out.
Yeah. They're going to get farmed on the way out of this one. 5K finds the first 2. Atsi will get the reload on that one. Kellogg's Atsi will find the first, but Zumba, second layer to that defense.
Teriak-teriak anjing Korea.
Will close things out for F4Q. Now we
Nice!
fire round. And, you know, looking at this, potentially, F4Q, if they can turn this, is 11. G2 back down on pennies. And then it becomes even more difficult to even dream up the possibility of a comeback here.
That reality seemingly slipping further and further away. And this is the one, G2. What you got in the tank for us? What you got on that back burner you've been saving up for maybe a moment like this? Because as it stands, F4Q have been showing you how it's done. Perfect beginning in the second half here. Double digits. Almost instantly achieved. A quick flash, but it finds no one. It gives away.
Melihatmu.
There's a little bit of a go of it.
Lihat aja belum pernah.
Could get some pressure from this and is.
Terjadi di hadapanku. Ini baru lihat di live doang nih gua. Orangnya. Lagi nonton. Berlin.
Jadi malu.
Kan banyak kan.
Bener juga anjing.
Jelek.
Saya memboy wanita.
Terus buaya.
Memboy wanita anjing.
Buaya wanita. Kalau buaya wanita gue punya mantan banyak.
Bukan gitu. Kalau mainin pria juga buaya anjing.
Astagfirullah, kapan gue mainin pria?
Ngapain gue mainin pria?
Lu hati-hati lu mulut lu.
Sekali lu live stream aja sudah tiga korban di dalam situ.
Hah? Siapa tuh?
Belum lagi yang personal chat kan. Wah udah emang boy wanita.
Anjing. Susah. Guys, gua seloyal itu.
Emang loyal. Loyal untuk nggak jadi.
Ini jelek anjing. Kalau gue nggak pernah memainkan perasaan.
Iya, kalau nggak pernah nggak bisa diomongin berkali-kali dong, santai aja. Chill aja, bos.
Nggak bisa gue sekali klarifikasi terus menerus.
Nggak usah
karena
klarifikasi terus menerus. Biasanya emang kalau misalnya pelaku tuh begitu dong lu. Nggak masalah.
Iya. Gue mainin pria.
Betul.
Struggling in some of these gun rounds. It stands quite patient on approach thus far, but it looks like a 3-2 split going towards A if it continues this way for the attacking side.
Seeker's invested. The distance real close just yet, and Kellogg's taking a lot of damage before even getting out of showers here. The wall's going to go up just behind the smoke here. Look, Yatsi comes all the way up on top of Athena, but he still comes out.
Flash. 5K's done so well here. Just buying time, trying to stay alive, trying to do something from this really uncomfortable position, still making it his own. High flash comes over, doesn't quite find what he wants. And Athena, careful of your back here, but through the TP they go. Hitting the retreat, but as Kellogg still on an island, gets punished by 5K. And it's a 5v3 now. They're going to lean in towards the other side. They're going to try and get that spike down, nothing to deny it, and that late lurk around, or at least the long rotation around for Mixwell. Eventually going to join them up on maybe long here. They still have to weather the storm. 5 on the retake. Utility looking a little worn out here. Not much left for F4Q to play with, but Over going to give them at least the first fight here. Flash goes towards CT. There's the swing! There was the lineup. You can see the damage on 5K. He's now the walking wounded, but Bunny striding towards the site here. Gets pinged out to now noted. They swarm the site. Avova isolates the player on the back line. It's called Amenta. He wants in, he gets in. That's 2 for him. And now it's just Sunba in the 1v2. Not gonna happen. G2 power forward once again.
They weather the storm and turn a 3v5.
Nice! Ya belum turun, nice aja anjing.
I mean, I've got to argue, Avova potentially good for more there. So fair play to him backing away from that and knowing how to play that round.
Tapi kalau misalnya kalau misalnya sama orang yang nggak disuka tuh kayak gampangnya gitu nyekil. Tapi kalau sama orang yang disuka tuh kayak wah dak-dikduk. Gila sampai kayak mau meledak jantung gue, Cok.
Apanya tuh?
Jantungnya.
Apanya mau meledak?
Jantung gua.
Kalau apa? Kalau main sama orang yang disuka apa?
Iya, kalau mau nyekil orang yang disuka tuh gua nggak bisa.
Nyekil apa sih?
Oh, lo nggak tau nyekil ya?
Bahasa lu aneh-aneh anjing kemarin.
Nyekil tuh kayak gombalin tuh. Kayak ngelobi.
Ya lo kan terdiam kan kayak anjing. Lihat mukanya udah deg-degan.
Enggak, bukan mukanya. Enggak lihat mukanya juga kayak ngechat doang kayak mau sepik-sepik gitu susah anjing. Iya. Kalau sama yang gak disuka mah ya udah aja kayak gue sepik-sepik dikit kan.
Iya, kayak gue chat gitu lu bahasa iya itu deg-degan kan lu. Deg-degan banget kan lu tuh.
Jelek.
Makanya balasnya tuh waktu udah selesai tau gak lu? Waktu udah selesai main gitu. Oh jelas iya.
Iyalah. Hari ini ku akan menyatakan
Cina.
I think that's what it's commonly referred to now, yes.
Hell yeah.
Sholat blok.
Oh iya. Dah, gue sholat dulu dah.
We'll see if Zamba can do much now. Noki's been slowly controlling long for some time, and now the site is actually absent of players. The rotation's a while off.
And 3 ult. Again, if things do start getting a little wonky here for G2, lots to fall back on.
Kayaknya.
But F4Q at least.
G2 mainnya kalem banget nih, nggak seru nih.
Esperanza.
Nggak ada pemantik api.
To come up and I mean it's difficult here. Look for damage, look for something to take away from it. And speaking of something to take away, Bunny will find Nuki with a fantastic headshot on the Sheriff.
Just giving out free haircuts. There's a rifle for Esperanza here. Should I be getting ever worried about this? There's a flash. Esperanza finds a Vova. What the hell is going on?
Woo!
How has this just happened?
That is an absolute tragedy.
That's unforgivable!
I mean, I was talking about a 3v5 for G2. That was a 3v4 with 1 rifle and 2 sheriffs. Bear in mind, Nuki had a rifle. Now, I said hopefully things don't get wonky, but G2 have lots of tools to fall back on here. None of them pulled out by G2. That's an absolute fumble in my eyes, Lauren.
Yo, and credit to F4Q to play that like they have a chance. If you looked at that, like every day, you run that every single time. You run that, let's say we run it 100 times. How many times not that many, but credit to them to play like that too.
Esperanza was like 20 seconds behind that rotation to get the weapon.
How? 11-6. We go back in. G2, that's when the comms feel a little more quiet. Everything's a little tense after you fumble that one, but let's see if they can pull it back together. For now, we look at what we have coming up against them. The quick flash comes in, and it's going to be a quick piece. G2 not going to be messing around this time. Going to leave Nuki to take that space. Having to respect that audio cue that just rings on out. Posts it. F4Q going to sit a little deeper this time.
So we'll get the plant. Shock darts invested, but I don't know what damage has gone on the other side of that. And actually, a little gap created here with the wall by Kellogg's. Not sure if that was a misplacement or just looking to funnel a second choke point here, but Nuki actually going to get noted with the judge at least. And a second Cosmic Divide comes up. It's absolute chaos here on the side. Avuva going to open things up. Nuki finds 2 further kills, 5k and a bean, a full. Avuva will find his 3rd on the round. Zumba falls, and it's a Prime Gaming flawless here, Lauren. Fantastically controlled there in the post plant by G2. And actually one that previously to bounce back from that.
Big correction. Big correction. They need that.
What?
After, I mean, that last round. There we go.
Yeah.
The difference around when we saw them unable to hold that post plant, be absolutely run over by a thrifty round, and then come back like that. It's like, I don't know if that's just them reminding themselves, like, no, we can do this. There we go, 11-7. We're back into it. Money's looking a little tight, though, on the other side for F4Q. They are struggling a little bit. We're going to have, what, 2 rifles come out. Frenzy. I mean, the Classic's the best gun in the game, so I shouldn't be worried. And a Judge as well. Truly a smorgasbord of everything most people dislike.
Unless you're Mitchman. Mitchman somewhere is the most excited he's been all week backstage. All we're missing is an Odin.
Truly.
Nuki again in position to at least keep Bunny in check. Yaudah going to come through, will reveal his position as well. So the weapon and the player noted here, and Bunny actually just goes full force, tries to find something. Now, all of this, Kellogg's still maintaining shower control, so again, anticipating maybe pressure on both sides of the map. But actually, I mean, Zumba's played this slow. He's still all the way in lamps. The rotations come through. F4Q have read this perfectly.
Yeah, they're not out of position at all. Nuki might have...
I thought he hit him there.
I was about to throw my heads off the just side of the desk, but is Esperanza still doing some work here? 3 players trying to swarm him, but...
You will not kill my ally.
You know? What? Okay, Avuva did check on that just to make sure. I was worried if somehow he'd missed that. Flash comes in, finds nothing, wall still there. The 5k doesn't need the flash, doesn't need the birds. Just gets the headshot, and now a 2v4. This should not be losable. Double stack towards lamps. It's going to be Mixwell's success on towards Esperanza. And then rifle, the 5k did show some beauty on. Not quite probably going to have the chance he wanted. There it is, G2 on the build back now. 4 still alive, and we keep on going.
Well, let's take a little look at the economy as well, because F4Q is scrappy investment in the previous. We talked about that, the Judge, the rifle, a Sheriff, Zumba playing on a Classic now. This is pretty much going to be everything. Yeah, I mean, there's only 600 left in the bank after this, so potential here for G2 to hit double digits and bring it within touching distance. It's only really on the back of, well, 2 initially going in favor of F4Q, but G2 resetting in round 17.
Malam ini kayaknya ya.
Back and answering back. Actually completely negates
Iya,
that
sepi nih. Gue juga kayaknya live-nya bentar lagi udahan.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for G2.
Kalau sepi, lagi pada nge-live semua soalnya. Nobar.
Finding that form, but this build back could be
pengen nonton horror juga Jo semua pada nggak ada.
Ignore the fact that F4Q are on 11 rounds. Big information going to be garnered through that TP. Follow up, just Nuki getting nervous that a sky suddenly appeared, but it's all fine. And there's a flashback confirming it's all might be more closer than they'd like.
Again though, similar thing, this has been a recurring theme. Kellogg's again controlling outside the shadows. Not sure if he was noted there. Just
besok kita lanjut.
Zumba popping that one, but this time at least they've got somebody in position to greet him, and actually short wide open for the time being. Esperanza Hunter's Fury, so I think that's why he's playing a little deeper.
Aja matakel sih memang. Gak tahu gua. Dia lagi nonton juga cuma beda di Discord.
Early in anticipation.
What?
And Zumba will find a kill.
How's he gotten away with that? And 5k as well. G2 thought they were safe, thought they'd, oh, we got the side, got the wall going up, but no, look who's just lurking around these corners. Kellogg's now eats that flash completely blind. And 5k striding on through. Huge work from him, and F4Q make it up to 12. Third map is on the horizon.
Sering jalan gitu, teriak anjing.
Again, the timing of the Hunter's Fury being, and actually Kellogg's pulling away from showers, allowing Zumba to sit there. He's the one that can actually be the deciding factor there for F4Q. He can then
lihat nih pada F4Q anjing.
created by
5K bukan streamer. Iya, streamer semua ini setahu gua.
A couple of tricky angles, right? And this is exactly what I'm talking about here. That's how he actually found that kill mixed with the final bullet through, but then 5K comes through. Kellogg's the most blind I think we'll see anybody this weekend at least. The Prime Gaming Flawless will put F4Q on map point here.
Cukup banget anjing 5K.
Lihat,
ini baru F4Q. Gimana ketemu VS anjing di ejam-ejam pala lu.
Oh yeah, we had a one-sided map at the start. Give us the, you know.
Gue berharap banget sumpah VS ketemu Sentinel gitu di final.
That's probably what F4Q said when they took a break in between.
Yeah, see the coaches having a chat.
I love that. We actually see Neil Zeno just kind of like with his hands up, just being like,
boys,
boys,
boys, what's happening? Don't know why he's a bit Welsh. What's happening? Don't know where that's come from. But no, it's good to see the kind of coaching that is here. Incredible setups as well. They can see every POV.
I think Prius tweeted a picture earlier of exactly the tools they've got to work with. It's fantastic to see the support for that.
Incredible. 12 to 8, an incredible performance from F4Q after what was, it was just over and done.
Hello.
G2 looked like a team that was terrifying people in maybe scrims. You know, the scrim bucks, take what you want from it. People were certainly taking notice, but we go back in at 12 to 8. Is it recovery or is it map?
Udah kelar loh.
Really would like to get out of this quickly. Zumba's like, where you going? Hang around. Need some friends over here.
Udah nah.
VS kayaknya takut nanti Mas Intel. Mau tidur loh. Sana tidur loh.
Kasur.
Mau menggalau Ria.
Kalau ngapain buang-buang waktu di
Memang buang-buang waktu memang 3 tahun ini lalu boom. Mulutnya ngomong tuh berasa kayak nggak pernah gitu.
Apa sih? Nggak jelas anjing.
Kayak nggak pernah menggalau seseorang gitu. Ngapain galau membuang waktu padahal masih.
Kalau dia galauin gua.
Tidung. Selama ini juga semua orang galauin lu, cuma lu nya bangsat.
Lo tau banget dah.
Berasakan yang
at least on even playing field with the time though ticking in their side. Bunny can now adjust that attention and come back through. It's Kellogg's towards the site, 2 stacked towards long. Kellogg's does get the isolated fight on Bunny. No trade potential coming through. Esperanza gets punished by Mixwell, and there goes Zumba. G2, they're not dead yet. They are clinging on to life.
By a thread.
Makasih.
Again, I feel
Makasih
like
doang anjing di
really good understanding of exactly what was going on there. But G2 able to convert, at least on the early successes Kellogg's and Nuki were able to find on B long. Again, back in that scenario, 900 credits left in the tank for F4Q. G2 on the brink of double digits. Decent ultimate progression as well. Obviously, we see Avova one away, Nuki one away, Kellogg's one away, Mixwell has the Seekers up. Athena again with that lockdown, but we haven't seen F4Q lean towards a retake really either side.
No, you're right. Early shower control has been worked towards. Seekers invested too, so not lightly worked around. Nothing to capitalize on. Aside from that, the Kellogg's has got super deep on this.
Oh, I love this.
This is very unorthodox, but quite nice to watch. The flash did come in, 3 players on the other side, and they're like, there's a bit of a problem with this. And actually, Nuki says hello to one, says goodbye to the second, and Zumba is there to quell that building threat. But Kellogg's was only a step away the entire time. With all this going down, G2 looking quite nice on this here. A little weird, but Zumba striding in towards that smoke.
Palingan kayak gitu. Siapa nih?
This could be problems.
I'm back,
Mixwell
motherfucker.
feeling that pressure line to build. There is
he
that
moved to
ult coming
Fawn.
out from KJ as well. Athena's found a Vova. It's on
Mickey
Mixwell
me.
to try and save it. He's got one. He knows Bunny's on the way, but what are you gonna do against him?
In true Bunny
Reforsi,
fashion,
bos.
charging him down with a judge in hand, the double blast back, gonna close things out. Comfortable time on the defuse, and F4Q 13-9 G2 here on Bind and force the third map. What a statement, what a response actually after map 1. Really, really impressed with them. Again, we saw glimmers of what they were trying to achieve on map 1, but they just couldn't find success. Here, totally different story.
And you're right, it wasn't just Bunny as well. I want to look at 5K, that guy.
Esperanza
out of nowhere. So many times he's getting 2, 3K so solid throughout this. And to do this to G2, who are fired up, man. After map 1, you know they're feeling themselves. Like, just watching this back, the amount of times that we had Zumba just being in the most obnoxious place, the most a bit of a nuisance Bunny. Really closer to, like, watch this. Just...
That's when that streamer comes out, right? It's like, yeah, I'm going to hit the clip in the final round, right? I'm not going to upgrade my weapon.
Besok ya kita main, oke?
Why would I?
Why?
Bacot.
Imagine just making content.
Apa sih lu? Lu nge-head sama gue.
Ya.
Hati-hati naksir.
I don't think G2 are going to be tweeting that one out.
Okay.
I don't know. They're up to some stuff.
Abang lu udah setuju loh.
I don't trust them. However, that was a great
Yes.
recovery. You know,
Hati-hati
memes aside and closes aside, that was a
Yeah.
brilliant recovery.
Lu mulai
from them. After
terancam
what was
tau gak? Abis
honestly,
abang lu
I don't say a shaky.
gua ke rumah lu kenal
Shaky
sama nyokap
sounds
bokap
weird. It
lu
was
kan.
just, it was a blowout map.
Nah,
We had
udah.
Kellogg's having an absolute steamboat of a
Tapi data
performance. No one to
durhaka
deny
anjing
it.
percuma.
And now this
Disuruh apa
feels
yang
more
bokap
even.
nyokap juga dia gak bakal
The
denger.
weird thing is to come away from that and not,
Alright.
you know, accredit G2's
Alright.
struggles there with, you know, Kellogg's not being able to have the same impact
Kayak
on the
kalau
individual basis.
gue
I just
beneran
think there,
naksir,
F4Q just looks so much more
kayak gue galau
composed,
banget ya.
way
Gak bisa
more in control, way
memiliki.
more synergized in terms
Gak
of
bisa
what
apa?
the game plan was from the get-go.
Gak bisa memiliki.
Those first few
Kenapa
rounds
gak
when
bisa? Kan kok udah
you get a
setuju.
little freedom and then F4Q start experimenting with that. They start toying with G2 a little bit.
Ada yang lain yang gak
That's where they ran
setuju.
away with it, honestly.
Ya itu Tuhan.
Good to have them on land. What a treat it is in front of us.
It's so good to hear that behind us, man.
Dude,
It's
it
so
brings me
good.
back. It's just, it's nothing quite like it. And again, these guys are putting on a show, but they are truly, you know, a competitor here. This is the G2 that was giving it large against Sentinels. So, I mean...
Ya Esal juga main Liquid sama Heroic, mending gue nonton CSGO.
But we are, so we're going to head to a break. When we're back, the desk will be breaking down everything we just saw and getting you ready for map 3.
Cold Zero pindah ke Combat City tau gak lu?
Tahu. Siapa yang gantiin ya? Divas kan?
Gak tau.
Shit, we 2K, oh my god. Said you want to move to Valo, sir?
Lu sama Data Andre? Kagak.
Dia nggak mau mengakui.
Tuh kan, lihat tuh. Lihat cara dia play victim. Lihat, lu lihat. Pantesan sampai sekarang jomblo anjing, masuk ke playgirl kayak gini nih.
Apaan sih, kan? Sembarangan banget sih nih.
Boy betina, lu jangan percaya sama Data dah. Mulutnya Data tuh boy betina, lu lihat.
Astagfirullah, istighfar.
Lu lihat TikToknya dia, sengaja dia buat badai-badai gitu biar orang komen-komen terus di PHP-in tai. Emang
Apa sih? Kenapa jadi trigger dah? Aneh banget, guys. Guys, streamer ini mending di-report dah. Dia head speech banget anjing.
Gua kasih nih profile yang harus lu report. Dikit Data Amelia.
Kok dia jadi trigger, coba. Chill aja,
Gua gak suka kalau gua dipermainkan, tau gak?
Chill aja. Gua gak pernah main cowok ya.
Lu terlalu banyak mainin kaum gua gak bisa.
Gua gak pernah, lu tanya testimoni orang lain gak pernah dimainin sama gua.
Walaupun bener ya gua tanya Kidut ya?
Tanyain.
Gua tanya Kidut, pasti Kidut bilang iya.
Nah, apaan dah. Ngarang anjing.
Mempermainkan banyak pria walaupun ujung-ujungnya bersama wanita.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Dasar.
Elige. Fallen. Oh, Fallen jadi di sini ya. Udah lama gua nggak nonton. Twist tuh kemana sih? Gue lupa deh.
Face kan?
Iya apa ya? Face. Masa sih?
Kalau nggak salah sih ya.
Oh shit, Tui. Kadian sih awet bener di sini nih, di Heroic.
Ya lagi naik Gambit, Gambit.
Kenapa?
Yang lagi naik Gambit.
Navi.
Navi udah dulu jago anjing.
Kagak, dulu kan Astralis, Cok.
Ya iya, maksud gua ya itu aja Astralis. Dia kalau Gambit kan baru muncul lagi.
Tapi enggak, dulu Navi enggak mendominasi separah sekarang.
Iya sih.
Dulu tuh G2, Astralis.
Beatnya jago banget anjing.
Kenapa?
Beat jago banget.
Hah?
Si Beat yang pemain Navi Beat kan namanya?
Oh, Beat. Emang waktu baru Beat. Gantiin si Flammy.
Lu zaman lakukan gua dah. Ini Andre Solja
Kagak, soalnya
Kapten bos.
Soalnya dulu kan belum Beat. Masih Flammy. Si Simple sih anak emasnya Navi sih anjing, gila.
Ya iyalah. Kayak lu punya Jadon.
Iya.
Di dalam tim ya begitu.
On Bind, given the way that map 1 had played out. But a lot of our conversation between the two maps was what needs to change, particularly on the side of F4Q behind Bunny as a top performer, and 5K showed up.
And look, I said that 5K playing on Sky was going to be a huge risk. I saw they picked him for Sky again. The best thing you can hope for
ini
there
udah
is
quarter
that he's
final.
improvements, and I would say that is exactly what happened. Not only was his utility usage better, his positioning was better. He wasn't locked away over in U-Ball, which is the issue I had with
Seru nih
him
Nuk.
in the Korean region. He was actually playing in places like
Map gue banget anjing.
get way more value out of those
Yes.
flashes.
Seru banget Nuk, gue bener-bener secinta itu sama Nuk. Oh iya, ada flash di situ ya. Oh iya, lupa gue anjing. Terah gue main CS, gue flash di situ lagi ya.
Ntar aku main CS di situ. Lu main CS kapan? Paling minggu depan anjing.
Gue kalau nggak ngetim juga gue main CS tiap hari anjing nah Valorant.
Berarti lu udah nggak mau ngetim?
Even though I mean it's a defensive map, yada yada, but these people really like attacking, and we see understand why. And probably from G2, they learned maybe too late that it was just better to just give them.
Rambutnya bagus dah nih casternya. Ada hijaunya gitu namanya apa sih? Kalau yang cuma seberapa helai gitu dah.
Maksud lo?
Kalau rambutnya cuman dia rambutnya misalnya full hitam. Terus ada beberapa yang kayak segaris gitu warna ungu gitu. Goblok. Dicat warna lain uban idiot banget dari cewek ngentut.
Apa sih? Rambut.
Iya. Misal cewek nih, lu misal rambut lu misalnya hitam semua nih panjang.
Ya highlight.
Oh highlight ya? Yang kayak cuman sedikit doang gitu, cuman segaris gitu doang.
Iya. Iya.
Uban.
Kan uban juga segaris ngepet.
Uban sebiji aja bukan segaris.
Enggak kan? Lu bilang casternya kan? Gua kira casternya udah tua bangsat. Ya mana gua tahu jancok. Gua tampol nih orang dah. Ya, what doing? Nah, no.
8 months ago way, but also no, but also mixed with the ones that we used today. That it was just so confusing because you see the alarm.
Si itu jadi cakep anjrit.
Siapa?
Ada yang gendut anjir yang bocah. Si namanya.
Siapa?
Ada yang gendut, oh my god, yang gendut yang mukanya nyebelin. Mukanya kayak toxic banget, bocil toxic. Siapa ya yang gendut botak? Oh my god.
Oh, Cahaya. Gendut botak bocah siapa lagi? Cahaya anjing. Yang paling ganteng udah Twist anjing. Twist udah gak ada obat tai.
Iyalah gila dibanding lagi.
Udah mukanya begitu, rambut, tatoan kan.
Twist Device sih. Device sih udah kayak Tom Cruise.
Device iya.
Device Tom Cruise.
Udah kayak gua anjing, cuma dia versi bule. Gua versi lebih Chinese aja anjing.
Nggak ada. Chinese bule jauh anjing.
Lah makanya gua bilang dia versi bulenya aja, gua versi Chinese. Mirip tai.
Gila mirip banget Tom Cruise, Cok. Itu dia kalau badannya kayak Tom Cruise. Gua buat susuin dah kesana dah.
Lu susuin? What the fuck?
Susulin.
Oh,
Astagfirullahaladzim.
astaga data.
Ntar ini
Malam-malam
gue
mau
masih
nyusuin
mikir nih,
device
anak
anjing.
kecil bocah yang bocah siapa ya namanya? Su nggak tahu sih.
Device mau disusuin anjing.
Lul.
Bangsa.
Aduh siapa ya namanya? Bangsat, lupa. Ih, padahal waktu itu gua post.
Siapa anjing?
Aduh, gua nge-searching apa lagi ya? Little Kid CSGO Pro Player.
Little Kid Bald.
Little Kid Bald. Aduh, bangsat, gua bener-bener lupa. Fuck. I hate this.
And those tags are actually what changed this round because that causes Bunny to come up short A.
Serak anjir, serak.
In the corner. And then F.
Oh, Serki.
Oh, yang gendut.
Ya udah tahu kan? Iya, yang gendut.
Tahu
Iya, sekarang dia jadi cakep, Cok. Jadi cakep. Buat jadi cakep itu. Anjrit, mantep gue. Maksud itu kan selalu mantep. Tapi itu kayak sih emang bener-bener andalan gue banget anjir. Dia mirip Alibaba Express yang punya Alibaba. Tahu nggak lu yang punya Alibaba?
Enggak.
What the fuck? Sangat tahu anjir AliExpress. Jackip. Ah, gila. Jelek anjing jelek. Pengetahuannya jelek.
Pengetahuannya jelek gila ya. Perkara Alibaba itu pengetahuan gue jelek.
Itu orang terkaya di dunia, masa nggak tahu?
Nggak mirip muka dia, Jack Ma.
Jackip siapa Jackip?
Jackip siapa itu kan? Bilang wawasan gue tipis, lihat. Jackip anjing. Jackip tukang ojek kali ya.
Toko lagi kayaknya Cok. Jackip, itu kan namanya Jackip. Jangan-jangan emang anaknya ya?
Paledut, kalau nggak mirip anjing.
Mirip blok.
Pala lu.
Sama Jack Ma.
Jack Ma tua banget anjing.
Ya namanya juga. Ya maksudnya don't know what I'm saying.
Udah. Kayaknya emang Bandung dapat pelajaran beda dah.
Karena
Jack Ma dibilang Jackip.
Jackip tuh itu kayaknya Ibab. Sama Jack berarti dia kayaknya ada marga atau keluarga.
Bangsat, nggak gitu anjing.
Kayak gimana dong?
Temen gue namanya Jackie nggak ada hubungan sama dia anjing.
Siapa tahu kan udah mirip namanya sama Jack.
Emang di luar sana kalau namanya Amelia saudara lu?
Ya kan ada kayak marganya gitu di sana.
Nama lu apa? Marganya bukan.
Gua nggak punya marga.
Amelia kan marga lu.
Gua nggak punya marga.
Terus Amelia nama apa? Nama pemanis.
Nama aja nama buat pelengkap nama.
Data Amelia siapa nama lu? Si Lalahi ya?
Data Amelia Jenner.
Ngimpi terus.
Gak percaya, what the fuck? Sejak kapan lu melihat gua tidak memakai Jenner?
Sejak dahulu. Lu baru pakai hari ini.
Lul sekali temen gue.
Haven.
Oh shit.
Kayak manci itu dah.
He stick it bro. Gila di clutch kan. Gila. The glory.
So it's not like it was a 1-13 they got totally stomped, but it was the attacking side that they struggled with a little bit more.
Now we talked a lot about agent switch ups for F4Q from game 1.
LIJ.
Mukanya kayak Fugi anjing. 5K.
Saha.
5K.
Saha 5K.
Ini pemain F4Q.
Gua nontonnya ESL CSGO.
Makanya nggak nyambung lu. Blok.
Emang. Oh my god, Poland.
Udah tua ya masih di situ anjing.
Well, if anybody was worried about nerves, it feels like Kellogg's is more than comfortable up there on the
masih hidup di sana.
stage. But as the casters had noted
Pindah ke EU.
during that map too, as
Iya
opposed to
apa ya?
map 1
Iya
where
dah.
it felt like a very one-sided
Gila. On point. EU Flash.
Masuk TSM tuh kayak si Donat.
Gimana ya caranya?
Terus
Oh shit.
Jago Donat pindah ke US.
Itu dia pindah gitu dibayarin sama.
Kagak, emang dia mau kuliah di sono blok. Cuman dia udah punya kenalan.
Emang ya?
Iya, dia ada kenalan pemain TSM terus direkomendasiin.
Oh, tapi emang mau kuliah di sana kan, bukan gara-gara itu?
Bukan. Emang mau kuliah di sana.
Keren, gue bener-bener gara-gara itu. Kok bisa kebetulan sih?
Gak tau.
Keren dah. Orang hidup orang-orang bisa kebetulan gitu. Tuh gue gini-gini aja.
Emang hidup lu kan gak pernah kebetulan, semua lu rencanakan kan. Kayak lu menolak semua pria yang mendekati lu.
Kan ujung-ujungnya jelek kan.
Kayak lu mempermainkan semua pria-pria yang mendekati lu itu semua.
Gak ada
sesuai,
siapa. Coba
rencana
sebutin
kan.
siapa yang.
Ya. Gua gak boleh
Gak
sebutin.
ada. Gue boleh sebutin karena emang gak ada.
Kalau gua sebutin di unfriend gua.
Fuck. Guys, solu lah. Lemau.
Apaan sih lu? Lemau.
Lu lemau. Gue tuh kalau ada cowok tuh gue baik-baikin. Nggak boleh tahu ditolak-tolak. Kalau emang gak mau, bilang baik-baik. Kalau sama lu ya beda. Stephen.
Absolutely, you can. It's interesting as well because over in the Korean region, you're more likely to see the supportive Sky style rather than that, you know, the Victor style, the NA style.
Map satu, chill.
Jago banget ini 5K sumpah.
Almost be anomalous amongst the background of the region that he hails from. That's really cool, and to see him do really well on it, I like it. I'm a fan.
Tadi map satu apa sih? Map satu apa sih?
Verpas. Ini abis ini nuk.
Goblok gua nanya. G2 lawan F4Q.
Nah, gue tahu jancok orang server.
Tadi kan lu lihat tadi lu bilang dibantai.
Lupa gua, server kita beda udah. Ih, Valorant ntar ada bus-busan gak ya kira-kira? Nggak ada ya?
Nggak ada lah. Kalau Satchel ngapain bus-busan?
Yes. Magot, Stui, Sosar. Ini healthy lagi.
Well, the thing that comes to mind when you bring up, you know, the information.
Sponsor Zoe boss, F4Q boss.
You can use that. G2 on Haven have not played a Sova in a while.
Tuh muka kayak
It's
Fuji
something
aja.
that F4Q like to play, but it
Si
really
Tesos ya?
means
Yes,
you're going
Tesos.
to be leaning
Lumayan.
into those agents like a Sky, like a
Tesos
Killjoy
siapa
to
tadi
be collating that
ngomongin
information.
5K?
You're not gonna have the straight up like the recon shots, the drones, the
Lemau.
vanilla information gain that I suppose you would consider on
Lu retat banget ada anjing.
Apa sih? Lu apa sih?
Geli anjing dengerin lemau.
Lemau. Lu nggak tahu lemau.
Tahu.
Ya udah, gak usah ketawa jelek.
Jelek aja ngapain sih lemau? Abang lemau. Ini lemau.
Nggak mau. Mau lemau. Jelek.
Safety to information gain, but at the end of the day, I think this series so far has been so much about speed.
Aduh, jago banget nih orang.
Dia masih ketawa tuh. Retot banget gak? Diimbangin jangan supaya dia nggak kelihatan aneh tuh. Cuman jago banget nih orang. Padahal gak ada apa-apa.
Lemau. Duh, ini ngelan juga masih. CS gue mah nggak ngelannya nggak sebagus Valorant anjir. masih itu dia masih pakai room gitu. Disekat, jelek. Lemau.
Where they're actually going to attack and when they want to execute as we get into our prime gaming agent select.
Kenapa ya pro player CS:GO rata-rata tarangnya gede anjir?
Apanya gede?
Tarang.
Tarang apalagi sih? Bahasa lu aneh banget, tai.
Emang tarang bukan bahasa Indonesia ya?
Bukan, tai.
Oh, jidat berarti.
Ya Allah. Dahi bahasa Indonesia dahi.
Oh, dahi.
Tarang. Terang tang.
Jelek.
Tarang.
Sunda anjing tarang. Gak tahu.
Perkara tarang lah diomongin nyekit kayak nyekit apa tadi lah anjing.
Disekat lu nggak tahu sekat.
Tadi enggak anjing yang lu bilang kalau ketemu cowok apa namanya? Kalau mau ngechat aja grogi dan nyakit. Tarang nyekil, apa nyekil?
Nyekil bahasa Bandung bukan bahasa Sunda.
Tarang nyekil bahasa retat anjing.
Taher, tarang herang.
Itu artinya apa? Jidatnya lebar.
Bukan, jidatnya silau.
Emang itu bukan bahasa Indonesia ya? Idiot banget anjing pertanyaannya.
Gue suka lupa. Menang, GG liquid GG. Tapi bener ini pro player tarangnya
apa Indonesianya apa? Apa ayo? Hah?
Dahi lebar kok.
I like that theory actually. But talk about theories coming back actually and touching onto the composition here that we're going to see.
Pada masih nontonin binatang ini.
About a little bit of a dynamic shift, right? In terms of
iyalah setia namanya.
Delta kasar. Kapan gua kasar? Ini gua lembut-lembut aja.
Setiap hari dia kasar aja.
Are they going to be able to repeat that success straight away?
Bani sih nggak ada agent lain anjing.
Seemingly very easily.
Jet ya.
I'm looking towards mid once again.
Iya dah.
That's going to be a key component for Haven, as we know it always is.
Orang ngebahas baninya F4Q anjing.
Lagi break nih CS:GO nih kita. Kali ya.
Live on into a G2 on the attacking side, F4Q on the defensive side, and it has been a resurgence from the Korean side coming back into this, truly waking up here in 5K. One of the
Tadi berapa di bind?
13-9.
Towards that C site already, so much attention being drawn, but look at the combination between 5K and Zumba still.
Ini pasti gitu nih Heaven nih.
Bunuh gak?
Just spammed away
sakit banget.
Udah fix.
Lovely hold onto C site.
Ayam apa?
Oh shit.
Flashes were over there, but you able to take a step back and ultimately negate a lot of that early pressure that came through from G2.
I bet for
flip side of that, G2 not able to even get deep enough on
I bet what?
for Kellogg's to find value.
I bet for
to even find any space for G2 to
I bet for F4Q.
Great hold there.
Alright.
Nothing again. Kellogg's with the sheriff, but
nothing else. Pengen tidur tapi masih pengen sama lu sih.
Emang ngangenin gue ya?
Iya, betahin.
Lihat ya, mood buaya lihat.
Tuh kan, gua gitu malah mood buaya gua UDH, dihina. Gue tuh serba salah.
Betahin.
Kan emang serba salah gue tuh kayak dia tuh kayak cewek sebenarnya.
Makanya sampai sekarang gue jomblo lu lihat nah. Lihat sampai sekarang jomblo. Terlalu manis.
Gua ngomong lu betahin malah dia tuh mulut buaya. Udah ada tadi. Di sini si Godzilla. Wah.
Enggak, itu tuh bukan harusnya lu bilang gitu, harusnya terima kasih kek. Thanks kek.
Apa?
Bukan udah HDRTD anjing.
Ya karena udah lewat. Apa gua masih harus thanks orang udah lewat. Telat juga. Anjingnya nungguin gak tuh, jancok.
But again,
Oh shit.
it's just always a tricky conversation, especially
Oh
with
shit.
saving a ghost across. You need to look to find a bit more damage than that on the economy to really stop this early momentum being built up. Now, I mean, we'll take a look really if F4Q try anything funky to make the best of these SMGs. And would you look at that?
Lu sekarang tidur jam berapa, Dek? Terlalu pagi.
Round 3.
Iya nih, kayak gue jam 3 kayak tidur ntar.
Kemarin?
Kemarin jam sampai jam 4-an, tidur jam 5. Nonton bokep dulu bentar.
Genre apa?
Data Amelia tulisannya.
Ada emang.
Ada. Bandung tulisannya.
Kirimin dong.
Di sawah.
Mau lihat.
Sama belut.
What? Diapain belut ya?
Lu
ketawa.
Astagfirullah.
Kok istighfar? Ente dah Zumba. Makanya lu jangan Zumba mulu lagi turnamen. Kelok. Gitu tuh siapa sih tadinya ya?
Bunny opting to try and hold on to this operator. It's a big investment here. Well, we'll find 5k. Now Esperanza going to slip out garage door. Try and hold into his weapon as well. Catch Mixwell and push back through. Yeah, Bunny's actually coming back through to find Mixwell.
There it is. Well, they now know it's around. And Esperanza might have to play bodyguard on this.
I need
somebody to heal.
Like the good bodyguard.
Yeah.
Somebody to
know. Mixwell orang saya dulu tahu.
Well, the problem is here we want to look to G2 to hold on to 3
Kampung.
people as a bare minimum from this round.
juga kan?
Kellogg's 2 away from the Blade Storm. Potential to maybe try and get that online in the next round. And obviously with this competition, it wasn't really a consideration in the previous map. But
Bang enggak, gua nggak tahu Nuki.
Interesting to see
the start like that, just walk in the smoke in mid. First gun round really, if you know what I
Tapi
mean.
Mixwell nggak. Tapi rata-rata yang nggak pop off di CS:GO tuh di follow-nya pop off.
Be that anchor towards seaside and then still being willing to walk out
the
garage door smoke.
I don't know.
Yeah, takes some balls.
Belum pada pindah kali. Kalau udah pindah semua baru seteru.
He's boosted up.
Ya makanya gue kepo sama yang pro di CS:GO. Kalau di Valorant dia gimana ya? Soalnya yang di CS:GO-nya B banget, di sini kan jadi gila anjing.
Contoh.
Segila itu tense.
Terus bukan CS:GO jago anjing.
Enggak, B aja. Enggak segila dia di Valo.
Som juga jago.
Maksudnya dia jago, tapi enggak sejago di Valo. Makanya kan enggak di-keep di C9. Dia C9 kan ya? Kalau nggak salah CS:GO lupa gue.
Iya. C9 blue.
Emang nggak ada C9 red?
Ada C9 white.
Long rotations if they have that mid lurk and they
black?
eventually take that A side.
Ada.
Well, problem being Bunny's still in position there with the operator, so G2 are looking to creep towards the site. You gotta be careful, I'd say the timing might be disastrous here for F4Q.
Dilepas aja.
Gonna pull away. It's gonna be wide open.
Kalau kata Buster, retake apa yang susah?
You see there the flash now. Yeah, nobody's gonna peek out to this. They'll give it up for free.
Yeah, there it is. They'd already fallen back so deep. Maybe just feeling
interested.
Mampus 90 nggak kurangnya.
Kalau retake-nya 5 lawan 1 susah.
Again, this is something I identified. The tools are available, right? If this starts to go a little
wonky. Lu jangan menanyakan gua hal-hal bodoh deh. Lama-lama kayak viewer gua anjing retat.
Gua nanya, jawab.
Coba pakai akal sehat lu. Sebagai pro player big.
Gimana kok bisa nge-clutch? Everything is possible. Lemau.
Lemau. You know what I'm saying? Mau.
Aduh, lemau. This guy so lemau.
From Mixwell here, this is indeed huge. Does he manage to get the guns away? No, he doesn't in the end. Okay. So that
Kenapa nggak dia pakai? Kenapa nggak dia pakai satchelnya pas udah di atas? Kenapa pas di tangga dia pakai satchel?
I mean, again, everything working for G2 throughout that. And
you don't know, right?
Again, that's something that you consider how this series is played out.
Jelek.
just being willing to secure the
Ngapain
round
nobar
after
kalau
the
gitu?
lockdown, and if it's
Because
not
I'm
gonna
not
be part
prepared
of the
like
set
you.
piece, which you know G2 lean away from,
Ntar kalau
using
ada
structured,
viewers yang nanya lu jawab apa kalau ada yang jawab?
Kalau
hits
virus gue
on
jawab.
site, so I'm fine with the
Nggak apa,
alterations
jawab
there
apa?
just to make absolutely sure
Ya, biar
there's
cepet
no
lah.
surprises. Actually looking
Buat apa pakainya di Heaven?
now with the Bladestorm online, so an extra purchase
Kenapa?
effectively in
Buat apa
hand
pakai di
here.
Heaven?
Looking over on
Tapi
the
kan
side
dia
of
denger
F4Q.
ada orang di Heaven.
Sheriffs and
Nah,
nothing
kenapa
really
dia
to
nggak
hide in
say
terms of
selfie
a lesser
dibanding dia
focus in
pakai
this
buat
round.
di tangga?
Again, you look towards Esperanza and Bunny in terms of their ultimates.
You know what I'm saying?
Biar cepet ke Heaven-nya. Orang mau retake, cuman mati kan nggak jadi.
Ya kenapa nggak dipakai pas dia?
Udah cukup.
Udah capek gue.
Capek gue. Yang nanya lu capek lu.
Night viewers. Good night Andre. Jangan tidur malam-malam Andre.
Iya Delta, makasih ya.
Ya sama-sama.
Dia udah gitu ngomong, udah mau muntah tuh. Bye dah. Notif main, lu lanjut stream gak? Gak tau. Lihat nanti ya boys.
Binatang.
Ada semut guys mampir ke stream gue.
5K find anything else, and no, Coldamenta will make absolutely sure. G2 now building a little bit of a buffer here. I think actually, yes, there's an opportunity here for Kels to get the operator on. Again, we don't often see him. He's usually
menang F4Q nih.
smoke up, dash into it. He's not typically known for using the operator on attack, but at least here, the opportunity now arises with the Bladestorm and a little bit of energy now back on the G2 side of the stage.
It did get a little somber over there, didn't it? It was starting to get
it looked real.
You're here with
Yeah,
us.
they'd had a bad day, but
In
picking
spirit.
themselves back up, getting loud again. Good to see that. Part of me does miss seeing of over on that Omen specifically though. I love what he can do on this map. I mean, anyone who watched G2 come to this point, especially through the kind of rebuilding phase, it was just like, oh my word. Yep. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. But it is a side take. Kellogg's going to lead the way here. Setting down the utility in place, looking a little blinded,
pusing
a
buat
little
ninja
flashed up. But
anjing
5K
apaan dah.
going to just barrel on right back in, and look how isolated, how far
5K
forward he
sakit
was with
banget
no
tuh,
other
sumpah.
layer to that. He was on his own.
Map 1 dia tidur
Exactly the
ini.
sort of thing we talked about, but Esperanza
Kill
now
luas
with
tuh
all to
Hal.
do. Hunter's Fury available, so I think potentially
Pakai Lena.
he will back off.
Dibain balik, dia balik badan dia.
Iya.
Gonna play very late on this lurk once again. Let's see if he can find any value this time around. Not gonna be given any audio cues with F4Q getting all the way back into spawn. And Coldamenta will actually fall. Esperanza finds one before the hit even gets started.
Once again, G2 finding some real value here. Oh, oh lordy, things are getting a little bit. Bunny! No way! Bunny just backhanded him in the face. Look at this guy!
Wah gila Bani dah. Pintar banget anjir.
Jago ya saya Bani Ramadi.
I mean, you talk about going for clips, that's literally textbook. Right now, Mixwell finds himself in a 1v4.
Lu kan kerjanya pakai judge doang anjing.
In the way, turrets up and Zumba gonna stamp it out. F4Q.
Seru nih ini baru. Fuck off. Apa sih Dal? Dulu kan dia cuman ini doang, pakai judge. Tuh liat Dal tak mulut ya. Galak banget.
Raffi.
Hah?
Have you seen?
Udah.
Lela ya.
Goddamn, man.
After 2 weeks, yes.
So good bro.
I'm on stream. Don't talk about anything.
I know.
Gameplay stamina banget ya. Kangen kan? Sini, udah sini. Kalau kangen sini. VCS
Aduh, Andre, jangan ngomong macam-macam. Lu kayak diancam gitu anjing.
Ya ntar gue tau keceplosan cok. Gue sih nggak masalah. Ntar lunya aja pada masuk Rian Mamat manja. Masuk Rian The Massive lu. Apaan tuh? Video call sholat. Yuk sini yuk.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Close the distance now, but look at Esperanza somehow slips away and still finds the kill on Mixwell.
Udah enak nih nontonnya nih. Kangen cowok gue, lu siapa? Kangen cowok gue, pacar lo ya kucing, bentuknya kakinya 4, bangsat, belang-belang, goblok.
Speed in which he hits that. And now Cordomentor's been on 1 HP for longer than he can imagine. Not the best.
Feeling gue menang F4Q kenapa ya?
Bisa sih.
Ih, sakit banget dah, gue gak bohong orang ini.
Vulnerable. Kellex now around the flank. Cordomentor still on 1 HP, still able to do value. What can Zumba do now? 1v2. This is gorgeous work. He's let
timing.
Aduh. The timing, Cordomentor. All he needs is 1 HP.
Berapa kali aku ngomong aku punya cowok. Pala lu cowok lu dari mana anjing?
Ada yang mau lo dah.
Tahu. Ya mau sama dia mah banyak, Vi. Dianya aja yang mau sama cewek susah.
But they also just walked mid on that. Like, we've had some mad rounds.
Well, and again, talking about on Ascent, really, F4Q's willingness to give it up for free, right? Leave an alarm bot.
Karma bego dah lu, jadi orang tuh jangan jadi buaya betina. Karma. Gue kasih tahu lu. Lu nikah umur 34 baru tahu rasa lu nanti lu.
Maybe that's a little bit of confidence coming back in from map 2, but again, I want to see them kind of dig a little deeper, right? They're scratching the surface. Where's the value beyond that?
If any value comes from this round, that'd be wonderful.
5K.
But you can imagine this will be a G2 round.
Map 1 dari apa nih, Vi?
Aset.
Oh, Aset. Kena bantai kan? Kena bantai kan?
So it is a Shiko in essence, but then also the light armor. Do we then?
So tahu dia.
So for some teams, that's a full purchase. Actually, roll it back a couple of months. That's a G2 full buy.
That is a G2. We could call that a G2 instead. How about that? Gotta come up with branding. It's very important. For now, not finding much with it. They've been looking for those opportunities. No one really to lean on.
Kemarin waktu qualifier orang jago banget.
Building towards this A piece, and there's Bunny. And there goes Bunny.
I was going to say Bunny potentially able to get himself into a position where he can make use of the showstopper, but before that's even
suka doang di itu deketin kagak. Alah.
Spike will be planted.
Deketin kagak.
Lu yang gak ngerti, bro.
Iya, lu nya aja yang batu, susah. Emang darahnya tuh manusianya dikit. Kebanyakan Godzilla-nya tai. Godzilla mana ngerti deketin cowok. Kalau lu pure cewek beda. Stupid. Lemau, makan tuh lemau anjing.
And again, I will always give credit to just nice, clean anti-ecos. Keeping everything ticking.
Seru nih teriak-teriakan.
No silly fumbles, silly mistakes. Very well considered. There was danger in that, you know, the G2 purchase.
They're Bunny.
You know, exactly.
Showstopper again. They're walking into the position where the one person that potentially can stop that push onto a site and potentially.
Kellex sakit tuh.
Yeah, it could have happened.
Baru gue bilang tadi nggak sakit, sekali jadi sakit.
Nice work from Kellex there. Just taking steps through. And again, confidence builder for the young man.
And this is the thing, right? You build around
it. Nggak tahu kenapa mereka benci gue banget. Bukan benci, kita hanya menyajikan fakta.
Iya, tai.
Excuse me.
Okay, talking about individual prowess.
Bunny just wants to see what their spawn looks like. Just wants to have a look at it. He's not able to get anything for this. Just fades away, doesn't even send it. For now, Kellex knows exactly where he is. Can he survive in this? Look at the pressure. The Seekers are coming in. He's really being noted here, but no one to really punish. But look at the space on the site. That is kind of being controlled right now. We do have the ult coming through, but Kellex is getting aggressive, and Bunny even checked that. He doubled down to have a little look just to make sure.
G2 gaming banget, tai.
The shot is so good. Bunny just beheading two on the
Phantom boss.
That dink in the first time was just incredible.
Pandal one tap bangsat.
What an
bener sih.
Tuh mati orang.
Padahal gue sering di ghosting. Dan lu nggak usah play victim dah, jelek lu nggak jago acting tai. Mencintai aja nggak jago, mau acting goblok.
Pantas banyak yang nggak jadi anjing gini ternyata.
Iya di ghosting mulu. Ibaratnya orang ghosting lu tuh setannya masih genderuwo anjing. Kalau lu tuh udah iblisnya tahu yang ghosting. Udah rajanya lu. GG damage anti mixel.
Bisa dapet ya? Nggak bisa kemana-mana tadi.
With 13 seconds now.
Yeah.
No time juga.
10 seconds left.
Dapat sih kalau dia langsung.
Round's easy now. Zumba can just kind of be close by. Mixwell. I can't start believing it. There it is. Zumba. Play towards heaven. Didn't give away the game early. Catches the round. So let's bunny that round.
Dendam kesumet banget tadi.
Initially,
Bukan dendam. Kita mau ngomongkan fakta tau gak lu? Biar lu sadar gitu. Kalau lu tuh kayak gitu. Kalau nggak bakal sadar lu.
You know, it's interesting there. You see the sky flash popped, and I think it, with his ability to avoid that, not give away the information. Actually, Kellogg's walks in. It's like a false sense of security, right? There's nobody there to actually double check the swing out from double doors, and it's tiny adjustments like that that make him so individually difficult to deal with. Crediting, you know, G2
RL yang kemarin ngajakin gue makan pas sekolah offline tapi gue kakundri. Terus gue harus ngapain? Dia nggak mungkin ngajak lu jalan, lu jelek Adam bangsat. Dia juga tahu yang mana manusia mana binatang. Udah jangan ngarep lu.
It's like free passage towards C, but you see Kellogg's forced into a weird spot here. This is very uncomfortable, but he's still alive and breathing. And you're right, they have no idea. They can't hear the steps. Information so limited. Kellogg's trying to sell something good here, and even catching that flash is going to help it out. They still think there's more here, and it's going to be that lean towards A. Who's on A? It's still going to be Bunny, I believe. And that's going to be the big picture in my mind, is what can Bunny do? He's playing so patiently.
Lu batu bet dibilang. Emang nggak bisa percaya lu. Zumba bos.
Again, it is gonna be the likes of Zumba, who was great last round, held his nerve late. Flash comes in, but good work from Avova. There's the trade outs. Kellogg's has made it across finally, and what a way to make his entrance.
Sakit kali ini Kellogg's sih.
Has to buy some time for the flash to come through from Cold Demented. It's perfectly timed. Actually, Athena going to be spotted as well here. Last player noted. Has his turret, but again, G2 just need to play distance on this. No real reason to even risk taking this 2v1 on site. Athena, again, all this time being eaten up. He has to clear out all these close angles now. Swing through from help. Kellogg's going to take first contact, but Athena absolutely drops him. Lamento creeping, he has to check that defuse now. Lamento a little ahead of the curve. Give that on a silver platter to Athena.
Couple of these rounds.
Athena ini bos, namanya Athena anjing, nama ceweknya tadi gue rasa.
They're laughing, they're all having fun, they're getting. There's been a couple of these, Red Bull clutches that have come on through that are just going to be eating away at G2. I mean, roll your mind back to the Thrifty that came through. That's already.
Jongkok tapi pala tai, sudah.
I mean, in my mind, I was already thinking about the next round. I'm already like, no, that's fine. That's against you. That's against you. Your G2, you look up, you're like, what's on the...
Yeah.
No stress deh.
You don't want to see.
Terus tadi itu.
Feel good.
I mean, I want to see it.
I really enjoy it, honestly. This is great for me. Yeah, this is funny.
Kellogg's now going to get the
Lagi dapat soalnya si Kellogg's-nya.
Ya tapi maksud gua nggak perlu tay.
Padahal bisa main kanan kiri elong ya.
Ya dia mikirnya nggak di one tap tuh nggak lu? Dia mikirnya dia tembak sekali dash paling. Tapi nggak ada dashnya tuh.
Disjointed round, but this time around, Zumba in position. This time in A link. Now it's a little bit of an adjustment because Bunny's playing much deeper in garage. I think without somebody playing close by. Almost trying to bait G2 in here, and actually, look at that. Goes through with the right click, misses.
Oh, frustrating, I'm sure, for him. Spike goes down. Can they still control this, though? There's going to be the KJ ult just ticking on down. 7 more seconds. The spray to just clear the wall to try and give themselves some time to move. Bunny needs to make his exit for a couple of seconds. What a guy, what a teammate, and oh no, what a death. Bunny's still alive. Oh, he's gonna post it. Kellogg's just gets out, but only to be spotted by Zumba. Still game on. Mixwell, Avovo, where you at? You're in the sights of Bunny, who's read you like a book, and now Mixwell called upon, the man of experience, and maybe, just maybe, the hour finds 3.
Mixwell coming up huge for G2, the Red Bull clutch. Again, when it looks like another round is going to slip through G2's fingers.
Red Bull clutch, anja.
What a flip.
Itu udah enak banget sih. Abis dia dapet kill pertama udah pasti menang.
Manages to dodge that first flash, dips through, finds Zumba. The third player noted, and look at him, composed. Kellogg's up on his feet. Look at that.
He's on his feet.
Oh, konnichiwa. Dia si Mixwell ada tatonya atau angka 10 anjing. Bahas dendam nih Mixwell nih. Tadi badut.
Okay, now we're going to try and find something else. Spot Nuki.
Pakai Aresnya maju anjing.
Kellogg's has wrapped 5k inside garage as well. C-site for the taking. Zumba and Esperanza left to try and recover this now, but Coldamenta should get a clean plant.
Quick action gonna begin. Esperanza tries to get away, can't do it. Coldamenta grabs him by the heel to Zumba.
Makan.
And it's a 1v4.
Kalau nggak salah bahan itu Korean dress. Atau beda? Iya ini. Ini yang dulu kerjanya pakai judge doang, ini di ASEAN lompat dari Along. Ini orangnya nih. Bani ini. Nama lengkapnya saya Bani.
Never given up. Again, the only time I've really seen them kind of submit and say, yes, actually, we're going to have to let this one go is the time with the operators. The only real time I feel like they've just gone, okay, yeah, we'll let them have that one. Other than that, they're fighting to the death for absolutely everything.
It's so sick to watch. I'm in love with watching this side play on both of it. This is bringing that kind of fire out in G2 as well. This is, I couldn't ask for a better game.
Tapi mainnya di unrated, kagak di unrated anjing di turnamen goblok.
Again, coming back to G2's adjustment in the previous round, now seeing Kellogg's actually come back online. That's a great thing to see. Again, we talk about the positives, at least early on, with him having a good start on Ascend. See him back in that comfort zone on Jet and finding success once again. Seeing him on his feet, that's a big positive.
It is, and I wonder what positive Sean has managed to take away from that first half.
Whew, thank you, Lauren. This round is actually pretty insane. So all the rounds so far have been insane. This is such a close game, but I chose this round because it shows G2's misdirection, right? So this is so tricky. They have Kellogg's lurking middle right here, and you can see actually the rest of them are gathering over here at this A site, all 4 of them right there. So I think we should start the clip right now because you're going to watch Kellogg's lurking in mid. He took down the turret front B, and now he's rotating towards garage. He eats the sky flash. So they are now aware that someone is outside in this middle area. But if you pause here real quick, what you'll see is that this is an entire ruse, right? And Bunny has rotated out of the A site. The A site is completely open. So we are blessed by getting to see a dry run A execute by G2. That's why I chose this round. So now we can start playing again. And what you're going to notice is the smokes are going to come in. You can see Mix will put up the turret here on long. You're going to get the heaven smoke coming in. And then the wall spawn. This is a very common wall that is used in pro games. And the reason why this wall is so solid is it provides an extra place for this Sage to hide. And she can't get seen from heaven. In addition to that, the players coming out of spawn will need to run back. And then to put the nail in the coffin, Mixwell goes back into sewers here and actually pops his ult to give his team further space. So on top of this wall, which is nearly impossible to get past, they have to wait out this lockdown. Kellogg's is updrafting into heaven, taking the ground. And there's just so much activity G2 has on this post lane. You can clearly see how thought out all of this is. The Sky Flash comes in, the Guiding Light takes out Bunny, and Kellogg's just keeps on aggressing.
Kenapa ada jeda 2 menit gini ya setiap half ya?
Ya istirahat aja tadi. Ngomong istirahat.
Kan biasanya juga mereka main turnamen kagak ada beginian. Apa bedanya?
Nah, ini stage udah gede, cok. Mereka butuh inilah preparation lah.
Paling cuma ngomong kata-kata semangat doang ini mah.
Iya, paling cuma nama coachnya.
Ya kemarin gue lawan XCN. Si Cartier ngepost bilang internet problem. Padahal di base ngobrol-ngobrol nggak jelas kayak itu. Dia samperin satu-satu agentnya. Remember Maburo, you fucking shit. Roach, You fucking shit. Remember, you fucking noob. Okay. JJ. Just carry us, okay? Let's go. Let's go. Gitu anjing. Jelas banget anjing Cartier. Come base. Closer. I need to talk. Retat.
I mean, what was your main takeaway though? What was the one thing that stood out to you? Because there's about 10 things I'm sure you could lean on, but which one like really got your attention?
I mean, for me, it's honestly, shout out to Fusion. Honestly, the way that the Mixwell and Kellogg's are able to come together and be this cohesive unit, and like I said, that for me is ultimately one of the biggest win conditions for G2. Right, it's finding a player like that that's willing to be unorthodox in terms of the LAN environment. Right, talk about shakiness and maybe nerves and stuff. Getting that right from the get-go here, especially in the first series that they're playing. Yes, map 2 we can allow that with the composition, but seeing it be so prominent here on Haven, I really think that's the strongest building block that G2 have right now.
We go. Okay. Jumping back into this now. Kellogg's is going to have a terrible surprise around that corner. Flash actually sets him into motion, does get out of there alive for a moment. That was a quick trade out.
Mati dong. Ya, ente.
So yeah, actually, Esperanza going to come back around, finds Coldamenta. Nuki will respond actually, but Avova unnoted for the time being. Now Mixwell tries to re-aggress through. A couple of players of F4Q down to very low HP, but Zumba finally comes through, shows his hand, and Bunny will respond. F4Q will strike first in the second half here. With the pistol on again, 7-5. Ability to tie this one up right out of the gates. They can convert this round 2. Just coming back to that, though, Lauren. Again, that's one of the things I always look for is if a team wants to kind of be in control of the defensive half, is particularly on Haven, right? It's all about being proactive. Fact finders without the Sova, that's going to revolve a lot around Coldamenta and Kellogg's to be that, kind of proactive way to garner information. So
Esperanza supremasi juga buat orang.
Kellogg's will walk.
Oh, panas anjing emeh.
Over as well, heading through sewers. Again, F4Q happy to sit back. They're anticipating this. They're reading the situation perfectly. G2 going to try and find value off these lesser weapons.
Well, think about Bind. F4Q aren't, too unhappy with patient playing, with sitting as long as they need to deal with G2's maybe need for information or the fact that they want to push up and get a little aggressive. As for now,
cek kiri.
Really wasn't what you wanted. Avova does still find one. How did Kellogg's get that? Gets Athena? Okay, it's not quite over yet. Now let's look for the final 2. Nuki and Mixwell, where are they? Okay, so hitting rotations towards A. Gonna hear sewer steps. That's gonna buy a little bit of time here. Mixwell able to deny this instantly, but also obviously showing he is here. Lovely combination from Nuki coming towards Bunny. And now 2v2 begins. This is still pretty dangerous, but problem on the site has been put out as now Nuki looking to just do the Batman. Drops on down, hopes for the best, gets nothing. It's Esperanza there. We are back all even.
Hey, damage done though. 3 will fall for F4Q and G2.
Banyak yang make 15-20. 15-20 pan resonya.
So,
take those.
We do indeed. After again, we look towards kind of Bunny, the
Itu
ultimate progress, Esperanza as well, but certainly here not going to be.
CS deh.
Say that actually, Esperanza 2 away.
Jadi si ini main Black Bar anjing siapa namanya?
Hunter's Fury at least very early on.
Pemain Sinet. Tapi masih ingat pemain Asen.
Rifles across the board. Athena 5k. Going to be the ones to try and open this round up, and Bunny once again on
banyak yang main Black Bar gitu tuh nggak lu?
Close the distance again. Kellogg's will open things up this time round though. Esperanza falls.
Gila maju lagi.
Crosshair
Pede ini orang.
Look at the damage on the 5k as well.
Yeah, he's done that so well. There's going to be the deeper flash coming out from his buddy, but he's going to chase this down. And Bunny feeling a little hunted here. Look at Kellogg's just unleashed. Giving away as Zumba's feeling just a little scared, a little alone, a little out of it. He's got players everywhere. So few angles to fall back to.
And just the SMG to get something done here. The Nano Swarm going to bring him down to 34 HP. The threat imminent there. Mixer actually going to be the one to find it. And the Prime Gaming flawless from G2 to stop any of this early progress from F4Q.
Gila anjing
And
Kellogg's
that's
sih.
big as
Emang.
well. The full purchase coming through to G2
Betul
and they
gila,
save all
14.
these weapons. But again, talked about this just as we came out of halftime. Kellogg's again, on the back of the Sky utility being invested here.
Orang sih Hisense tadi.
I don't even want to say bail him out of this situation, but enable him. Really push him further forward towards F4Q.
Bantingannya
Low
sih.
sense ya terlihat tangannya kan.
Iya, bantingnya langsung shoot gitu.
Bantingnya langsung song.
Pegel batu, pegel tangan anjing. Yang mukanya kayak Fnatic Doma kan? Iya anjing. Tapi yang map 1 tuh panas kalau sih. Gua nggak nonton map 1. Lagi grinding Brawlhalla.
No over-aggressive play this time from G2. Don't want to play into the hands of the opponent and give them that chance. So this could be a longer, more drawn-out round. See if any opportunities present. You can see 5K now posting himself up. Maybe happy with that. See if they can get the attention elsewhere.
Strands are looking for a little damage through. Again, anticipating this push forward from G2. Coldamenta actually caught off guard there. Give away a weapon. Bomber C-Long. It will be retrieved as well.
I'm looking at 5K here, because he's going to be quick up towards A-Long, because he was already posted up that way. So I wonder if they're going to feel that this is going to be... I wonder if they're going to throw a fake or what. He's got 2 flashes. Mixwell didn't see it. Now he knows, and there was a player on shore. Anyway, Nuki's just sat there like...
Okay.
30 seconds left.
Hello.
2A, katanya 2A.
Again, I think G2's got the timing right on this.
Tool A.
Again, that Shock Dart going to clear out a lot of that Killjoy utility, so potential here for a hit and run on B site. And Calamity caught off guard, but like I said, that flank comes through. 2 freebies for him.
Yeah, if the timing was different, if someone had considered it, maybe there was a chance.
Sentiment terkenal nggak? Gimana nggak terkenal anjing?
G2 though, getting back into this now, furthering that lead just a touch.
Mereka kan yang masuk final dia kan si Asen itu kan? Enggak ya? Si
Gambit cok.
Gambit ya?
Gambit sama SMB.
Oh iya.
Lockdown available. Esperanza does have his Hunter's Fury online though. We'll see G2 kind of lean heavily towards one side. Maybe be a little proactive once again, knowing that they have that kind of second step, which would be, you know, the lockdown securing at least an attempt at the retake or
mereka sih terkenal itu nggak ya? Di Korea.
Iyalah pasti.
Dia ada di divisi lain terkenal nggak tahu gua aja baru tahu Asen itu doang, Valorant doang.
All retrieved and there you go, lockdown available for them. I think he's going to be left solo now. You can see Nuki placed the wall there. Alarm bot in sewers, so this is when we'd expect G2 to at least greet this execution.
Here it goes, Bunny gonna lead on in. There's with the divide. Great work from Bunny. Just gap closing. Avova had no idea.
Hello, motherfucker.
That fast. And again, this punishment is gonna start hurting here. Coldamenta has to respect part of this. Bunny still looking to try and further aggress as they're gonna have to fall off for now. And Zumba actually catching Kellogg's, but interesting trade.
Yeah, it comes through, but we'll get wallbang, but F4Q had to reset towards long. The plant in the open here, lots for G2 to kind of overcome, at least. Actually, the Nano Swarm actually stopping the push from Coldamenta, but F4Q are peeking it. Nuki's down 4 kills somewhere along the way. 5K, last man standing, and planted for him. Finds the first. He's sticking it.
No, he's come off it.
Punya wolf.
8 HP. 5K has to play this perfectly. He's just gonna dip back in. He's baited it out. Nuki, have you got enough time? I don't know if you do. It's down to the
punya anjing aja.
Iya, punya wolf, tai.
That was ridiculous from Nuki. The ace to string that together and still finds the half defuse somewhere in the chaos of that round. And that was a deciding factor. There isn't a hope in hell if he doesn't get that first half defused.
Now, welcome to the Nuki that you sometimes get those glimpses of. The player that can terrify you.
Cold.
For real. I mean, the guy barely, like, makes a response to it. The teammates, so you'll have Avova giving it large from you, everyone else kind of popping off, but he is the patient one, he's the calm one, the collected one, he pulls off stuff like that, a monster, truly. Now let's watch back. That was the first one that caught me off guard. The fact he got Zumba for free, and now they were facing him like this. I mean, what else you meant to do, I guess, but maybe sacrifice one?
That's so close as well.
Yeah, look at his response.
Yeah. Everybody else is going nuts for him. I guess they're compensating. They'll make the noise from New Zealand in the background. Fantastic stuff from Nuki. And again, a bit of a tilter in terms of how that round played out.
Sering banget anjing.
Everything went their way. The plant was great. They're able to
Dia nggak mau dog dulu dog.
Tapi kalau dog dia kalah sih. Karena udah setengah.
Enggak, maksudnya awal temennya jangan mati dulu, di dog dulu aja. Nge-pick bareng dog.
Ya gue nggak tahu yang temennya di kabin sama Pet sih sebenarnya.
Are they going to push us? Are they on the spike?
Yeah.
Like, what exactly is going on here?
Yeah, it did seem like a little bit flustered in those moments. But again, keep in mind, people have been saying, G2 need to be at these events, or, every single time, oh, it's just a shame they're not here. I mean, every single time people expect greatness from G2. Looking at F4Q in comparison, I don't think people put that same sort of expectation on their shoulders, but they've proven here they are absolutely to be considered. Oh my god, Bunny, are you serious? That was like a horror! Look at him, just flies in! Just the beast in the sewer, just...
Judge
seeing somebody this effectively close the gap in the early round here. Kellogg's actually misses the first, but finds the second, at least with the Blade Storm. He's up in no man's land there.
Where is Bunny?
Finally shuts him down. Bunny's still alive and kicking. How is this still going in
F4Q's
favor?
I don't know. This is madness. The pace at which Bunny plays is just twice the speed of everyone else, and then everyone's kind of piled in from the backside.
Menurut Dre, tim yang bakal over Sinet siapa? Navi bukan? Kayaknya stick sama mereka juga deh.
Dia nggak akan pindah itu.
Stick sama mereka juga. Navi kan udah ada juga. Navi juga jago setahu gua.
Okay. Can G2 recover? Big question. I'm not feeling it's likely. Doesn't even have any armor left. Oh, there it is. 5k to close it down. They're back in it.
Gua kira dapet anjing. Dia Ava ini.
A bit of that bunny magic to be pulled out the hat, out of the sleeve, wherever you get them from these days. I mean, at this point, they needed something. They needed it. 5k previously had been that kind of second string, that second line, but look at this. That's what you're on through. This is Esperanza, who's kind of a little spaced behind Bunny. Bunny takes, the crazy fights.
Mainnya Black Bar anjing.
You're operating behind, I guess, dangerous territory or contested territory.
Apa gua harus main Black Bar juga kali ya?
There's still potentially players everywhere. Esperanza's doing great at being that almost second string in.
Kalau Black Bar gitu lu harus setting dari Nvidia kan?
The carry, right? The rock of this team.
Yep.
Kellogg's again.
Panik nggak di flash.
Explore mid, forced away by the flash of 5k at least. They're happy to sit now. G2 try and force their way through this once again. The turret ringing off. Nobody pushed down just yet. And F4Q unfazed initially.
A good few on the trot though for G2. Took a little bit of
nggak pernah ganti loh si Bunny anjing.
Bunnyism to come out, but I guess it has tamed the money. This is going to be what it should be 9 to 10, and then we'll see.
I mean, let's G2 pull out an F4Q eco.
Bloody hell, they might. Truly, at this point, we've got light armor, some heavy actually. It's not like they've come into this by any means in a weak manner. Kellogg's is facing this with the turret, and you can see as to why Athena's going to be found. The further aggress, he's actually pushing down towards this one. That's a problem though. Has to do some damage within that 1 or 2 second given. Now the Seekers come out as well, invested. Gives away the game towards Long, and he knows his presence around towards short.
Gantiin Drake ke 10-24-768. Burik anjing.
He's pushing it, and why not? He knows his damage on the walking wounded, the bleeding by the wayside.
Mata gua nggak dimanjakan.
But no, it's Bunny and Zumba just fighting on back. 10 seconds. Where is the spike? It
does not matter.
Back to back turns of events now. We've had some ridiculous rounds, and it's not stopping now.
Please don't clip the. Oh, I wonder if G2 will do the F4Q and flip this eco.
Tapi itu Black Bar bakal tap yang Black Bar.
Kellogg's finds the first.
Ya iya sih, cuman
gets a little overzealous, a little antsy
to
recover
jelek,
that
tapi
weapon.
pengen
Not
nyoba.
reading that there was something behind that initial entry attempt. And now look at it. F4Q, 2 rifles.
Kau pernah coba
sheriffs,
yang
no showstopper.
crosser ini CS, Reso CS yang punya Radia tuh.
Actually, a better
Burik
purchase
banget
than I was
anjing.
anticipating here, but this is G2 knocking on the door of Matt
Buset
and
dah nih orang.
Siri's point here.
Yeah, but look who it is. I
Stres
think
tai.
Coldaventa seems more than aware, sitting a little deeper than maybe he would normally. You have to start respecting the style the man brings and keeping it maybe in the back of your minds is Kellogg's wants to keep him at distance, keep him at arm's length. No need to get involved. He's got an AWP. He can sit here happily. Bunny now has to give away the game. He's kind of locked to this. Kellogg's can keep him. The man's got moves, all right? The man has moves, and I love to see it. Now, where did F4Q take this, though? They're looking for options, and they've actually managed to maintain all 5 alive. A little bit of utility to play with. Where do they now go?
I mean, they've achieved nothing. We're under 60 seconds now. Esperanza has to find something, but Avova has pushed all the way down C long here, and I think noted one player, but F4Q again freeze. We're anticipating G2 to push forward a little bit. Spot one finds the headshot as well.
Looking a little stylish now. And here comes Bunny, trying to do something. 28 seconds in a dream. He's going to be shut down this time. Nookie's there. That's going to be 1-2. The bouncer says, no, it's too late, boys. Go home. You're not coming in. And now Zumba, the last one standing. Looks like 12 will be on the board unless Zumba does something unthinkable. It's not going to happen. It's 12. Managed for G2 now.
Nih orang anjing.
1 away from their first win here.
Carry boss.
I don't think the economy is going to be looking too good for
That was a
F4Q.
stretch last time, wasn't it?
It was. The first one's so clean from Kellogg's. Again, Bunny had used his satchels early on, and at that point, again, he just has to sort of be used as bait. Throw him into the site. See if anyone swings.
Orang mana sih ni si Kellogg's ini?
Kellogg's left us asking questions.
Negara mana dia?
And F4Q doesn't look like attack timeout. Yeah, confirmation on that, but I think it has been called because I can see the coaches talking at least.
No, this looks a little weird.
Ukraina kayaknya. Orang Ukraine deh.
Unless it's a spec issue, we'll see. I mean, this is a little out of my expertise, but yeah. Hopefully get confirmation.
You were well versed in this exact scenario.
Yeah, it's just weird that it's not grayed out and it's not the normal timeouts we see. Unless I'm just out of it, which I don't think I am. Well, there's spawn barriers on there, right?
I think they are, we just can't see.
We just can't see them. Okay. Fair. Fine. I mean, fine. Oh yeah, definitely is there. He's just like smearing his face against it. I mean, it's the last round. It's time. It's do or die time for F4Q, at least in their opening foray here. In the first glimpse we got to see, in G2 needing to get across the line because there's danger on that other side. And I mean, they were looking towards the top of this group, trying to best those who hold the trophy, the crown. Could have done with a clean game here, and you were right to question that economy, Hypok. It's not looking good.
No, it's the one rifle in the hands of Zumba, who's been fantastic for F4Q today as well. A side story at least. This time, G2, I guess reading exactly that, right? They know that there's going to be a judge. It's a buy round for Bunny at least, but everything else, they're going to try and completely mitigate this risk early on. Athena, where's the lockdown?
Okay.
Just outside B. Nookie going to throw a slow, try and back away here. Seeker's popped as well to follow up on this, so F4Q looking to at least get a good grip on B site now. Only one player in mid, and Zumba actually goes hunting. That's the only rifle available for F4Q, and it's removed by Kellogg's.
It's all going a bit pear-shaped here. The flash going to catch as well, but he does make it away for free. But the clock is starting to tick. Now, does Bunny do something with this? One gun is far more favourable here, and it will be the judge. The big spot from Bunny and the big follow-up, but look at the reply. It's Nookie called a mentor in combination. 5K's gone, and it's G2 doing exactly what was required of them, pulling it together to go over that final hurdle and dealing with all of those problems that are starting to build.
Fantastic performance here. In map 3 again, F4Q kind of pushing as hard as I honestly think they could. Again, Bunny having a fantastic performance, but I got to credit G2 for ultimately not letting map 2 get to them, right? They come back in with a fresh face, a little bit of a mix-up on the composition, and obviously Mixwell flexing onto that killjoy. Again, nothing flashy from him, just rock-solid defense. Again, always in the right position for them. Those lurks on attack. Kellogg's...
Reeled in.
Okay.
A little bit of bait.
Looked like he'd suffered some sort of injury there.
Okay. Price cap.
Anjas.
Nice. Just every dude's Tinder profile, just holding the classic. I love that.
Boleh keren lu pada lu, keren lu.
Yeah, it was. Again,
mancing
we've
ikan.
seen a couple of the other players. Well, Nuki having a
Jijis,
fantastic
Asuna nih.
performance here
Iya,
on
abis ini
this
Asuna.
decider as well, which I don't want to say is necessarily an underperformance, but definitely quieter from what we would usually expect of him as an individual. And this man right here, again, as a day one, it's great to see Kellogg's put up this performance and actually just dig a little deeper than that. I've already mentioned Mixwell, but Coldamenta in particular on that sky. I think he broke 15 odd assists or something by the end of that.
Bahkan kali gue streaming ya, besok lagi kali guys ya.
Yeah, actually he got up to 14 in the end, and I was talking about kind of that support system being in place for Kellogg's, which is so important to have him kind of build his confidence early on so that he can kind of continue on that trajectory throughout this event.
Well, we don't even need to talk, to that anymore. I feel like that at least has been answered in the first hurdle of that. He's had a great start to things for Kellogg's this is, and he can now build off the back of this. He's had that perfect welcome to the big stage.
Gue juga sepi guys, besoknya kita nonton horor apa gimana ya?
It reminds me of like the young Kenny.
Kita semua udahan dulu.
Very passionate.
Bye bye.
Even harder for emotional players, but I think we're gonna get
Sebaiknya ngasih streaming.
throughout the entire game pretty soon, which would be quite nice to have a little kind of refresher on
Masih rame nih.
some crazier rounds. I mean, we had Sean
Ini gue mau kelar bentar. Bye bye guys. See you.
Just watching this.
Thank you Fania.
I mean,
See you. Besok lagi ya.
What was it? Bunny doing some mad